Chapter 470. Soon. Zheng Fang came out and explained that this was a phenomenon caused by the sect master's closed-door cultivation. He told everyone not to worry too much. At this point, this matter finally stopped. If it was Qin Shujian who was cultivating, in that case, there was nothing strange about this strange phenomenon. The thunder-like sound lasted for an entire day before it gradually quieted down. On the seventh day, the clouds in the sky changed color. The red clouds in the blue sky shone for 3,000 miles, attracting everyone's attention. On the eighth day, the waves surged endlessly. On the ninth day, a huge shadow crossed the void, covering the sky and the sun. Its specific appearance could not be seen. It was as if an ancient aura was recovering step by step, sweeping across the world. At this moment, this phenomenon was no longer limited to the Yuan sect. Even the entire Liang Mountain spiritual region and other regions could faintly feel it. In the endless mountain range, many beasts fled in panic. With the beasts' perception of seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, they seemed to be able to sense a destructive disaster. Lion-Tiger Plain, Demon Ox Cave. Nyo Dali was lying there, looking weak. How much longer? It's been a few days, why hasn't it ended yet? He was very tired. Ever since the phenomenon appeared, he had not slept for a few days. When that power swept across, it could shake one's mind and make one unable to calm down, let alone sleep. For the sleepy Nyo Dali, he could not sleep. It was worse than killing him. In Liang Mountain City, now, a large number of experts had come through the teleportation gate. In the past few days, the phenomenon of the Yuan sect had already spread throughout the Baiyun mansion. Many experts came because of the fame and wanted to see what was going on. At this moment, the Traceless sect's elder, Su Yuan, was sitting in a tea house with an old man. Like an ordinary person, he ordered a pot of tea and some food. Supreme Elder, please have some tea. Su Yuan respectfully poured a cup of tea for the old man and then sat upright. He did not dare to underestimate the old man at all. They were both in the divine martial realm. Grand Elder Yin Bancheng was an expert who had reached the peak of the divine martial realm 1,000 years ago. He was also the true foundation of the Traceless sect. Yin Bancheng didn't move. He shook his head and said, "No need." According to Grand Elder's opinion, exactly what is the reason for the abnormal sign in Origin sect? Su Yuan did not dare to force the issue. Thus, he changed the topic and asked. This time, he had come to Cold Mountain City again. Firstly, it was because of Qin Shujian's return. Secondly, it was because of this phenomenon. As for Yin Bancheng, he had come purely for the latter. When Yin Bancheng heard this, he pondered for a while before softly spitting out two words, celestial being. What? Su Yuan turned pale with fright. Celestial beings. Could it be that Qin Shujian was about to break through to the Deva realm? If he remembered correctly, the other party had just broken through to the God Martial realm not long ago. Since the ancient times, when celestials appeared, there would always be many irregular scenes. There was once a great sun that covered the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth, continuing for many days without scattering. There were also stellar rivers that descended, cleansing the world. Yin Bancheng's eyes were filled with envy, yearning, and longing. Although every celestial has a different phenomenon when they are born, there is no doubt that this is caused by an expert breaking through to the Deva realm. Celestial being. He had bitterly pursued this realm for 1,000 years, but he still couldn't break through this hurdle. The peak of the God Martial realm had a lifespan of 3,000 years. 3,000 years was a very long time, but there would be a day when it would be exhausted. For Yin Bancheng, it took him 700 years to step onto the path of cultivation and break through to the God Martial realm. Then, it took him 1,000 years to reach the peak of the God Martial realm from the first tier of the God Martial realm. Since he had stopped at the peak of the God Martial realm, another 1,000 years had passed. He had already used more than 2,700 years of his lifespan of 3,000 years. Until now. Although the spirit god had not declined, the qi and blood in her body had gradually calmed down. In the remaining 200 years or so, if she couldn't find a way to break through to the Deva realm, then this expert at the peak of the god martial realm could only quietly die. For Yin Ban Cheng. He had been in the cultivation world for more than 2,700 years. Naturally, he was unwilling to die like this. But the difficulty of breaking through to the Deva realm was simply too great. Although he had been deducing the Traceless sect's legacy cultivation method over the years, gradually deriving a path to the Deva realm. But the deduction was ultimately not perfect. And even if there was a cultivation method to the Deva realm, it didn't mean that he could break through. Or else, Yin Ban Cheng wouldn't have been trapped at the peak of the god martial realm for 1,000 years. When he had heard about the Sky Origin Sect's phenomenon, he had thought that it might have been caused by the birth of a Deva realm expert. Now that he had seen it, he was certain. At the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian's aura had now condensed to its peak. The surrounding space and qi had become stagnant. You have successfully broken through the limit of the Deva realm's high-grade cultivation method, the Guyuan Ancestral Codec. You have obtained the Deva realm's cultivation method, the Guyuan Ancestral Codex. You are currently at the 41st stage of the Deva realm's cultivation method, the Guyuan Ancestral Codec. The system's notification came as expected. Qin Shujian abruptly opened his eyes. A beam of light pierced through the sky, and all the strange phenomena dissipated. "This is a Deva realm expert," Qin Shujian murmured. Then, he calmed his mind and began to observe the changes in his body. He saw that the inside of his body was as bright as a galaxy. Every closed acupoint had been opened, turning into a star. His qi and blood had transformed. It was like a galaxy quietly flowing between the stars. As for the so-called muscles, bones, and veins, they had completely disappeared. His entire body had become chaotic. The spiritual spirit that originally only existed in the sea of consciousness. At this time, it had broken free from the shackles of the sea of consciousness and merged with the body. When the spiritual spirit was strong, the body was limitless. When the body was strong, the spiritual spirit was limitless. Lay the foundation for martial arts and temper the body. True martial realm cultivates qi and condenses vital essence. Spiritual martial realm cultivates the spiritual spirit and gives birth to the spiritual spirit. Divine martial realm actually belongs to the spiritual refinement realm. It's just turning the yin spirit into the yang spirit and completely deducing the word Deva to the peak. A Deva realm expert combines the essence, qi, and spirit, breaking the shackles of the mortal body and stepping into the transcendent realm in one fell swoop. In Qin Shujian's mind, the information about the Deva realm flashed through his mind one by one. In the past, the so-called transcendent realm was only relative to a certain level. In fact, the real transcendent realm, breaking through to the Deva realm, was the first step. Therefore, the Deva realm was divided into 3 realms, namely transcendent, saint, and almighty. The first realm of the Deva realm was called the transcendent realm. The first level of the Deva realm, transcendental, and lifespan of 5,000 years. Qin Shujian felt the vast power surging in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. A lifespan of 5,000 years. Compared to the 3,000 years at the peak of the divine martial realm, it was nearly twice as long. Such a span. It was far from what other realms could compare to. Not to mention, after a cultivator broke the shackles of the mortal body, his strength also changed dramatically. If the original body had a limit, then breaking through to the Deva realm was breaking this shackle. From then on, his strength was infinite, and there were no more shackles. The fusion of soul and body is only the beginning. It has not reached a perfect state. The first 3 levels of the Deva realm are mainly based on this. When I reach the 4th level of the Deva realm, I can gradually control the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, I can be called a saint. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths, and then focused on his attributes panel. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Cold Mountain Region Lord. Identity, Yuan Sect Leader. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Faction Level, Level 5 Realm, First Level of the Deva Realm. Martial Arts, Transcendence Martial Arts, Ancestral Scripture, 41st Level, Astral Manifestation, Level 11 Impenetrable, Red Lotus of Purgation, Level 11, Martial Arts, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Daoist, seven-leaf flower-piercing palm, daoist, golden immortal soul-shattering chant, greater heights, low-grade divine rank. Transcendence martial arts, spirit severing, 10%, level 9 immaculate indestructible body, first tribulation, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, first level, special martial arts, celestial light alchemy tome, alchemy grandmaster, ancestral scripture, forging grandmaster, array grandmaster, hidden secret technique, level 5, special abilities, dharma eye, saber intent, sealing intent life source, 15. 32 million luck points. 31100. His attributes panel had also undergone some changes. First of all, the martial arts column was now blank. Apart from that, there was an additional transcendence martial arts column under the martial arts column, and the ancestral scripture was there. 3 special traits. Among them, the red lotus of purgation that Qin Shujian was most concerned about had not disappeared. It had only broken through from level 10 to level 11. Also, the ancient immortal body had disappeared, and was replaced by the astral manifestation body. Regarding this special trait, Qin Shujian had some understanding of it. The ancestral scripture that had broken through the limit could further develop the body's secrets during cultivation, and could open up the acupoints into stars. The strength of the physical body depended on the number of stars opened up. As for the strength of the stars, it depended on the cultivator's foundation. The level 1 astral manifestation body opened up the most basic 365 acupoints. The acupoints turned into stars. An endless stream of energy would emerge from them, nourishing the cultivator's body, and the cultivator's own energy would be fed back, further strengthening the foundation of the astral acupoints. The two complemented each other. Under such circumstances, as long as there was sufficient spiritual qi of heaven and earth, one could slowly improve their strength even if they did not cultivate. However, the speed of the improvement was very slow, and far less practical than cultivating on one's own. After all, the first level of the celestial being had a lifespan of 5,000 years. Although it was long, there was no immortality. In this way, one would still have to cultivate, and it was almost an extravagant hope to rely on automatic advancement. But even so, Qin Shujian was satisfied. The first level of the celestial being. Now I can be considered to have entered the ranks of the top cultivators. But unfortunately, after breaking through to the celestial being level, the bonus from the sect and the title of domain lord have disappeared. Regarding this change, he could more or less understand it. Whether it was the bonus from the sect or the title of domain lord, they could not actually allow one to break through to the next level. They could only increase the total amount of true essence. For cultivators below the celestial being level, if the shackles of the physical body were not broken, then there was a limit to the total amount of true essence. But after breaking through the shackles of the physical body and officially advancing to the transcendent being level, the physical body had already evolved endlessly. In Qin Shujian's opinion, this should be beyond the limits of these bonuses. From the previous bonuses that could not allow one to break through to the next level, he knew that there was a limit to this kind of bonus. Now that it was gone, it would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. But for Qin Shujian, since it was gone, then it was gone. Breaking through to the celestial being level was more practical than any other bonuses. Then, Qin Shujian got up, and the power spreading from his body suddenly retracted. The spiritual qi that was originally stagnant suddenly loosened and slowly flowed again. Then, with just a thought, the 27 square formation discs around him were all taken back. Now that the spiritual spirit had merged with the physical body, there was no such thing as how many feet it was. But if one had to make a comparison, one could see a little difference. Before the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's spiritual spirit was about 6,000 feet. Now that he had broken through, his spiritual spirit was about 20,000 feet. One had to know. A spiritual spirit of 7,000 feet suppressed a spiritual spirit of 6,000 feet. As for 20,000 feet, they were on two different levels. In Liangshan City, when the strange phenomenon disappeared, Yin Yurong suddenly stood up. He walked out of the tea house and said, "Qin Shujian has broken through successfully. Let's go and pay a visit to this celestial being." Even now, he was still a little absent-minded. He had broken through successfully? It should be. The strange phenomenon had lasted for so many days before disappearing. If he had failed, he would have failed long ago. Why would he have waited until now? Therefore, in Yin Bancheng's opinion, the other party should have succeeded. Especially now, where the origin sect was, that indistinct vast aura was spreading. Only a celestial being could possess it. A celestial being could suppress an area. A celestial being who had not broken through was ultimately just an ant. Even if they could survive in the true dominion and the ordinary dominion, the real stage was still in the spirit dominion and the big dominion. To go to these places, one had to be prepared to face a celestial being. Standing where he was, Su Yuan was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He took out an ingot of silver and placed it on the table. Then, he immediately followed Yin Bancheng and headed toward Liangshan. There were many people in Liangshan city who did the same thing as Yin Bancheng. Not everyone could guess that Qin Shujian was breaking through to the celestial being realm. After all, this was too shocking. If the other party had broken through to the peak divine martial realm many years ago, it would be easy to guess. However, Qin Shujian had only broken through to the divine martial realm a few months ago. Therefore, not many people would connect this to the celestial being realm. Only an experienced and knowledgeable person like Yin Bancheng would be able to link it to this matter. At the origin sect, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Zheng Fang and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. When Qin Shujian came down from the forbidden area, they happened to meet him. When they saw Qin Shujian, they were all stunned. If they had not looked with their eyes, they would not have been able to sense that someone was approaching. When they met Qin Shujian's eyes, they felt a great pressure. They also felt a great pressure, which made it difficult for them to breathe. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, Zheng Fang and the others cupped their hands and said, "Sect Master, yes, we're all gathered here. What happened? Sect Master, did you break through to the celestial being realm?" Niu Feng asked first. At this time, the others also pricked up their ears, ready to listen to Qin Shujian's answer. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled and nodded. "I broke through to the celestial being realm by luck." Boom. Niu Feng and the others felt a roar in their minds. Their expressions changed several times, and even their breathing became a little hurried. Celestial being. He really broke through to the celestial being realm. Although they had heard from the bow of heaven and earth and combined it with the strange phenomena before, they had some guesses. However, guesses were just guesses. When Qin Shujian really admitted it, it still caused a great shock. Niu Feng gulped and said with difficulty, Sect Master, can you let us see what a celestial being realm is?" The celestial being realm was too far away for him. A few years ago, he was just a bandit leader in the martial arts stage 5. Now, he was facing a celestial being. To be honest, Niu Feng's shock was no less than that of the others. Qin Shujian looked a little hesitant. He looked at the others and asked, "Do all of you have the same idea?" "Sect Master, please let us broaden our horizons." Zheng Fang and the others also replied in unison. To have the opportunity to see a celestial being's means was something that they could only dream of. If they could learn something from Qin Shujian, it might be useful for their own cultivation. "All right, I'll let you see it." Qin Shujian did not refuse. He stood there for a while. The others also looked at him attentively, afraid that they would miss something. The next moment, the 365-star acupoints in his body vibrated at the same time. Vast power turned into a surging star river. At the same time, a supreme power erupted from his body. Thump, thump. Whether it was Zheng Fang, Niu Feng, or the others, they all fell to their knees with a thump. They knelt neatly and meticulously. "Sect Master, please retract your divine power," Niu Feng said with difficulty. His face was full of fear and shock. When Qin Shujian retracted his power, they felt their bodies relax and then stood up from the ground. At this moment, no one wanted to see a celestial being's means anymore. At such a close distance, they could not even resist his aura, let alone other things. When they besieged the Heavenly Corpse sect, Lian Gumming, the celestial being, did not attack them. Qin Shujian stopped him the whole time. Therefore, they did not know how strong a celestial being was. But now, they were facing Qin Shujian's power. They finally understood. The celestial being and those below it were two extremes. Niu Feng said in admiration, "Sect Master, you've broken through to the celestial being realm. When you rule the cultivation world, you'll definitely defeat all your enemies." He did not ask Qin Shujian how he broke through so quickly. Because there was no need to ask this question. No matter how the other party did it, he was now a celestial being. Just this point alone was enough. Outside Mount Liang, Yin Bancheng and Su Yuan, who were about to hand in the visiting cards, suddenly felt a vast power erupting from the Yuan sect. Yin Bancheng was fine, but Su Yuan's heart was beating wildly, as if he had encountered a terrifying existence. This is the power of a celestial being. Su Yuan's face was filled with horror. He realized that he had been shocked too many times in the past few days. Yin Bancheng sighed and said, "Who else can have such power except for a celestial being?" Then, under Qin Wantian's gaze, Su Yuan handed a visiting card to the guarding disciple of Yuan sect and said politely, "Traceless Sect Supreme Elder Yin Bancheng and Elder Su Yuan are here to pay their respects to Sect Master Qin. I hope you can inform him." The shocked disciple immediately came back to his senses. After receiving the visiting card, he also replied politely, "Please wait for a moment. I'll go and inform him right away." After saying that, he turned and left. Traceless Sect was a large sect in a large region. The name of the Supreme Elder Yin Bancheng was also well known in the cultivation world of Beiyun Mansion. Therefore, this Yuan sect disciple did not dare to be negligent. Inside the Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian, who had just broken through, was sitting on the main seat. There was a mysterious meaning in his every move. Below, Yin Bancheng's posture changed from that of an old man just now. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, he cupped his fists and bowed, his voice booming like a bell. "Traceless Sect's Yin Bancheng greets Sect Master Qin. Traceless Sect's Su Yuan greets Sect Master Qin." Su Yuan did not dare to be negligent. "Both of you, please have a seat." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." After the two of them sat down, Qin Shujian slowly sized up Yin Bancheng. He had heard of the Supreme Elder of the Traceless Sect, a famous expert in the Beiyun Mansion. However, Yuan sect rarely interacted with other sects. Therefore, he had only heard of Yin Bancheng's name and had never met him in person. Peak of the divine martial realm. Unfortunately, his vitality has declined. Even if the spiritual god is still strong, it's not easy to break through to the celestial being realm. With just a few glances, Qin Shujian saw a lot of things. As for Yin Bancheng, he did not know that he had been seen through by Qin Shujian. After he sat down, he immediately cupped his hands and asked, "I saw that Sect Master Qin's breakthrough had ended, so I came to visit. I'd like to take the liberty to ask if Sect Master Qin has broken through to the celestial being realm?" When he asked the question, Yin Bancheng looked at Qin Shujian with bright eyes. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "I broke through by luck." An answer. Yin Bancheng's expression changed. Then, he sighed and said, "In the cultivation world of Beiyun Mansion, there hasn't been a celestial being for thousands of years. Now that Sect Master Qin has broken through, you've broken the record of Beiyun Mansion. From now on, with Sect Master Qin in the cultivation world of Beiyun Mansion, we'll definitely be able to compete with other manners in the future. Elder Yin, you flatter me. I'm just lucky to break through to the celestial being realm. Compared to other celestial beings, I'm still far behind. Sect Master Qin, you're too modest." Yin Bancheng naturally would not take his words seriously. After breaking through to the divine martial realm for a few months, Qin Shujian had become a celestial being. Who could guarantee that Qin Shujian's cultivation would not go further and reach another level in the next few years? Thinking of this, he also secretly sighed. The reincarnation of a mighty figure was indeed terrifying. Now, Yin Bancheng was sure that Qin Shujian was definitely not the reincarnation of an ordinary mighty figure. There had been reincarnations of mighty figures in history, but it was the first time he had met one as terrifying as Qin Shujian. In his opinion, before Qin Shujian was reincarnated, he was very likely to be a supreme mighty figure. However, these were all Yin Bancheng's guesses. There was no real evidence. But he was sure of one thing. Qin Shujian would definitely not stop at the first tier of the celestial being realm. Now that Qin Shujian had broken through, there were not many people in the world who could keep him in check. From now on, he would be able to fly high in the sky and fish in the sea. Chapter 471. After a few simple greetings and compliments, Yin Bancheng finally got to the point. I have one thing I want to ask. I wonder if Sect Master Qin is willing to enlighten me. What is it? May I ask Sect Master Qin, what is a celestial being? Qin Shujian replied lightly, above the divine martial realm is the celestial being. Yin Bancheng was about to answer, but at this time, he choked. What was a celestial being? Above the divine martial realm was the celestial being. There didn't seem to be any problem with this answer. Even if he wanted to refute it, he didn't know where to start. Yin Bancheng didn't believe that Qin Shujian didn't know what he meant, but the other party's answer clearly showed that he wanted to evade the question. Normally speaking, at this time, the topic should be stopped. But the celestial being realm had been Yin Bancheng's obsession for 1,000 years. It wasn't easy to meet a celestial being, so how could he let go of such an opportunity? Sect Master Qin, what I want to ask is, how can I break through to the celestial being realm? This question makes this Qin feel embarrassed. The smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. He tapped his fingers on the armrest and didn't answer the question directly. At this time, Yin Bancheng suddenly stood up, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, I know this question makes Sect Master Qin feel embarrassed, but I've been stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm for 1,000 years. I don't have much time left. If Sect Master Qin can give me a few pointers, the Traceless sect will definitely reward you generously. What price can the Traceless sect pay? Qin Shujian's expression also turned serious. If there was a reward, then everything would be fine. Anyway, the method to break through to the celestial being realm wasn't a secret to other celestials. Although not many people knew this news, it definitely wasn't a small number. But knowing was one thing, and being able to break through was another. If a piece of information could be exchanged for benefits, he wouldn't refuse. Yin Bancheng said, Sect Master Qin, as long as it's not something difficult, the Traceless sect will agree. How many properties does the Traceless sect have? How much are they worth? This. Yin Bancheng hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Su Yuan who was at the side. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately understood. He cupped his hands and said, My Traceless sect has a lot of properties now. If converted into silver taels, it should be around 2 billion silver taels. 2 billion. Qin Shujian's smile widened as he looked at the two of them and said slowly, This Qin won't beat around the bush. If the Traceless sect can take out 500 million silver taels, then I will tell you the secret of how to break through to the celestial realm. I do. It's a resource worth 500 million taels of silver. As for cash, there's no need for that. There were quite a few in the Silver Essence sect. What they needed now was cash to buy resources. At present, the flames of war were everywhere. War was the place that consumed the most resources. Many things in the market had been bought by the various feudal lords and the imperial court, causing it to be somewhat difficult for Yuan Zhong to purchase some things recently. Yin Bancheng nodded without hesitation. Traceless sect agrees to this matter. The resources worth 500 million taels of silver were important. But for him now, the chance to break through to the diviner level was more important. As long as he could break through to the diviner level, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Or else, when his lifespan ended, the Traceless sect would lack a powerhouse at the peak of the divine martial realm. Their strength would definitely decline a lot. At that time, when the various sects swallowed them up, their losses might not be less than this. Yin Bancheng agreed readily, and Qin Shujian's answer was equally straightforward. But there's one thing that this Qin will say first. I will only tell you how to break through to the diviner level. Without my permission, You are not allowed to pass it on to others. Otherwise. At this point, a vast and surging aura spread out from his body, causing Yin Bancheng and Su Yuan's expressions to change dramatically. I can guarantee that no one in the world can protect the Traceless sect. This aura was so vast that even Yin Bancheng felt a little breathless. Although he had reached the peak of the divine martial realm, this was the first time he faced a diviner at such a close distance. He had heard of Qin Shujian's threat. Yin Bancheng took a deep breath and then solemnly replied, "Sect Master Qin, you can rest assured that no one will know about this matter whether I break through to the diviner level or not." "Okay." Qin Shujian nodded. Then he got up and walked out of the hall. "If there's nothing else, you can come with me. As for the resources, prepare them as soon as possible. I don't like to delay things for too long. Su Yuan, go back and prepare the resources, then send them to Sect Master Qin." "Understood." Su Yuan replied in awe. He didn't refuse Yin Bancheng's approach. If the other party could break through to the diviner level, it would be of great benefit to the entire Traceless sect. After giving some instructions, Su Yuan immediately got up and left. As for Yin Bancheng, he followed behind Qin Shujian and left the Chengwu Hall. Walking in the Yuan sect, Yin Bancheng was always half a head behind Qin Shujian. He didn't have the aura of a supreme elder of the Traceless sect at all. Instead, he was like a student, following behind his teacher. There was no seniority in learning. The one who learned was the teacher. Moreover, in Yin Bancheng's mind, Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a peak almighty expert. In terms of real age, the other party was probably a few streets ahead of him. In addition, he was now a diviner. Therefore, Yin Bancheng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. When he opened the gate of the courtyard, a strong wave of spirit energy rushed out. Since the last time he left the sect, Qin Shujian hadn't returned for several months. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard had grown more luxuriant at this time. The osmanthus flowers on the branches and leaves were in full bloom, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Sensing Qin Shujian's return, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves were swaying non-stop. When Yin Bancheng walked into the courtyard, he was also attracted by this spirit plant. This tree's spirituality has already been born. Its achievements in the future will be extraordinary. Yuan sect really has a deep foundation. It's admirable. This praise, Yin Bancheng wasn't purely flattering. It was easy to cultivate spirit plants, but it was another matter to give birth to spirituality. As long as all living things in the world gave birth to spirituality, they would have a chance to step on the path of cultivation. Spirit plants had a long lifespan, much longer than ordinary demons. As long as Yuan sect spirit plant was properly cultivated, after 1,000 years, there would be another powerful cultivator. "Elder Yin, please take a seat." Qin Shujian's sleeves fluttered, and the fine dust on the stone table flew in. Yin Bancheng sat down as he was told. It's actually very simple to break through to the diviner realm. Qin Shujian looked at him, thought for a moment, and then said, "Rudimentary martial arts lays the foundation, true martial arts cultivates qi, spiritual martial arts cultivates yin spirit, and divine martial arts cultivates yang spirit." At this moment, Yin Bancheng's expression was already solemn, and he was listening attentively. How to break through to the diviner realm. This could be considered a different kind of preaching. The Traceless sect had spent 500 million taels of silver to get this opportunity, so they naturally wouldn't waste it. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian briefly explained the method to break through to the diviner realm, and then also talked about his own enlightenment. After all, with 500 million taels of resources in hand, it was impossible to simply say that one could break through to the diviner realm by combining essence, qi, and spirit. In that case, Yin Bancheng would probably fight with him to the death. Until now, Qin Shujian also hoped that the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion could be stronger. Although Yuan sect was the dominant force at the moment, the situation was good. But according to the current development of the situation, sooner or later, they would have to go to war with the demon clan. The cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion was weak. If Yuan sect was alone, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Under such circumstances, It would be a good thing for Qin Shujian if he could have more helpers. The most important thing was, even if other sects produced diviners, he was confident that he could suppress them. This was the real reason. If Qin Shujian wasn't confident in suppressing them, he wouldn't have preached to Yin Bancheng so easily. Not to mention 500 million taels of silver, even if it was doubled, it would still be the same. After preaching for a while, 2 hours passed in a flash. In the end, Qin Shujian looked at Yin Bancheng, shook his head and said, "To be honest, to break through to the diviner realm, your essence, qi, and spirit must be in peak condition. Although your spirit god is strong now, your qi and blood are declining. Even if you know how to break through, the success rate is not high. If you fail to break through by force, your qi and blood will be depleted, and your lifespan may be reduced. In my opinion, you'd better not break through by force." He could see that Yin Bancheng was eager to break through. But in his state, these words were really just to scare him. Yin Bancheng said with a wry smile, "I understand what sect leader Qin said, but I've been at the peak of the divine martial arts realm for thousands of years. Now that I have a chance, I can't die in peace if I don't give it a try. And I don't have much lifespan left. Even if I don't break through by force, I can only live for another 100 or 200 years. What's the use?" "That's true." Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then changed the topic and said with a faint smile, "But it's not completely impossible. You can find a chance to make up for your qi and blood." "Sect leader Qin, what do you mean? Have you heard of the cultivation pill?" "The cultivation pill?" Yin Bancheng murmured, then asked in surprise, "Sect leader Qin, are you talking about the cultivation pill that can reverse the carnate heavens?" "The 9th level pill, the cultivation pill." With his status, he had naturally heard of it. It was just that there were too many pills in the world. If Qin Shujian hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it for a while. In response to Yin Bancheng's question, Qin Shujian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it's the cultivation pill that can reverse the carnate heavens. Your qi and blood are declining. If you want to break through to the diviner realm, you must rejuvenate your qi and blood. Only by reversing the effects of the carnate heavens can you do this. Otherwise, your breakthrough will definitely fail." Yin Bancheng looked troubled and sighed, "It's very difficult to obtain the cultivation pill. Even an ordinary alchemy grandmaster may not be able to refine it. With the strength of the traceless sect, it wouldn't be easy to collect the cultivation pill." Qin Shujian faintly smiled. "Perhaps I have a way to deal with the revival good fortune pill. But, you should also know that there are strong and weak 9th step pills. The revival good fortune pill reverses the Xiantian realm and is at the peak. If you want to get the cultivation pill, the price is not low at all. Is sect leader Qin serious?" Yin Bancheng's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, suddenly clenched. He could no longer keep calm as he looked at Qin Shujian. If Qin Shujian didn't lie to him, then, if he got the cultivation pill, he had at least a 50% chance of breaking through to the diviner realm. Although a 50% chance was low, it was actually very high. Ordinary people had at most a 20% chance of breaking through to the diviner realm, or even lower. Yin Bancheng could achieve this because he had been at the peak of the divine martial realm for thousands of years. During this period, he had explored the path to the diviner realm countless times. Finally, he heard Qin Shujian's preaching and verified himself. Even if there was a 50% chance, there was still a 50% chance of failure. But for Yin Bancheng, 50%. It was enough. Not to mention 50%, even if he had a 30% chance, he would still try. Once he broke through to the diviner realm, the problem of his lifespan would be solved. As for the price, even if he had to empty the entire traceless sect, he would not hesitate. The cultivation pill is not a problem. Qin Shujian skillfully boiled the water with his vital essence. Then, with a thought, he took 2 osmanthus flowers from the branches and leaves and brewed them. Suddenly, a fragrance filled the air. Without seeing him do anything, one of the cups of tea automatically moved in front of Yin Bancheng. Then, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip. But the cultivation pill is the creation of heaven and earth. It is not something that can be bought with money. If the traceless sect can take out 20 spirit stones, I can get the cultivation pill. 20 spirit stones. Yin Bancheng's hand trembled again. This was not a small number. Combined with the original 500 million taels of resources, it was almost half of the Traceless sect. But, compared to the temptation of breaking through to the diviner realm, this price was still within his acceptable range. Then, Yin Bancheng looked straight at Qin Shujian and asked in a deep voice, Sect Master Qin, are you serious? I'm not joking. Okay, but I want to make one last deal with Sect Master Qin. What deal? I want to take a look at your divine connection technique. After saying that, a murderous intent that seemed to have condensed into a substance instantly locked onto him. Qin Shujian put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Yin Bancheng indifferently, and said coldly, Elder Yin, I have been giving you a chance because of your face. Don't push your luck. You must know that a man who is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Looking at the divine connection technique, only he could say that. A divinity cultivation method was the lifeline of a top sect. If it could be casually shown to others, then the sect would not be far from destruction. Seeing this, Yin Bancheng also realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly explained, Sect Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. I just want to take a look at the Heavenly Corpse sect's divine connection technique. I have no intention of coveting your sect's inheritance. The Heavenly Corpse sect's divine connection technique is now in the Yuan Pavilion. If Elder Yin is interested, you can go to the Yuan Pavilion to exchange for it. Qin Shujian mercilessly refused. Diviner Realm Enlightenment and Fortune Pill. Although these were all exchanged with money, if Sect Master Qin did not give them, they would not be able to get them even if they had money. Not only did he give so many benefits, he also wanted to take a look at the divine connection technique. All of a sudden, a thought emerged in Qin Shujian's mind, this should be the legendary dragon. Sect Master Qin, what price do I have to pay to take a look at the divine connection technique? Yin Bancheng did not know what the other party was thinking and asked bluntly. Price? Qin Shujian sneered, the price of the divine connection technique is not something your Traceless sect can afford. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment and continued, Elder Yin, I have already said this much. I don't think I need to say more. I have already given you the Diviner Realm Enlightenment and Fortune Pill. The Divine Connection technique is in the Yuan Pavilion. If the Traceless sect has the ability, you can go and exchange for it. But if you want to get it from me, you have made the wrong decision. I was rude. Yin Bancheng sighed and gave up on the idea of getting the Divine Connection technique from Qin Shujian. Although he had already deduced most of the Traceless sect's legacy techniques. But if he could verify them with the Divine Connection technique, the speed would undoubtedly be much faster and it would also save him some detours. But looking at Qin Shujian's current stance, this path was obviously not going to work. Next, he wanted to get the Divine Connection technique. He could either exchange for it through the Yuan Pavilion or slowly deduce it himself. Not long after, Yin Bancheng got up and said goodbye. Qin Shujian had only promised him one thing about the revival fortune pill, and that was that he would get it within 3 years. But the specific time would have to depend on the situation. After sending Yin Bancheng away, Qin Shujian didn't even have time to catch his breath before someone else came to visit. In the same courtyard. The difference was that the person sitting opposite him was no longer Yin Bancheng. Sect Master Qin, please save me. Looking at Wu Lang, who had just sat down and revealed a mournful expression, Qin Shujian was a little speechless. Esteemed envoy, let's talk nicely. He immediately asked for help. To be honest, this was the first time he had met such a person. At this time, after seeing Qin Shujian, Wu Lang seemed to have seen his savior. Especially when he learned that Qin Shujian had broken through to the celestial realm, his first reaction was not shock but surprise. He had broken through to the celestial realm and was also an array grandmaster. With the combination of the two, Qin Shujian's strength was more than a level higher than the average expert who had just entered the celestial realm. For Wu Lang, the stronger Qin Shujian was, the better. It would be better if he broke through to the almighty realm on the spot. That would be more appropriate. Of course. He only thought about this in his heart and did not say it out loud. Sect Master Qin, you may not know this, but now that all the feudal lords have rebelled and the central state prefecture is surrounded by the army, the imperial court is at the end of its rope. Without external help, I'm afraid that the empire that has been established for thousands of years will have to surrender. Wu Lang's face was full of sorrow and his expression was as ugly as it could be. Over the past few days in Liangshan City, the bad news in the central state prefecture had been coming one after another. It even gave him the feeling that the imperial court would be destroyed at any time. Even though he was not in the central state prefecture now, he still felt a great deal of pressure. What do you mean, Brother Wu? Qin Shujian frowned and said with a puzzled expression, I've just broken through to the celestial realm. Although Yuan Zhong's strength is not bad, it's not worth mentioning in front of the imperial court. I'm afraid that with or without me, it won't change anything. Sigh, now that we have more help, the imperial court will have a better chance of winning. Although Qin Shujian has just broken through to the celestial realm, he's also a formation grandmaster. If he's willing to help, he can provide a lot of help. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you, Brother Wu. Qin Shujian rejected him without hesitation. Now that the imperial court and the rebels were like fire and water, if they did not have the strength to intervene, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. After breaking through to the celestial realm, he believed that his strength was enough to be ranked among the top. However, there were also high and low ranks among the celestial realm. Qin Shujian would definitely not believe that there were no powerful figures involved in this war. Wu Lang had already expected this. When Qin Shujian rejected the offer, he immediately said, Sect Master Qin, don't be in a hurry to reject it. Since the imperial court has invited you to take action, the reward will definitely not be low. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Shujian's expression and continued. In order to show their sincerity, the imperial court is willing to give you a divine martial arts, a second realm formation grandmaster's comprehension, and 50 spirit stones. And this time, Sect Master Qin has killed 237 demons, a total of 48 spirit stones. The imperial court will also directly give you a round number, plus the reward for helping, a total of 100 spirit stones. I wonder what Sect Master Qin thinks. A divine martial arts. A second realm formation grandmaster's comprehension. 100 spirit stones. The bountiful rewards from the imperial court shook Qin Shujian to the core. He was about to reject the offer, but he hesitated instead. The value of the divine martial arts was needless to say. Although it could not be compared with the divine martial arts, it was still priceless. If he threw it out, it would be enough to make the major sects of the big region scramble for it. As for the second realm formation grandmaster's comprehension, to be honest, with the opportunity to improve his source of life, this thing was not very useful to him. However, the value of this thing could not be ignored. It could also be seen that the imperial court did have a second realm grandmaster. The last 100 spirit stones were even more irresistible. As for the number of demons that Wu Lang said he had killed, Qin Shujian also understood what was going on. The number of demons that really died in his hands was naturally more than this number. What Wu Lang said was the number of demons he had killed before the imperial court terminated the deal. For a moment, Qin Shujian fell silent. Wu Lang, who was sitting on the side, did not persuade him anymore. He had already given the imperial court the best conditions that they could give. The rest was up to the other party's choice. If the other party was determined to refuse, Wu Lang had no other way. But in his opinion, the possibility of Qin Shujian refusing was not high. Time passed little by little. After a long time, he looked at Wu Lang and said in a deep voice, I can help, but there are 2 conditions that the imperial court must agree to. Otherwise, Brother Wu, please go back. Please speak, Sect Master Qin. Qin Shujian stretched out 2 fingers and said, First, I will only help if it is within my power. If it is not, it is impossible for me to be buried with the imperial court. Second, I need to get the thing first. If the imperial court can agree to these 2 conditions, then I will have no objections. If the imperial court is not willing, then I will not force it. Chapter 472. Hiring him was fine, but it was impossible to spend money to make him work for the imperial court. As for the latter, to be honest, Qin Shujian wasn't confident in the imperial court. If the imperial court was destroyed, he might not even have a chance to get the item. He would never work for free. Wu Lang nodded. No problem. As he spoke, a storage ring was handed to Qin Shujian. Sect Master Qin's reward is inside. You can check it. Brother Wu, you've prepared for this. A smile tugged at the corner of Qin Shujian's mouth. He was increasingly concerned about the situation in the imperial court. Straightforward. Everything was too straightforward. Under such circumstances, the more straightforward it was, the more it proved that the imperial court was in a desperate situation. Or else, with the imperial court's power, they wouldn't do this. Just like killing the demons last time, the process of reporting back and forth took a lot of time. Now that everything was simple, it explained a lot. He took the storage ring. This time, Qin Shujian did not need to drip a drop of blood on it. A supreme power of his divine sense fell on it, easily erasing the master recognition mark in the storage ring. Then, he left his own divine sense imprint. In less than a breath. This storage ring had already changed owners. He could do this because he had broken through to the diviner realm. When he was at the peak of the divine martial realm, to make a storage ring recognize its owner, he couldn't do without the old method of dripping blood on it. He used his divine will to check it. Soon. Qin Shujian retreated from inside with a smile on his face. I wonder when Brother Wu would like me to leave. As soon as possible. I need 3 days to prepare. I'll leave with Brother Wu in 3 days. Okay. Wu Lang nodded. 3 days wasn't a long time. He could afford to wait. After making the decision, Wu Lang stood up and said goodbye. I'll leave first. I'll visit your sect in 3 days. No need to trouble yourself. Brother Wu, you can rest in Liangshan City. I'll find you when the time comes. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. After settling the matter, Wu Lang also felt that the dark clouds in his heart had dispersed by quite a bit. Soon after, he left. In the courtyard. Qin Shujian's mind flickered. In the distance, Niu Feng's ears twitched slightly. He had already arrived outside the courtyard and was just in time to send Wu Lang down the mountain. After the two of them left, Qin Shujian took out some things from his storage ring. First, he took out the 27 square formation discs from his storage ring. Following that, he took out another 81 spirit stones and cast them into the formation plate through casting. As the spirit stones entered, the formation plate was still a high-grade spirit tool, but its power had increased by at least 30%. Don't underestimate a 30% increase. For a formation that could rival a celestial, a 30% increase in power was already very powerful. After that, Qin Shujian activated his spiritual eye and looked at Yuan Zhong's luck. The yellow cloud Chalene above the sect seemed to have become denser, but it hadn't reached the level of transformation yet. My breakthrough to the celestial being realm has also given the sect a lot of luck. However, this luck lacks enough supreme treasures to suppress and stabilize it, so even if it has increased now, it hasn't allowed the sect to break through to the level of a 6th grade force. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Supreme treasures weren't the only thing that could increase the luck. For example, if the cultivation of the disciples improved by leaps and bounds, or if there was an unparalleled expert, or if there was an increase in territory, all of these could increase the luck of the sect. However, such luck was the most illusory. Unless there was an equivalent supreme treasure to suppress and stabilize it, it would be impossible to completely turn the luck into one's own use. Or else, although the accumulation of the luck looked prosperous, it was actually just a pavilion in the sky that was difficult to stabilize at all. Therefore, even if he had broken through to the celestial being realm, the luck wouldn't allow Yuan Zhong to break through to the 6th grade force. That was the reason for it. There's still a little distance before it can be promoted. If I have 1 or 2 more Dao artifacts, I should be able to become a 6th grade force. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. After having the Dharma Eye, He could see more clearly how far away the sect was from being promoted. Now that this gap was converted to luck points, how much would it be? After a while, Qin Shujian came back to his senses and had an idea in his mind. With a thought, he injected 81 luck points into the 27 array discs. All of a sudden, the yellow cloud Chalene looked up to the sky and roared. Its body, which was supposed to be like clouds and mist, seemed to be growing a little bit of scales. However, this scale armor only grew a little before it suddenly stopped. The aura that was about to transform was also stuck in the middle and couldn't complete the final transformation. On the other side, after the luck was injected, the 27 array discs shone brightly. Originally, they were just ordinary spirit artifacts that didn't have the effect of suppressing luck. Now, with the injection of luck, they transformed and entered the ranks of half-step Dao artifacts. On the array discs, Dao patterns were engraved. However, the amount of luck was too little, so the Dao patterns of each array disc couldn't be completely engraved. Only half of them stayed there. Seeing this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but smile. An array disc made of 27 half-step Dao artifacts. In this way, coupled with my current strength, perhaps I have a certain degree of confidence to deal with a 4th-level celestial being expert. 4th-level celestial being was the Saint realm. Experts at this level were already different from the transcendent realm. They were gradually controlling the power of heaven and earth, fighting across realms. After breaking through to the celestial being level, it was no longer that easy. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out 2 crystals from the storage ring that Wu Lang gave him. One crystal recorded the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm. The other crystal recorded a divine-level martial art. After thinking for a while, he first picked up the crystal that recorded the divine-level martial art and then stepped into it with his divine thought. Half an hour later, the crystal in Qin Shujian's hand turned into powder and he also withdrew from the state of enlightenment. You've learned the divine-level martial art, Sky Cloud Finger technique. This was the first time Qin Shujian had obtained such a martial art. However, when he carefully digested the insights of the Sky Cloud Finger, he also had a great understanding of this divine-level martial art. It's a good attack finger technique. It's just right for me to use right now. It was also at this moment. Another system notification appeared. Detected that you possess the true meaning of sealing and are compatible with the divine-level martial art, Sky Cloud Finger. Do you wish to consume 1,000 luck points to fuse? Looking at this system notification, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. 1,000 luck points. This was not a small number. Even now, he would need to kill 10 demons in order to obtain so many luck points. Even if it was injected into a Dao artifact, it was equivalent to 2-3 seal Dao artifacts. This was different from deducing the Gui Yuan ancestral canon. That was his foundation and lifeline, but the fusion of this divine-level martial art was not necessary. For a moment, Qin Shujian was a little hesitant. Looking at his luck points, he still had more than 30,000 points. The amount was indeed not small. Fine, I'll see what it is after you fuse. Qin Shujian thought for a while and chose to fuse. Soon, 1,000 luck points disappeared. You've consumed 1,000 luck points. You've consumed the divine-level martial art, Sky Cloud Finger. You've consumed the true meaning of sealing. You've obtained the divine-level martial art, Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger. Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger. Qin Shujian comprehended the divine-level martial art that had already transformed, and only came back to his senses after a long time. After completely consuming the Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger, his face once again revealed a smile. This wave is not a loss. Although the divine-level martial arts were divided into strong and weak, they did not have a specific grade. At this level of martial arts, they were no longer divided into low and high grades. Once they stepped into the divine level, they would be called divine-level martial arts. If the heavenly cloud finger before the fusion could only be considered as average or even inferior among the divinity martial arts, then after the fusion with the true meaning of sealing, the heavenly cloud god sealing finger could be considered as superior among the divinity martial arts. More importantly, after the fusion, the sky cloud god sealing finger was no longer divided into levels, it was directly at the level of perfection. It consumed one divine level martial art, 1,000 luck points, and a true meaning of sealing. In the end, it was exchanged for a sky cloud god sealing finger at the level of perfection. Whether this kind of transaction was a loss or a gain, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. After doing these things, Qin Shujian's attention fell on another crystal stone. The comprehension of the second stage of the Grandmaster. Speaking of which, he was now at the peak of the first stage of the Grandmaster. He was only one step away from the second stage of the Grandmaster. The peak of the first stage was roughly what it meant. So, Qin Shujian also had the idea of using this comprehension to break through the second stage of the Grandmaster. If he succeeded, then he would directly save 1 billion life source. Very soon, Qin Shujian's divine consciousness fell on the crystal stone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shujian walked out of the courtyard, gave some simple instructions, and then walked towards Cold Mountain City. Cold Mountain City, in an inn. After Wu Lang left the Yuan sect, he had been suffering for the past 3 days. Although he did not think that Qin Shujian would go back on his words. But as long as the other party did not come, he could not truly be at ease. Ever since he broke through to the god martial arts realm, it was rare for Wu Lang to be so restless. After all, it would take a normal cultivator hundreds of years to cultivate to the god martial arts realm. What had he not experienced in a few hundred years? But now that the situation in the Great Zhao country was grim, Wu Lang also felt that he was insignificant in the face of such a situation. It was also because of this that his mind was in a mess. However, Qin Shujian did not make him wait for long. Once the 3 days were up, he arrived at Cold Mountain City. With the Yuan sect's influence in Cold Mountain City, it was not difficult to find out where a person lived. "Brother Wu, this Qin has arrived. Please come down and meet me." Wu Lang, who was in the guest room, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. After being stunned for a short while, a look of relief appeared on his face. A voice transmission through divine consciousness. Wu Lang immediately stood up and left the guest room. When he walked downstairs, he saw Qin Shujian sitting there. He ordered a pot of tea and looked at the surrounding scenery like an ordinary young master. Cold Mountain City was a city built by a top sect. This was destined. Those who were able to enter this place were almost all people with a cultivation base. Even a waiter who served tea was at least at the 6th stage of the martial arts realm, a cultivator who had reached the peak of qi and blood. If they were in the mortal world, a cultivator at the 6th stage of the martial arts realm had a high status. No matter what, he was an expert who could fight against 100 people. But in Cold Mountain City, he was willing to be a waiter at the lowest level. To put it bluntly, or it was because there were too many powerful cultivators here. If a powerful cultivator took a fancy to him, he would be able to get some benefits from it. It was something he would pursue for his entire life. Under such circumstances, naturally, those low-level cultivators would flock here like a flock of ducks. Actually, it was not just Cold Mountain City. Most of the other sects and cities were like this. But in Baiyun Mansion, the other cities were not as big as Cold Mountain City. In the end, it was because of the Yuan sect. Especially during this period of time. Although the news of Qin Shujian breaking through to the heaven realm was not deliberately spread, it still spread like wildfire. Regarding this news, many of the cultivators were skeptical of the news. This was because the news was simply too shocking. Qin Shujian had only broken through to the divine martial realm for a few months. Even if he kept taking pills, swallowing heavenly treasures, and even if he had a powerful cultivator to pass on his cultivation, it was impossible for him to break through to the heaven realm in such a short time. Even if Qin Shujian had stayed in this realm for a few more years, or even a few decades, it would be more believable. But a few months. To be honest, if they did not see it with their own eyes, not many people would believe it. Sect Master Qin. Brother Wu. Qin Shujian smiled and then gestured to the seat in front of him, saying, "Brother Wu, do you want to have a cup of tea first?" "No, let's set off immediately." Wu Lang shook his head. He was not in the mood to drink tea now. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not force the issue and left the place with the man. As for paying, this was the Yuan sect's property. It was too unreasonable for him, the sect master, to pay for a cup of tea. In front of the teleportation gate, 2 Yuan sect disciples respectfully opened the teleportation gate. Then, Qin Shujian and Wu Lang stepped in. Now, the central state prefecture was besieged. In order to prevent the rebels from invading, the teleportation gates of many cities in the central state prefecture had been cut off from some other prefectures. Every time a city fell, the original teleportation gate in the city would be closed. But fortunately, there was one thing that happened. The teleportation gate between the central state prefecture and the Baiyun mansion was not closed. Zongyang City. The teleportation gate flashed and the two directly appeared here. Sect Master Qin, if you want to directly cross other prefectures and reach the central state prefecture, you have to change to an official teleportation gate. Wu Lang walked on the side and led Qin Shujian in another direction. The teleportation gate built in each capital city is extraordinary. It is said that the person who built it is at least an expert of the second level of the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, the teleportation gate can cross prefectures. However, opening a teleportation gate across prefectures consumes a lot of energy. Qin Shujian walked slowly and listened to the other party's words. It had only been 3 or 4 years since he came to this world. During this time, he was almost obsessed with improving his strength and did not know much about foreign things. He only knew a little about some of the more secretive things. Now that Wu Lang was willing to say a few more words, he was happy to listen. Seeing Qin Shujian's interest, the smile on Wu Lang's face widened. He tirelessly said, "Sect Master Qin should know that generally, to open a teleportation gate, one only needs to inject spirit qi. This kind of teleportation is usually done in adjacent areas and it does not consume much energy. If it is a large-scale teleportation, you need to use spiritual stones. But generally speaking, as long as it is not an interprefectural teleportation, it will consume about 6 to 9 spiritual stones. These spiritual stones can withstand about 30 to 40 teleportations. After that, the spiritual stones will be exhausted and need to rest for a while before they can be used again. But if it is an interprefectural teleportation, these spiritual stones can only withstand 30 teleportations and they will be permanently damaged. After 30 teleportations, the spiritual stones will break and there is no possibility of repair. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was also stunned and couldn't help but say, in this case, the cost of interprefectural teleportation is too high. 30 teleportations sounded like a lot. One had to know that a single spirit stone was not cheap. 30 teleportations would consume 6 to 9 spiritual stones, which was not a small price at all. Of course. Wu Lang nodded and said with a sigh, so unless it is a critical moment, it will not be used like this. At most, it will take a little more time to transfer to an adjacent area. Anyway, there is not much difference. But, speaking up to here, Wu Lang sighed again. Now that the 3 prefectures close to Baiyun Prefecture, Nanfeng, Baiyong, and Pingchuan prefectures have rebelled, the teleportation gates connecting to Baiyun Prefecture and Zhengzhou Prefecture are also closed. In this case, if we want to go to Zhengzhou Prefecture, we will have to choose one of the 3 prefectures to cross. Otherwise, we will have to use interprefectural teleportation. If I'm not mistaken, the news of Sect Master Qin's reinforcements has definitely spread. The rebels might even send people to stop you. Therefore, it's better to head directly to the central province prefecture and avoid a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was silent. Even if not many people believed that he had broken through to the diviner realm, his identity as a formation grandmaster could not be faked. Now, the rebels were focused on conquering Zhengzhou Prefecture. If someone wanted to help the imperial court, they would not just stand by and watch. It was inevitable that they would interfere. While Wu Lang was talking, the 2 of them had already arrived at the inner city. Just like Shuncheng City, the imperial court's official teleportation formation was in the inner city. And the inner city was also one of the most heavily guarded places in the city. Stop, you are not allowed to enter the inner city. A general in armor with a saber at his waist blocked their way. Seeing this, Wu Lang immediately took out his identity token and handed it over. After seeing it, the general's expression changed slightly. He immediately returned it with both hands respectfully. So it is Lord Envoy, please go in. Thank you. Wu Lang also nodded, then took the token and put it away. Then, he walked into the inner city with Qin Shujian. May I ask where you are going? Guangding City of Zhengzhou Prefecture. Wu Lang thought for a while and finally chose a place. The teleportation was not done randomly. Now that Zhengzhou Prefecture was burning with the flames of war, it would be very troublesome if they were accidentally teleported into the enemy's lair. After all, the teleportation gate in the Imperial Court's hands would immediately close the connection with the original city when the city was breached. But Zhongyang City might not be able to do it immediately. As for the Imperial City, it also needed to be transferred through the cities in Zhengzhou Prefecture. The capital cities of other prefectures only had the right to enter Zhengzhou Prefecture directly, but not the imperial city directly. Hearing this, the general's expression changed, then he respectfully replied, I understand. Going to Zhengzhou Prefecture meant that it would cost a lot. Wu Lang used the teleportation gate as an envoy of the imperial court, so it was naturally impossible for him to bear the cost. And looking at Wu Lang, he did not intend to bear the cost. In the end, the cost would still fall on Zhongyang City. However, the general also knew that it was impossible for him to ask Wu Lang for money. It did not take long. Everything had been prepared. Then, Qin Shujian and Wu Lang stepped into the teleportation gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The spirit stones that were originally inlaid on the teleportation gate suddenly dimmed a little, and small cracks appeared on them, like thin strands of hair. I hope this kind of thing will not happen again. Otherwise it will be a great loss. When the general saw this, a pained expression appeared on his face, then he carefully put away the spirit stones again. Kill. In a city, there was already chaos at this time. The imperial court's army and the rebels' army. Both sides were killing each other, turning this place into an Azura battlefield. In the sky, Du Cheng Wu's aura filled the sky, and the moment he punched, the void distorted violently. When the terrifying power erupted, the imperial court's heavenly being who was fighting with him suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Then, he took out a jade talisman from his storage ring and squeezed it hard, then a powerful attack erupted. The moment the attack erupted, the heavenly being coughed up blood again, then his body turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. You run fast. Du Cheng Wu destroyed the attack with a punch, his face was cold and fierce. Looking at the heavenly being's back, killing intent flashed across his face. He did not chase after him. If a heavenly being was determined to escape, it was very difficult to stop him. Moreover, in terms of speed, it was not his forte, so he might as well not waste his effort. Anyway, they were not in a hurry now. If these heavenly beings fled, then so be it. Anyway, when they encroached on the central state prefecture step by step, they would not be able to escape in the end. Thinking of this, Du Cheng Wu suppressed the killing intent in his heart, then looked at the situation in the city. He punched out in the air, and the body of a great cultivator in the god martial arts realm exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. For a moment, a terrifying power spread out. Surrender or die. Du Cheng Wu's domineering voice resounded throughout the city. For a moment, the resistance in the city weakened a lot. In the end, the remaining resistance was also strangled, and the rest of the people abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Chapter 473. The remnants of the army surrendered. The rest of the matter was much simpler. On one hand, Du Chengwu arranged for people to stabilize the situation in the city. On the other hand, he recovered his strength as quickly as possible and continued to attack the next city. Marquis, there's a disturbance at the transportation gate. At this time, One of his subordinates came to report. Du Chengwu had a puzzled expression and then said, "Go take a look." There was a disturbance at the transportation gate. Could it be that reinforcements from the imperial court had arrived? But now that the city had been taken down by him, what was the difference between sending reinforcements now and sending them to their deaths? Thinking of this, Du Chengwu immediately order all archers to surround the transportation gate. If the great Zhao army comes through, kill them immediately. As you command. Transporting people across prefectures was different from transporting people across regions. It was impossible to arrive instantly. This process required some time. By the time Qin Shujian and Wu Lang came out of the transportation gate, a few minutes had already passed. "This is Guangding City." Qin Shujian's expression was somewhat strange. Looking at the surrounding scene, he didn't know what to say. As for Wu Lang, when he saw the surrounding scene clearly, his expression was as ugly as if his entire family had died. Guangding City has been taken. How can this be? How can Guangding City be taken so quickly? The reason why they chose Guangding City was because it was the closest to the imperial city. It was considered one of the lifelines of the central state prefecture. Although the situation in the central state prefecture was chaotic now, Guangding City was one of the safest cities apart from the imperial city. From Wu Lang's perspective, it was impossible for Guangding City to be taken in a short time. If Guangding City was taken, it meant that the imperial court had been completely defeated. The army was about to surround the imperial city. But Wu Lang looked at the smoke that had yet to disperse, as well as the dense group of archers that surrounded the two of them. However, from their attire, it was clear that they were not the army of the imperial court. He had no choice but to believe a fact. That was, Guangding City had been taken. Lord Qin, Guangding City has been taken. This one has miscalculated. We must immediately leave here and head to the imperial city. Soon, Wu Lang collected his thoughts and calmed down. As for the surrounding archers, they were completely ignored by him. It was impossible to stop a celestial being and a divine martial being with just a few soldiers. If he really wanted to leave, it was just a matter of minutes. Qin Shujian shook his head and said indifferently, "We want to leave, but I'm afraid some people won't let us." "What do you mean?" Wu Lang frowned and followed Qin Shujian's gaze. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. Du Chengwu, if it was any other cultivator, even if it was a sky human expert, they would not have been able to escape. Even Wu Lang would not be so shocked. But Fallen Moon Marquis Du Chengwu was completely different. The strength of the other party had reached the peak of the Saint Realm and was close to the level of a half-step almighty. Such strength. In his opinion, even Qin Shujian would not be able to contend with him. However, compared to Wu Lang's shock, Qin Shujian was much calmer. Although he looked at Du Chengwu with a solemn expression, he did not lose his composure. "Your Fallen Moon Marquis Du Chengwu. I've heard of you for a long time." He had been to Fallen Moon Mansion and received a reward from Marquis Fallen Moon. But at that time, he had only heard of Marquis Fallen Moon's name and had never seen him in person. Now that he saw Du Chengwu, Qin Shujian sensed a vast and profound aura from the other party. On the other side, when Qin Shujian looked over, Du Chengwu's expression changed as well. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Sky human. At first glance, he could tell that Qin Shujian was a sky human. That resonance with heaven and earth could only be triggered by an expert of the same level. Compared to Qin Shujian's unfamiliarity with him, although Du Chengwu had never seen Qin Shujian in person, he had seen his information screen, so he recognized him immediately. But recognizing him was one thing. When he sensed the other party's realm, he could not help but be shocked. If he remembered correctly, the other party had just broken through to the divine martial realm. But now, he had turned into a Deva expert in the blink of an eye. Even though Du Chengwu was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such a thing. The scene was silent for a long time. When Du Chengwu came back to his senses, he said with a little shock, "I didn't expect the rumor that Sect Master Qin had broken through to the sky human realm to be true. You have only been a cultivator for 3 or 4 years and you have already broken through to the sky human realm. This cultivation speed really makes this Marquis blush with shame. Marquis Fallen Moon, you flatter me. A mere transcendent is not comparable to a saint. Now that you have reached the transcendent level, becoming a saint is not far away. With Sect Master Qin's potential, I'm afraid he will be able to reach the mighty realm in the future. Du Chengwu sighed. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Lang. It was just a glance. Wu Lang's mind trembled. If not for Qin Shujian standing beside him, he would definitely turn and leave. The gap between the divine martial realm and the sky human realm was huge, not to mention Du Chengwu, who was at the peak of the saint realm. However, Du Chengwu only glanced at Wu Lang, then looked away and back at Qin Shujian. What is Sect Master Qin's purpose in coming to the Central State Prefecture? I have been invited by the Imperial Court to help the Imperial City. Qin Shujian did not hide it and said frankly. He believed that Wu Lang's invitation to the Yuan sect would not be hidden from these people's eyes and ears. Moreover, he was standing with Wu Lang now. Even if Du Chengwu did not know anything before, he should understand now. As expected. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, Du Chengwu's expression did not change at all. Now that the great Zhao dynasty is about to be destroyed, why does Sect Master Qin want to go like a moth to a flame? It is better to join forces with us. When the imperial city is destroyed, this Marquis will be able to give you the things that great Zhao promised you. Originally, he did not intend to rope in Qin Shujian. After all, the rebel army had the upper hand now and the great Zhao dynasty was powerless to reverse the situation. Although Qin Shujian was a formation Dao grandmaster, his own cultivation and strength were only average. It would be difficult for him to be of much use. He was not like the imperial court who had reached the end of the road. He could not be so desperate as to rope in everyone. However, after seeing Qin Shujian's sky human realm, Du Chengwu changed his mind. A formation grandmaster was nothing. A transcendent sky human was nothing. However, the combination of the two could not be ignored. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not move, but Wu Lang's expression changed slightly. Now that Du Chengwu was in front, he could not guarantee that Qin Shujian would not go back on his word. If the other party went back on his word, he would be dead. Although he was worried, Wu Lang did not speak and quietly waited for Qin Shujian's reply. The current situation. It was not something a divine martial artist like him could influence. Whether he lived or died depended on Qin Shujian's choice. On the side, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Marquis Fallen Moon's offer is indeed tempting, but I am a man of my word. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Sect Master Qin, have you thought it through? I have. Qin Shujian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. The next moment, the space suddenly exploded, and the two disappeared at the same time. Then, they collided in the void. Qin Shujian pressed out a finger, and the 365-star acupoints in his body vibrated violently. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and when the astral finger fell, endless killing intent was revealed. As soon as he attacked, he had all his strength. Facing an expert at the peak of the saint realm like Du Chengwu, any reservation would only lead to death. Sky Cloud Finger? No, it's not the Sky Cloud Finger. When Du Chengwu saw this finger, a strange look appeared on his face. It was not that he had never seen the heavenly cloud finger before, but the one displayed by Qin Shujian seemed to be the same. It had a bit of the charm of the heavenly cloud finger, but it was completely different. However, he did not think too much about it. By the time Qin Shujian made his move, he had already sent out a punch. Who cares what finger? He would break it with a punch. Boom, the astral finger shattered. Qin Shujian's body shook, and he uncontrollably retreated. In an instant, the blood and qi in his body were surging. With just one move, the gap between the early Skyman and the peak of the Saint Realm had already been revealed. However, Qin Shujian was already prepared. The Ju-Tian stars in his body vibrated, and a vast force gushed out from his acupoints, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and qi. Then, with another finger, wind and thunder roared, sweeping across the sky. On the other side, Du Chengwu's face also became a little more dignified. In the fight just now, he found that Qin Shujian's strength was not as simple as the first level of the Skyman realm. That power was much weaker than the second or third level of the Skyman realm. Thinking of this, Du Chengwu's heart was even more dignified. Not only did he have great potential, but he was also extremely strong. He also had the strength to challenge those at a higher level in the Skyman realm. If such a person could not be an ally, he must be killed. While his thoughts were turning, the two had fought no less than dozens of times. The power of the integrated Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger was indeed extraordinary. Among the many divine-level martial arts that Qin Shujian had obtained, it was currently the first. Of course, the Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger was also a consummate martial art, but it could not erase the power of this martial art. But even so, after fighting for more than a dozen times, Qin Shujian also fell into a disadvantage. The gap between the two could not be made up by a martial art. Boom! Another collision. Qin Shujian snorted. The moment he retreated, he waved his hand. Thousands of formation patterns formed a large formation and immediately swallowed Du Chengwu. Then, he landed on the ground, grabbed Wu Lang, and shouted, "Let's go." Hearing that, Wu Lang did not dare to resist. Like a little chick, he was directly carried away by Qin Shujian. As a great cultivator of the God martial arts realm, it was the first time he encountered such a dilemma. However, Wu Lang also understood the importance of the matter. Now Qin Shujian was obviously not a match for Du Chengwu. If he wanted to escape from the hands of a Skyman, only a fellow Skyman could do it. If he wanted to escape by himself, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. So, Wu Lang was not annoyed by the predicament in front of him. Instead, he was grateful that Qin Shujian did not leave him alone and escape. Just at the moment when the two of them escaped, suddenly, two great cultivators at the peak of the God martial arts realm soared into the sky and directly attacked Qin Shujian. Want to leave? Stay. Although the peak of the God martial arts realm was not a Skyman, the power that erupted from them could not be ignored. Looking at the two figures that soared into the sky, Qin Shujian was instantly furious. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the 365-star acupoints in his body went berserk. Two energy fingers turned into long rainbows and instantly stirred up the wind and clouds like thunder. Boom! The void exploded. The two great cultivators at the peak of the God martial arts realm who had just appeared could not even resist and were directly killed by the two energy fingers. Under the raging power, they exploded into two clouds of blood mist. Unparalleled power was displayed, and it immediately deterred the others who wanted to make a move. At this moment, the formation shattered. Du Chengwu stepped out with killing intent. His fist encompassed the sky, the earth, the sun, and the moon. The energy fist expanded in the wind and pressed down on Qin Shujian. How could it be so easy to leave after killing two of his peak God martial arts realm cultivators? If he let the other party escape today, he, Du Chengwu, would be utterly humiliated. After all, a peak saint was fighting a Skyman at the first level of the Skyman realm. Not only did the other party not escape, but he also lost two peak God martial arts realm cultivators. It would be a joke if word got out. Let's go. Qin Shujian flung Wu Lang aside. In the next instant, the 1,000 mountain blood appeared in his hand. He pushed his saber true intent to the extreme. The shadow of a long saber tore through the sky, causing tens of thousands of soldiers to wail. Then, the 1,000 mountain blood slashed out with endless lightning bolts and collided with the energy fist. Bang! The energy saber shattered. Qin Shujian hurriedly retreated. As he coughed up blood, he waved his hand again and set up a grand formation that swallowed Du Chengwu. However, this time, the grand formation had just been set up when it was torn apart by the raging power. That's F***king fast. Qin Shujian cursed under his breath. He did not even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand again and set up another grand formation. That was not all. He expended his divine will rapidly. In less than a breath, more than a dozen formations were formed at once. Then, he threw them at Du Chengwu. "Can't you break formations? Let me show you, Sect Master Qin." The moment the formation was shaken off, Qin Shujian did not even look back as he fled for his life. As for the confrontation, he had no intention of doing so for the time being. The peak of the Saint Realm was worthy of its reputation. There was a gap of 5 small realms between them. Such a gap could not be made up with just a foundation. Du Chengwu had been famous for many years, and his strength was unfathomable. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it was already good that he could fight with him. If he wanted to defeat him, it was not something that a first-tier heavenly being could do. Even if he advanced 1 or 2 realms in the future, he might not be able to do it. Of course, if he stepped into the Saint Realm, Qin Shujian would definitely teach Du Chengwu a lesson about how to conduct himself. However, he was not strong enough now, so he had to retreat. As for his face, forget it. It was good enough that he was alive. What face did he want? Qin Shujian turned into a rainbow and tore through the sky. In front of him, Wu Lang was still running for his life. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying aura approaching him from behind. Before he could react, he received a divine sense transmission. "Don't resist." Before the voice transmission ended, Wu Lang felt that he was lifted up again, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Behind him, Du Chengwu chased relentlessly. The dozens of formations that Qin Shujian set up in one breath only stopped the other party for 1 or 2 breaths. Feeling the aura approaching from behind, he couldn't help but curse. "He's really good at chasing. Peak of the Saint Realm, right? I'll remember this." For so many years, no one had ever chased him to such an extent. He would be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't angry at all. At this moment, Wu Lang struggled to raise his head and saw the blood on Qin Shujian's body. He couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master Qin, are you injured? How about I let you go down and fight with Du Chengwu?" Qin Shujian looked unfriendly. "You don't know what to say." Hearing that, Wu Lang immediately shut up. He also realized that he had asked the wrong question. A genius like Qin Shujian must be a proud and arrogant person. Now that he was being chased everywhere, one could imagine the anger in his heart. If he angered the other party at this time, he might really be thrown down. "Qin Shujian, you can't escape." Behind him, Du Chengwu's eyes were cold as he kept closing the distance between them. Looking from below, 2 long rainbows broke through the sky, one in front and one behind. Feeling the pressure, Qin Shujian asked anxiously, "Where is the imperial city?" "Right in front," Wu Lang immediately replied. Hearing this, Qin Shujian directly changed his direction and rushed toward the imperial city. Seeing that, Du Chengwu's face became colder. How could he not know what Qin Shujian and Wu Lang's plan was? They wanted to escape to the imperial city and then get rid of his pursuit. Thinking of that, Du Chengwu's face became ruthless. The vital essence in his body burst out, and suddenly there was a terrifying explosion in the void. His figure had already disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, the distance between them was less than a mile. "Let's go." Qin Shujian directly threw Wu Lang off, then turned around and launched a finger seal. The power of the Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger erupted to the peak. Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger. Strictly speaking, it was divided into 2 moves, Heavenly Cloud and God Sealing. The former killed the enemy, the latter sealed. Qin Shujian's eyes became ruthless. When the Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger blasted out, he directly slashed out with his spiritual will. The invisible blade directly cut toward Du Chengwu. Spirit-severing martial art. In the void, Du Chengwu saw the incoming finger force and was about to attack when suddenly he felt a slight pain in his head and his mind was in a trance for a moment. It was just a short delay. The finger force was already in front of him. The peak of the Saint Realm reacted very quickly. When the finger force was about to hit him, he punched out first, and the powerful force immediately destroyed the finger force. But the moment the finger force was destroyed, A powerful sealing force turned into a large net, trying to seal all his vital essence and spiritual will. Child's play. Du Chungwu smiled disdainfully. The qi and blood power in his body shook, and the sealing net immediately shattered. On the other side, Qin Shujian took advantage of this moment to open up a little more distance between him and Du Chungwu. But this distance was not even a step away for the peak of the Saint Realm. Soon, the two sides fought. By now, Qin Shujian did not dare to underestimate him. Zhu Tian's stellar acupoints in his body trembled, and waves of pure energy continuously surged out, allowing him to exert strength that was far beyond the first level of the Sky Realm. Although this kind of strength was far from the peak of the Saint Realm, it was not to the extent of being defeated. Just like that, Qin Shujian fought and retreated, constantly extending the battle line toward the imperial city. However, every collision caused his body to tremble. His body, which was supposed to be strong, gradually showed signs of cracking under the bombardment of this force. Such an injury, it was directly affecting the body, and it was not something that a spotless immortal robe could block. As for Wu Lang, he had already run away. Du Chungwu punched out and said arrogantly, "Qin Shujian, if you're willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. Then let's see if you're worthy." Qin Shujian laughed in anger. The storage ring in his hand flashed, and a 6th-grade golden lotus bloomed. The strength of a Sky Realm cultivator directly activated the power of this 3-seal Dao artifact. Dao artifact. Du Chungwu's face turned cold, and a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. The other party refused to surrender, and he did not intend to waste time with him. After putting on the gloves, the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. When his fist landed, the 6th-tier golden lotus trembled violently. The illusory golden lotus lasted for less than a breath's time before it was destroyed. Boom! The golden lotus was sent flying, and its light dimmed. After destroying the 3 seals golden lotus with a single punch, Du Chungwu took a step forward and lashed out with a whip kick. Then, he charged toward Qin Shujian at lightning speed. Bang! The spotless immortal robe emitted a light shield, and then it was shattered by the terrifying force. But it was only a hindrance. Qin Shujian took advantage of the recoil force and calmly retreated. You have quite a lot of tricks, but no matter how many 3-seal Dao artifacts you have, they're still just 3-seal Dao artifacts. They're not good enough. Du Chungwu sneered, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes when he saw Qin Shujian's endless Dao artifacts. As for the other side, when Qin Shujian saw that the other party used the 6-seal Dao artifact, he knew that it was difficult to let this matter go. If he retreated at this time, he might die even faster. So, holding Qian Shanxue in his hand, he took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next second, he appeared behind Du Chungwu and slashed with his long saber, erupting with endless sharpness. Du Chungwu seemed to have expected this. He moved his body to the side to avoid the blade. Then, he punched the blade. Suddenly, Qian Shanxue let out a sorrowful cry, as if it couldn't bear this force. Qin Shujian's body shook and the arm holding the saber cracked. But the injury recovered immediately. Then, without any pause, he disappeared again. Entering the Dao with footwork. After he broke through to the celestial being realm, his advantage was even more prominent. However, Du Chungwu's speed was not slow at all. As soon as Qin Shujian retreated, his killing move had already followed. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged blows in the air, and the destructive aftermath spread out, causing the clouds within 100 miles to retreat. The terrifying aura directly alarmed the experts from all sides. At this moment, Qin Shujian's mind was completely immersed. This was the most dangerous situation he had encountered since he entered this world. Every step, every move, they were walking between life and death. If he was careless, he might lose and die. Under the threat of life and death, Qin Shujian found that his spirit was gradually transforming. The speed of his attacks became faster and fiercer. Chapter 474. However, this feeling didn't last long before Qin Shujian had to withdraw. There was no other reason but because Du Chungwu was giving him more and more pressure. At this time, He had also taken out his final trump card. 27 square array discs appeared in the sky like stars falling to the earth. In an instant, a large array had been formed. The combination of 27 half-step Taoist array discs, coupled with the activation of the array engraved on them, was more terrifying than a 3-seal Taoist artifact. In the array, 27 stars swayed. Thousands of rainbow lights bombarded down, vowing to kill Du Chengwu. Array. Du Chengwu's face was solemn. The array in front of him was different from the array he had encountered just now. Its power was many levels higher. Therefore, when the rainbow lights bombarded, he also broke the sky with his fist and destroyed all the rainbow lights with a strong posture. Then, Du Chengwu took a step into the air and rushed toward the stars in the sky. However, when he was about to approach the stars, the void twisted and changed. The distance between them, which was originally not that far, suddenly widened by a long distance. In the middle of the array Qin Shujian's divine sense covered the entire array and the changes of the array were all under his control. Du Chengwu, this array was set up by me with 27 half-step Taoist artifacts. Even if your strength is great, you can't break out of it in a short time. Originally, he didn't intend to expose this trump card so quickly. After all, it was not easy to refine the array discs. If there was any damage, he would have to find something to repair it. Qin Shujian prepared this trump card to deal with other cultivators. He never thought that he would use it against Du Chengwu, who was at the peak of the Saint Realm. However, now that the other party was going to fight to the death, there was no need to hide it. The array changed, and all the mysteries were like a flash in the pan. The moment it dissipated, it turned into a terrifying killing intent. Du Chengwu's divine sense spread out. Every time he punched, the array trembled slightly. So what if your array formation is profound? You're still far from being able to defeat me with this array formation. Why should I defeat you? This place is not far from the Imperial City. Guess who will arrive first, the experts of the Imperial Court or the experts of your rebels? Qin Shujian sneered and said disdainfully. Moreover, the army is now approaching the Imperial City. I'm afraid that even if the other dukes see this, they might not be willing to help. After all, you're more useful to them now that you're dead. Hearing this, Du Chengwu looked calm on the surface, but his heart sank. He understood the meaning of Qin Shujian's words. Now that the Great Zhao's power had been greatly reduced, there was no longer a need for the alliance of the 7 vassals. On the contrary. However, Great Zhao was currently lacking manpower. As a result, even if the experts of the Great Zhao dynasty arrived, the experts of the other alliances might not come. Seeing this, Qin Shujian continued, I'm only here because of the Imperial Court's invitation. I don't have any intention of fighting to the death for the Imperial Court. Why do we have to end up in an internecine situation and let others benefit from it? Why don't we stop here? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Let's forget about this matter. In the end, a kind smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. He looked sincere. To tell the truth, he really didn't want to fight Du Chengwu to the death right now. In the end, it was because his strength was too weak. Even if the formation was set up, it could only stop the other party for a short while. It did not have the ability to completely surround and kill the other party. Otherwise, why would Qin Shujian waste time talking nonsense with Du Chengwu? As for what he said just now, he wasn't trying to scare him. This was the truth. If Du Chengwu was determined to fight to the death, there would only be 2 results. One was to break the formation and kill him before the experts of the Imperial Court arrived. The other was that the experts of the Imperial Court arrived before the formation was broken and then joined forces to kill Du Chengwu. After all, the Imperial Court was determined to kill Du Chengwu if he was alone. At this moment, it would definitely end with one side being defeated and killed. Du Chengwu was silent for a while before he finally nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." In order to show his sincerity, he restrained his strength. On the other side, Qin Shujian also stopped the formation attack. "Remove the formation and let me out. This matter is over for now. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, I won't show any mercy." Du Chengwu said coldly. In response, Qin Shujian also smiled, but the killing intent in his smile was awe-inspiring. So do I. I hope you won't be killed by me when we meet again. It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is arrogance. Du Chengwu's eyelids drooped as he replied indifferently. Then, the scene fell silent. Obviously, the two sides had nothing to say. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and opened a hole in the formation. The defensive power of the formation immediately quieted down. At this moment, Du Chengwu suddenly burst out with a punch that crushed the void and blasted toward Qin Shujian. This scene. Qin Shujian didn't panic at all. Instead, he seemed to have expected it. The original hole in the formation changed and turned into a blade energy that was hundreds of feet long and slashed out. Rumble. The battle broke out in an instant. My heart illuminates the moon, but the moon illuminates the ditch. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed, but his face was frighteningly cold. Even if I kill you, I can still leave. Then let's wait and see. Feeling Du Chengwu's determination to kill, Qin Shujian's killing intent was also awe-inspiring. Since Du Chengwu wanted to fight to the death, he would accompany him to the end. The only thing he had to worry about now was whether Wu Lang was reliable or not. A quarter of an hour passed. The battle between the two had reached a white-hot stage. Qin Shujian covered the formation with his divine thought and kept consuming his own strength to maintain the operation of the formation. Du Chengwu, on the other hand, burst out with powerful attacks and kept crashing into the formation. The stars formed by the 27 square formation plates were swaying wildly. The spirit stones inlaid in the formation plates were now almost exhausted. Not only that, under the constant bombardment, even the formation plates, which were half-step Taoist artifacts, showed signs of being unable to bear at this moment. There were faint cracks in the formation plates. Boom. Du Chengwu threw another punch. Du Chengwu suddenly said, "Let's stop now. If we continue to fight, you will definitely lose." "Lose my ass. You still want to leave now? Don't even think about it." Qin Shujian cursed and his eyes were a little red. After paying such a big loss, Du Chengwu still wanted to leave. Don't think that he didn't know that there were several powerful auras approaching. Qin Shujian could guarantee with his head that they were definitely from the imperial court. Du Chengwu wanted to leave when he saw that his helpers were coming. How could there be such a good thing in the world? So, Du Chengwu's words were no different from farts in Qin Shujian's ears. In the outside world, several auras were constantly approaching. Dan Hao was the first to rush to the battlefield. Behind him were experts from the imperial astronomer. Just as Qin Shujian thought, after Wu Lang escaped, he immediately rushed to the imperial city to inform Qin Shujian. The news that Du Chengwu was chasing after Qin Shujian also spread in an instant. For Shi Yang, the battle strength of every celestial being was indispensable. So, the first thing he did was to send experts over to help. However, in Shi Yang's heart, he was not sure if Qin Shujian could hold on until then. Even though Wu Lang said that Du Chengwu had already become a celestial being, he was still not sure. Because Du Chengwu was not an ordinary celestial being, but a peak saint who was close to becoming a half-step mighty figure. As for Dan Hao, after receiving the order, he rushed over without stopping. He had a good impression of Qin Shujian. If possible, Dan Hao did not want Du Chengwu to die in his hands. However, in his heart, his opinion was similar to Shi Yang's. He was afraid that Du Chengwu would not be able to hold on until they arrived. However, when Dan Hao felt that there were still powerful fluctuations spreading in front of him, he was relieved. Since they were still fighting, it meant that things had not reached the point of no return. With that thought in mind, Dan Hao's speed increased by several notches. At this moment, in the void in front of him, thousands of formation patterns exploded and finally gathered into a shocking slash. Du Chengwu, go to hell. Qin Shujian held the saber with both hands and the star acupoints in his body exploded. At the same time, he absorbed the vast spirit qi that erupted when the formation was broken and finally made the strongest slash in history. Boom! The shocking saber slashed down and Du Chungwoo retreated quickly. Du Chungwoo, don't think you can escape. Dan Hao just arrived. He did not have time to figure out what had happened. He only shot out a spear in the air and smashed toward Du Chungwoo with a force that could shatter mountains and seas. Dan Hao. Du Chungwoo was shocked and furious. However, he had just endured Qin Shujian's life-risking slash and his qi and blood had been shaken a lot. At this moment, facing Dan Hao's spear, he could not resist for a while. Puff! Du Chungwoo took the spear head-on and his body was directly sent flying by the terrifying force. When he was in the air, his body cracked and blood splashed like raindrops. However, he took advantage of the momentum of flying and turned into a stream of light to escape. His speed of escape was even faster than when he was chasing after Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Dan Hao could only look at him in the dust and had to give up the idea of chasing him. At this moment, his attention fell on Qin Shujian. Sect Master Qin was not in a good state now. The flesh on his arm was cracked and his qi and blood were unstable. However, the surging battle intent was not extinguished at all. How is Sect Master Qin's injury? Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Fortunately, General Dan came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been defeated. Qin Shujian shook his head and looked at the scattered fragments of the array disk. His breathing stagnated a little. Gone. Everything was gone. 27 cubic meters of half-step Dao artifact array disk and 81 spirit stones were all gone. The half-step Dao artifact was still okay. It was just some luck points and he still had a lot of them. However, even Yuan Zhong did not have many 9th-level materials to refine the array disk. More importantly, the spirit stones that accompanied the array disk's shattering were what made his heart ache. He had just obtained 100 spirit stones from Wu Lang and 81 of them were gone. No matter how he thought about it, his heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. On the surface, Qin Shujian's expression changed again and again. Then, he revealed a miserable look. Seeing this, Dan Hao was stunned and hurriedly asked, Sect Master Qin, have you suffered any serious internal injuries? Please follow me back to the Imperial City and get the Imperial Doctor to treat you. I'm fine. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths and squeezed out an ugly smile. If you can give me 100 spirit stones, I should be able to recover. Dan Hao ignored the latter part of his words. At this moment, the experts from the Imperial Astronomer had finally arrived. Dan Hao immediately changed the topic and looked at the people from the Imperial Astronomer. Du Chungwoo escaped with injuries, but Sect Master Qin suffered some injuries. Let's return to the Imperial City first. Okay. The people from the Imperial Astronomer looked at each other and nodded. Du Chungwoo had left. Now, the most important thing was to return to the Imperial City. Dan Hao turned to look at Qin Shujian and asked, Sect Master Qin, can you still fly? It's okay. I won't die. Qin Shujian rolled his eyes at him. He had seen through Dan Hao. Stingy. He was really stingy. The loss this time was equivalent to the reward given by the Imperial Court for nothing. In this way, it was no different from working for free. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian almost choked in his heart. But it was obviously unrealistic to expect the Imperial Court to pay the bill. At this moment, he followed Dan Hao and the others and flew towards the Imperial City. The star acupoints in his body that had exploded were now reopened one by one as time passed. For a celestial being, as long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be healed by itself. And with the characteristics of the star manifestation body, Qin Shujian's physical body was stronger than ordinary celestial beings. His healing ability was even stronger. Sect Master Qin, I didn't expect you to break through to the celestial being realm so quickly. It really makes me feel ashamed. In the air, Dan Hao let out a sigh. This was the celestial being realm. Thinking back to the first time he saw Qin Shujian, the other party was only a spirit martial realm cultivator. Although he used many Dao artifacts to set up a powerful formation and severely injured an evil demon. But at that time, he still saw the other party in his eyes. A formation Dao Grand Master was strong. But it was not easy to match a celestial being. But now it was different. Qin Shujian had broken through to the celestial being realm, which immediately raised Dan Hao's opinion by several levels. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just luck. Now it's easy to break through to the celestial being realm, but it's hard to say if I want to go further in the future." Haha, Sect Master Qin is too modest. A strange light flashed in Dan Hao's eyes. It had long been confirmed that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Now, from the other party's words, he heard some hidden meaning. He was able to break through to the celestial being realm because of the foundation left behind in his previous life. Now that the foundation was exhausted, he could not improve his realm so quickly in the future. For this, Dan Hao also somewhat believed it. After all, no matter how strong the foundation of a reincarnation of a mighty figure was, it could not be endless. Now, it was already incredible that the other party could break through to the celestial being realm in such a short time. Just as the two of them were talking, a vast imperial city appeared in Qin Shujian's sight. Faint yellow clouds appeared in the sky. That was the transformation from nothingness to reality when the luck was rich to the extreme. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also secretly took a breath. The luck is visible to the naked eye. What kind of tyrannical luck is this to reach this step? The current luck of the origin sect was already prosperous enough. But even so, it was not qualified to reach the point where the luck directly appeared like the imperial city. For others who had not seen the luck, the yellow clouds above the imperial city were more like a vision, showing the extraordinariness of the imperial court. But for people who had some understanding of luck, they could understand how shocking the scene in front of them was. The fluctuations in Qin Shujian's heart also attracted Dan Hao's attention. He could not help but ask, "Is something the matter, Sect Master Qin?" "Nothing, I am just shocked by the luck of the imperial city." Qin Shujian came back to his senses and smiled, shaking his head and saying, "The luck of the great Zhao nation is really vast and endless. No wonder it was able to rule the world for thousands of years. If one did not come to the imperial city, they would not have the chance to see such a scene." "Haha, Sect Master Qin is too kind." Dan Hao laughed. He only treated Qin Shujian's words as flattery. However, the experts of the imperial astronomer all looked at each other and saw some thought-provoking meaning in each other's eyes. This Sect Master Qin could affect the luck of the nation. That was a little interesting. Qin Shujian did not say much on this topic. The luck of the nation was flourishing in the imperial city, but they could see a blood cloud clashing with it. That was the killing of the military. It also showed that the great Zhao nation was currently in the midst of war. Not long later, they directly entered the imperial city. One of the experts of the imperial astronomer said, "General Dan, Sect Master Qin, we still need to go back and report. We will leave first. Take care." Dan Hao cupped his hands. At the side, Qin Shujian also cupped his hands symbolically. Then, the experts of the imperial astronomer left. After the experts of the imperial astronomer left, Dan Hao said, "Originally, Sect Master Qin should have gone to see His Majesty. But now that Sect Master Qin has been injured, I will take you to the residence to rest. We will talk about the rest after Sect Master Qin's injuries have healed. Then I will have to trouble you." Qin Shujian did not refuse. In his current state, he indeed needed to rest for a while. Although the self-healing ability of a diviner was very strong, but no matter how strong it was impossible to truly recover in an instant. Not to mention, the injuries on his body were left behind from his fight with Du Chengwu. Ju Tian's star aperture had exploded and was already in a mess. Even though it had already recovered a lot, it was still not much better. As a result, Qin Shujian's strength was already in a subtle state. Soon, Dan Hao brought Qin Shujian to a residence. Looking at the plaque in front of the residence, Qin Shujian also understood where he was. Bright Vision General's residence. Sect Master Qin's injuries have not healed yet. Since Du Chengwu is so eager to kill you, maybe the other rebels have other ideas. My Bright Vision General's residence is not a dragon's pool or tiger's den. but it will not allow any small fries to invade. Dan Hao's eyes were cold as he said with hidden killing intent. Qin Shujian asked, "Is there anyone who dares to assassinate in the imperial city?" In the past, there was naturally no one, but in the current situation, it's hard to say. Dan Hao shook his head helplessly. There was some worry between his brows. While the two were talking, the guards guarding the door had consciously opened the door and then retreated to the side. "Greetings, Master." When Dan Hao and Qin Shujian walked in, an old housekeeper came to greet them. "Master, this is Qin Shujian, Sect Master Qin. Arrange a quiet place for him to rest. Don't let anyone disturb him," Dan Hao said and looked at Qin Shujian again. "Sect Master Qin, you should rest today. If you need anything, just let the servants know. I'm afraid I have to go to the imperial court today, so I can't receive you for the time being. General Dan, you can take care of yourself." Qin Shujian smiled and then left behind the old housekeeper. Bright Vision General's residence was very big. At least, only the Marquis residence in Zongyang City could be compared to it. Apart from that, there were many experts in the general's residence. In Qin Shujian's perception, there were no less than 3 or 4 experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. There were also many experts below the peak of the divine martial realm. The strength of the general's residence alone was enough to be on par with or even better than a major sect in a large territory. The old housekeeper led Qin Shujian through many twists and turns before finally arriving at a quiet courtyard. Only then did he stop and turn around to speak respectfully. "Sect Master Qin, you can rest in this courtyard. The servants have already cleaned it up. There are also guards and servants in front of the courtyard. If you need anything, just let them know. Then I'll have to trouble you. Sect Master Qin, you're angry. You're Master's friend, so you're naturally an important guest. How could I dare to neglect you?" The old housekeeper's tone was as respectful as ever. Although the Prime Minister was a 7th-grade official, but it also depended on who he was dealing with. For ordinary people, a housekeeper in Bright Vision General's residence was not someone they could offend casually. But at the same time, in front of someone of noble status, a servant was always a servant. Judging from Dan Hao's attitude towards Qin Shujian, the old housekeeper knew that the other party's identity was definitely not that simple. Even some of the officials in the imperial court might not be able to make Dan Hao be so polite. And Qin Shujian's faintly discernible aura made people tremble. This was an expert with a cultivation base that had reached the peak of perfection. To be able to be the housekeeper of Bright Vision General's residence, his strength was not weak at all. He could be considered a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. As a result, it could also make him feel a great deal of pressure. Other than the great cultivator of heaven realm, there was no other existence. Subsequently, Qin Shujian walked into the courtyard. There were 2 beautiful maids standing on his left and right. After seeing someone come in, the 2 of them bowed and said delicately, "Servant greets Lord." Qin Shujian's eyes did not waver as he walked towards the room. The 2 maids immediately straightened up and opened the door to the left and right. Just as Qin Shujian entered, the 2 of them were about to follow him in. However, just as they were about to step in, a sentence sounded in their ears. "All of you can leave. I prefer silence. I don't want too many people to disturb me." "Yes." The 2 maids looked a little disappointed, but they quickly recovered and respectfully left. When they left, they even considerately closed the door. On the other side, after Qin Shujian briefly sized up the room's environment, he did not immediately enter the healing state. Instead, he first set up a simple formation around him, then sat cross-legged on the bed and silently healed his body's injuries. Chapter 475. In the Imperial Court. Shi Yang was no longer as high-spirited as before. Instead, he looked haggard and tired. His black hair had turned white as well. He had experienced the ups and downs of life in the past few months. His high spirits from the beginning had long since disappeared. On the throne, Shi Yang rubbed his forehead and looked at Dan Hao. He asked calmly, "General Dan, how is it?" "Reporting to your majesty, when we arrived, we happened to see Du Chengwu and Qin Shujian fighting. Although Du Chengwu managed to escape, he was severely injured by my spear. Based on his injuries, if he wants to fight in half a month, his strength will be reduced by 50%. Dan Hao cupped his hands and replied. Hearing this, Shi Yang smiled. He nodded and praised, "General Dan is powerful. You are indeed a pillar of the imperial court. Since Du Chengwu is injured, the rebels must be weakened as well." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, then changed the topic and continued. "I heard that Qin Shujian broke through to the divinity realm. I wonder if this is true." "Indeed." Dan Hao replied honestly, "However, in my opinion, his breakthrough to the divinity realm should be due to the legacy of his previous life. If a powerful figure really left behind some means, it is not impossible to create a divinity realm expert. However, even if it is a powerful figure, creating a divinity realm expert is the limit. It won't be easy to break through the transcendent realm and advance into the saint realm, or even the final almighty realm." "Millimeter, that is true." Shi Yang nodded slightly. The strange light in his eyes faded a little. At this moment, another official stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, now that Guangding City has fallen, the rebels are very powerful and are not far from the Imperial City. What should we do now? The Imperial City is still there. The Great Zhao Empire will not be destroyed. What are you afraid of?" Shi Yang glanced at him coldly. The official trembled and bowed involuntarily. "Your Majesty, there is no doubt that Jiyu Changqing has a demon saint following him. If it is a powerful figure, it will be difficult to fight against them." One of them cupped his hands and said, "Demon saint? Powerful figure?" Hearing this, Shi Yang's eyes also turned gloomy. If the demons had not interfered, the imperial court would not have collapsed so quickly. According to the news, Jiyu Changqing had 2 suspected demon saints by his side. Many of the imperial court's experts had been defeated by them. However, for an expert of this level, it was simply impossible for an ordinary celestial to contend against. Only by dispatching an almighty would one be able to compete. But for the imperial court, there were only a few almighties. These thoughts flashed through Shi Yang's mind, but his expression remained the same. He said in a deep voice, "We already know about the Yarrow race, but the current situation is not only because of the Yarrow saint. Marquis Shichong and Marquis Pingchuan had rebelled. In the past, the other marquises had come to the rescue of the emperor. Today, they had finally revealed their fangs. Tell me, what should we do next?" A deep voice echoed in the hall. The ministers all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They had already guessed that this might be the case when the vassals came to rescue the emperor. However, at that time, the imperial court was completely treating a dead horse as a living horse, and had no choice but to mobilize the other dukes to send troops to rescue the king. And now, it was the same. The current situation was on the verge of breaking out. Even if the vassals who came to rescue the emperor rebelled, they could not do anything to the other vassals. To put it bluntly, they did not dare to. Once the remaining vassals were forced to rebel, only death would await them. "Fine, the court is dismissed." Seeing this, Shi Yang lost interest and did not want to continue the discussion. Then, the ministers bowed until Shi Yang left, then straightened up and left the hall in an orderly manner. On the other side, Shi Yang walked in the palace, followed by the eunuchs. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks, then turned and walked in another direction. "Your Majesty, arrange for the imperial astronomer. I want to go there and take a look." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, a group of people went to the imperial astronomer. The imperial astronomer. It was the most mysterious organization in the imperial court, established by the human emperor. Similarly, many experts had gathered in the imperial astronomer, including experts from the imperial family. Although the imperial family and the imperial astronomer were separated, the two could be considered as a whole to a certain extent. It did not take long. Shi Yang arrived at the imperial astronomer. In front of the gate of the mansion, an old man in embroidered robes sat there leisurely, no different from an ordinary old man. However, when he saw Shi Yang, he slowly got up and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, what brings you here to the Imperial Astronomer today? Elder Mu, I came here today to look for the Imperial uncles. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your Majesty. They are now in seclusion and have not come out for many years. Hearing this, Elder Mu frowned and shook his head. Shi Yang's expression was somewhat displeased. He said in a low voice, now that the Imperial Court has reached a critical juncture of life and death, the Imperial uncles are still unwilling to come out of seclusion. Could it be that you will only come out of seclusion when the soldiers arrive at the city or when the city is breached? There is no other way. The place where they are in seclusion is heavily guarded. Unless they come out of seclusion, no one can barge in. This is the rule. Rules. Do I have to abide by this rule? Shi Yang's face was unfriendly. Elder Mu glanced at him, then lowered his eyelids and said indifferently, rules are rules. Everyone has to abide by them. Impudent, how dare you be rude to His Majesty? One of the eunuchs behind him saw this and immediately shouted out. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu lifted his eyelids and a terrifying cold light shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, the eunuch's body exploded, scaring the other eunuchs and causing them to involuntarily take a step back. Who dares to be impudent in front of me? You're really lacking discipline. Impudent. Shi Yang was completely enraged. A terrifying aura spread out and his eyes turned cold. You killed my people just like that. You're too arrogant. This is the Imperial Astronomer. I hope your Majesty will consider this carefully. Elder Mu sat back down and ignored Shi Yang's anger. If there's nothing else, your Majesty should go back. The Imperial Court cannot be destroyed with the Imperial Astronomer here. When the time is right, someone will naturally take action. After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else. At this point, Shi Yang restrained his anger, but his face was as cold as the winter. After taking a deep look at Elder Mu, he did not make a move in the end. Instead, he turned and left. That's right. This was the Imperial Astronomer. All the powerful cultivators of the Imperial Court were here. Although the Imperial Astronomer was an organization of the Imperial Court, it was beyond the control of others. The only one who could order the Imperial Astronomer was the human emperor. But with the fall of the human emperor, even he, the sacred emperor, did not have the right to order the Imperial Astronomer. This was something that was not under his control. Shi Yang was very unhappy. Especially Elder Mu's attitude, which made him even angrier. If not for the Imperial Astronomer's background, Shi Yang would have made a move just now to show them who was the real ruler of the Imperial Court. But now was not the time. At least, he did not have the confidence to deal with the Imperial Astronomer. As for what the other party had said, Shi Yang snorted in contempt. What was the right time? Was it when the army besieged the city, when the Imperial city was destroyed, or when he, Shi Yang, was beheaded? Rebels and traitors. All of them are rebels and traitors. Shi Yang roared in a low voice. The murderous intent in his heart soared, but he could only suppress it. One day, when he regained control of the Imperial Court, any people or forces that did not follow his orders would be completely uprooted. Even the Imperial Astronomer would not be spared. On the other side, Elder Mu's originally closed eyes suddenly opened after Shi Yang left. He looked in the direction where Shi Yang had left, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the Ming Yuan general's residence, after Qin Shujian dismissed the maids and servants, he directly entered a state of cultivation. Although it was called cultivation, in fact, it was to nourish the injuries in his body and reopen the exploded stellar acupoints. The first level of the stellar manifestation body opened 365 Ju Tian's stellar acupoints. Even if these opened apertures exploded, they could still be opened again. The process of opening them was relatively simple. It only required enough spirit energy. Moreover, even if he did not cultivate, Qin Shujian only needed to lie quietly for 10 days to half a month to recover on his own. But for him, 10 days to half a month was too long. Guangding City was broken, and the rebel army was heading straight for the Imperial City. No one could be sure when the war would break out. If his injuries did not recover at this time, When the war broke out, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Qin Shujian was sitting cross-legged. Around him was a small spirit-gathering array with spirit stones as the foundation. The vast spirit energy of heaven and earth surged in from all directions, filling the room with a rich light green color. This was the scene that appeared when the spirit energy of heaven and earth reached a certain level. But there was one thing worth noting: the spirit energy of heaven and earth was so rich, but not a trace leaked out. It was all blocked by the array that he had set up in advance. Rumble. Breathing in and out, it was like a thunderclap. The Guyuan ancestral cannon was activated, and the blood in his body was like a surging wave, raging and crashing in his body. Such a collision was not without purpose. Instead, it went towards those shattered stellar acupoints. Every collision seemed to have the power to split heaven and earth, causing his body to emit a violent roar. Then, the blurry acupoints suddenly separated, and endless power overflowed from them. At the same time, the vast spirit energy of heaven and earth surged, constantly pouring into the acupoints. Not long after, one of the acupoints was rejuvenated, as bright and dazzling as the stars. Looking from the outside, at this time, Qin Shujian's body seemed to have become transparent, and dense light spots were appearing in his body. When looking carefully, one could find those seemingly scattered light spots were arranged according to a mysterious rule. Not knowing how much time had passed, only to see the light spots on Qin Shujian's body appear one by one, and those collapsed acupoints were reopened. Looking from the outside, only to see a huge amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth being pulled, constantly converging towards the Bright Vision General's residence. The spirit energy was so vast that it had formed a huge vortex. For such a scene, some people found it strange, but some people were used to it. The imperial city was not like other places. Many celestial being experts settled here. Once these experts cultivated, it was easy to cause all kinds of strange phenomena. However, movements like Qin Shujian's were still very rare. Generally, when a celestial being cultivated, although there would be strange phenomena, most of them were more subtle. Because after reaching this level, ordinary closed-door cultivation was already very difficult to have any effect. Every step in this realm required a long time to polish. Without dozens or hundreds of years, there was no chance to go further. So generally speaking, even if there were celestial beings who breathed in spirit energy, it was relatively gentle. Plundering wantonly like Qin Shujian was in the minority. Inside the room, the original 365 stellar acupoints had all been successfully opened. The moment they were opened, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. That was the blood clots that had accumulated in his body. Now that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body relaxed. However, Qin Shujian did not stop cultivating. Instead, he continued to control the qi and blood in his body and rushed in another direction. Qi and blood surged like waves. At the same time, it was like a flowing river of stars, containing boundless might. 2 hours later, an acupoint trembled and opened under the impact of this force. Then, a large amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth poured in, completely opening up this acupoint. At this point, Qin Shujian opened his eyes again and spat out a thick white gas from his mouth. A thunderous voice resounded in the room. 366 stellar acupoints. I didn't expect to get a blessing in disguise after being injured once. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the changes in his body. This time, his injuries were healed, but he took the opportunity to open up another acupoint. Although one acupoint was not enough to make the Guyuan ancestral canon advance. However, after breaking through to the celestial being level, every stellar acupoint opened was a part of his strength accumulation. After a short moment of joy, Qin Shujian's face became gloomy again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Du Chengwu, we've formed a grudge. If you don't die this time, I'll kill you sooner or later." This time, he was really in a sorry state. Being hunted down was not a big deal. What really made him angry was that the disc array that he had worked so hard to refine was gone. 27 half-step Taoist instruments. It would be a huge sum of money if he took it out. Not to mention that there was a total of 81 spirit stones inlaid on the disc array, which was another huge sum of money. The two losses added together would be a big loss even for a top sect. Although this was completely the extra money that Qin Shujian earned, it was also his money. Such a big loss, and he couldn't find anyone to reimburse him. Only Qin Shujian himself knew how much pain his heart was in. If I want to compete with someone at the peak of the Saint Realm, I have to at least break through the fourth level of the Celestial Being and enter the Saint Realm. The second level of Array Master can also compete with a Saint Realm expert, but it's too difficult. Although the Array Master was strong, there were also limitations. Especially after breaking through to the Celestial Being realm, the gap between each level was very big. Although the peak of the second level of the Master Realm was enough to deal with Du Chengwu, it was also determined by the power of the divine thought of the person who set up the array and the materials used to set up the array. With the Taoist instrument in his hand, even if he set up a large array, with the means of the second level of the Master Realm, he could at most compete with an expert who had just entered the Saint Realm. If he wanted to deal with Du Chengwu, it was still far from enough. Unless I can break through to the third level of the Celestial Being realm and use the means of the second level of the Master Realm, I should be able to compete with him if I am prepared. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning. After suffering a loss, he naturally had to get back his face. However, it would take a long time to get back his face. In his opinion, it would be good enough if he could get it back in the next 10 years. After all, after reaching the Celestial Being realm, every improvement would take a lot of time and the accumulation of a large amount of life source. Qin Shujian made an estimation in his mind. Whether he could take revenge in 10 years was still a question. The next day, Qin Shujian removed the array and walked out of the room. Outside the door, the two maids had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Qin Shujian coming out, they bowed and saluted. "Your Excellency, someone wants to see you." Hearing that, Qin Shujian glanced outside the courtyard and said, "Let him come in." "Yes." One of the maids answered and left. Qin Shujian went into the courtyard and then sat down at a table. Another maid poured tea for him. At this time, outside the courtyard, Wu Lang followed the maid in. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm relieved to see that Sect Master Qin is fine. Brother Wu, you worry too much. Please sit down." "Thank you. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking Brother Wu." Qin Shujian smiled and said, "If Brother Wu didn't invite the experts from the Imperial Court in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a good time." "Sect Master Qin, you are wrong. If it weren't for my wrong estimation, we wouldn't have appeared in Guangding City. In the end, if Sect Master Qin didn't ask me to leave first, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Speaking of which, I owe Sect Master Qin a big favor." Wu Lang said gratefully. He was sincere in his words. In the situation yesterday, if Qin Shujian didn't take him away, he would never have been able to leave. As for what would happen if he fell into the hands of the rebels, Wu Lang knew it just by thinking about it. To put it more seriously, Qin Shujian was equivalent to pulling him out from the gates of hell. He could be regarded as his savior. "You didn't come here just to thank me, did you?" "Of course." Wu Lang took out a jade box from his storage ring and handed it over. "This is a healing elixir. Take it as a token of my appreciation. I hope Sect Master Qin won't refuse." Hearing this, Qin Shujian grabbed the jade box and felt the surging spiritual energy inside. He smiled and said, "Then it would be impolite for me to refuse." Seeing Qin Shujian accept it, Wu Lang also smiled and then said seriously, "I came here to tell you one more thing." "Go ahead." "His Majesty has heard of Sect Master Qin's reputation and wants to meet you. I wonder if Sect Master Qin can come with me to the palace." "Palace?" Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Well, since His Majesty has asked, it would be a bit ungrateful of me to refuse. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the palace. Brother Wu, lead the way. Please." Wu Lang immediately got up and led Qin Shujian to the palace. As for those maids, they didn't dare to say anything at this time. General Ming Yuan's residence was not far from the palace. Following behind Wu Lang, it didn't take too long to enter the palace. Wu Lang had an identity token, so there was no obstruction along the way. Walking in the palace, Qin Shujian found that this place was vast and boundless. It was better to call it a city than a palace. Walking in it, he also felt the constant pressure coming from all directions. That was the pressure brought by the fate of the country. Besides that, there were many strong auras coming from all over the palace. Some of them even made Qin Shujian's heart palpitate. It was as if they had seen Qin Shujian's abnormality. Wu Lang explained in a low voice, "Sect Master Qin, there are many experts in the palace. You must not expand your divine sense to explore. Otherwise, you will easily anger some experts who have been in seclusion for a long time. If there is a conflict, there is no need. Brother Wu, don't worry. I am not a reckless person. I just said it casually. Sect Master Qin, please don't take it to heart." Wu Lang laughed and didn't say too much on this issue. They were all smart people. A little reminder was enough. He was just worried that Qin Shujian was young and impetuous and couldn't help but spread his divine sense to alarm these experts. After all, the place with the most experts in the palace was the Imperial Astronomer. Most of the experts in the Imperial Astronomer had a deep foundation. There was no lack of saint-level experts. There were even almighties. If Qin Shujian really had a conflict with the people of the Imperial Astronomer, it would be really troublesome. Following behind Wu Lang, about half an hour later, Qin Shujian had just arrived at a garden when the back of a figure in a yellow robe attracted his attention. An expert. At least a saint-level expert. At the first sight of the other party, even if it was just the back of the other party, Qin Shujian already had this thought in his mind. Such a feeling. There was no basis for it, but the warning in his heart told him. The other party was definitely a saint-level existence. It was just that he didn't know which stage he was at. After all, only a cultivator of this level could arouse his vigilance and make him feel threatened. At this moment, Wu Lang had already bowed and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Sect Master Qin has been brought here." After saying that, the mysterious yellow figure turned around, revealing a dignified face. After glancing at Qin Shujian, Shi Yang had a faint smile on his face. Then, he waved at Wu Lang and said, "You may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Lang responded and left. After Wu Lang left, Shi Yang's gaze fell on Qin Shujian again. He said with a faint smile, "This is the first time we meet. I am Shi Yang, the current ruler of the Great Zhao world. You should have heard of this name before." "Qin Shujian greets Your Majesty," Qin Shujian said solemnly and cupped his hands. Chapter 476. 4 years ago, you were just a bandit leader and your cultivation was only at basic martial realm. 4 years later, you have become a diviner. I have to say, you really make us very curious. Shi Yang's expression was calm as he said lightly. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "My methods are not worth Your Majesty's concern. If becoming a diviner in 4 years is not worth worrying about, then there are not many things worth worrying about in the world." Shi Yang suddenly smiled, then walked into the pavilion and sat down. Qin Shujian also followed him in. "No need to be reserved, sit." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qin Shujian did not stand on ceremony. After cupping his hands, he sat down across from Shi Yang, facing the present Great Zhao Saint Emperor. It was impossible for him to say that he did not feel any pressure at all. Even if the imperial court was in danger, as long as the imperial court was not destroyed, Shi Yang's status was still noble. And if he disregarded his status, the other party was also an expert with unfathomable strength. In addition, even though Shi Yang had only been on the throne for a short period of time, he had been a prince for thousands of years. He still had the dignity he should have. However, Qin Shujian might be reserved, but he did not show it on the surface. Speaking of which, Sect Master Qin has had many interactions with my Great Zhao. Sect Master Qin has also contributed greatly to the suppression of the demon disaster. We have to thank you on behalf of the people of the world. Your Majesty is too serious. The matter of the demon disaster concerns the world. This Qin is also a part of the world. How can I sit by and watch the demon disaster wreak havoc? That's right. If everyone in the world thinks like Sect Master Qin, our human race would not need to worry about prosperity. Shi Yang nodded in satisfaction, then let out a sigh. To this, Qin Shujian maintained his silence. He also knew a little about the other party's meaning. But as an outsider, it was not good for him to say too much about this matter. He could only pretend that he did not hear. On the other side, Shi Yang only sighed with emotion for a moment, then recovered and said with a light smile, in Sect Master Qin's opinion, what do you think of the current situation of the Great Zhao? The fate of the Great Zhao is stable and there is naturally no need to worry. Qin Shujian replied calmly. The fate of the nation is stable, Shi Yang muttered, then shook his head. If it was really stable, how could it have ended up in such a situation? It's normal for there to be some twists and turns in the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Just some twists and turns? Shi Yang said. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but it also sounded like a question. Qin Shujian immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, Shi Yang didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he changed the topic, speaking of which, after the collapse of the Great Zhao Empire, the invited cultivators all left or retreated. People like Sect Master Qin, who came without hesitation, are few and far between. I heard that Sect Master Qin has a good relationship with Marquis Baiyun. What do you think of him? Marquis Baiyun has helped me a lot. That's not bad. Qin Shujian answered indifferently. Now, he was basically sure that Shi Yang didn't look for him just to meet him. Therefore, he always gave ambiguous answers to the other party's questions. It didn't represent his own opinion, but it was the same as mud. After a long time, Shi Yang seemed to be bored with his questions. Then, he got up and asked someone to send Qin Shujian away. In the gazebo, Shi Yang sat there alone. The difference was that the smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by indifference. Qin Shujian, who exactly is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Half a year ago, he was only a divine martial artist, but now, he's already a heavenly being. His foundation is not simple. However, this person doesn't reveal any clues when he speaks. He's also a tactful person. It's not easy to get something out of him. The conversation just now could be said to have no substance at all. Qin Shujian avoided many probing questions. Shi Yang couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't put a knife to Qin Shujian's neck and force him to talk. On the other side, after coming out of the palace, Qin Shujian also felt that the faintly discernible pressure on his body had disappeared, and the faint smile on his face finally disappeared. He could tell Shi Yang had some malice toward him. However, this malice was too faint. As for where it came from, he had a rough guess. It seems that breaking through to the heavenly being realm in such a short time has aroused suspicion. Perhaps Shi Yang wants to know what my foundation is, or perhaps he has other motives. However, I still can't let my guard down when it comes to Shi Yang. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Without realizing it, he had already left the imperial city. He had made up his mind. If it wasn't necessary, he would temporarily avoid contact with Shi Yang. If Shi Yang decided to attack him, he wouldn't be able to get out of the palace with his own strength. In a large tent, the marquises of the 7 prefectures had gathered. Du Chengwu's face was a little pale. Like a weak scholar, he sat to the side without moving. Marquis Luoyu, how's your recovery? Zhongyi looked at Du Chengwu and asked with concern. I won't die. Du Chengwu didn't even look at him as he replied indifferently. Zhongyi said, that Qin Shujian is really so powerful that even you can't kill him. Instead, you've delayed until Dan Hao and the others arrive. Don't you already know the truth? Why bother asking? Du Chengwu's face darkened. Zhongyi mentioning this matter at this time was no different from rubbing salt on his wound. Therefore, his tone was a little unfriendly. Seeing this, Shun Hong immediately interrupted the conversation between the two. He coughed and said, cough, now more than half of the cities in the central state have fallen into our hands. Now, there is no longer any obstacle between us and the imperial city. What do you think now? What else can we think? Let's take down the imperial city and divide the world equally. Let's go home. Zhongyi glanced at him and said with a smile. Indeed. Now, there was no longer any city between them and the imperial city. The best thing to do now was to lead the army straight up. As for whether they would really go home or kill each other after taking down the imperial city, that was a matter for the future. This kind of thing. Before the imperial city was taken down, no one would mention it. Because once it was mentioned, an irreparable crack would appear in the alliance. After speaking, Zhongyi also looked at the others. I suggest that we choose a day to attack the imperial city and not give the great Zhao Empire a chance to breathe. What do you think? Okay, Qin Yongbua replied faintly. At this time, there is no need to delay. Let's take down the imperial city as soon as possible. There is no need for everyone to worry about it. Jiyu Changqing smiled meaningfully. He did not object to Zhongyi's words. As for the others, most of them were like this. Only Du Chengwu was silent on the side. Zhongyi looked at him and smiled faintly. Marquis Luo Yu, what do you think? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I don't care. Very well, then this matter is decided. All the marquises agreed. The matter was quickly settled. Marquis, we are really going to send troops to fight the great Zhao Empire. Your current body. In Guangding City, a scholar said hesitantly with a serious expression. Temph, Zhongyi clearly wants to use this opportunity to kick me out. How can I give him a chance? Du Chengwu's expression was gloomy. Naturally, he did not want to start a war with the great Zhao Empire so soon. He had just been severely injured by Dan Hao and had not recovered. If he started a war, the risk would be much higher. However, now, the other marquises clearly wanted to use this opportunity to declare war on the imperial city. As for why they were in such a hurry, it was up to the wise and benevolent to see if there was any other meaning. However, Du Chengwu was certain of one thing. If he rejected, the other marquises would definitely use this opportunity to kick him out. After all, the imperial city was already in sight. With the strength of the alliance army, one marquise would not affect the overall situation at all. Moreover, if they kicked one marquise out at this time, they would have one less competitor when the imperial city was divided. Du Chengwu could not let these people have their way with such a thing. The next day, the army rose and headed towards the imperial city. At the same time, the battle report was also sent to the imperial court. Dear ministers, the enemy has arrived. What should we do? Shi Yang took a deep breath. Even though he had expected this, when he saw the battle report, his heart still felt heavy. Dan Hao's eyes were cold. He said, the rebels are here. Let's fight them. I am willing to be the vanguard. As soon as these words came out, among the military officials, there were suddenly many voices asking to fight. Although the current situation of the imperial court was collapsing quickly, there were also plans to shrink their forces. So many cities had been lost. But the army did not lose much. These soldiers were all gathered in the imperial city at this moment, waiting for this moment to come. As long as the rebels who were besieging them were defeated in one fell swoop, then this crisis would be alleviated. As for losing the battle, the result was needless to say. Then let's fight. Shi Yang waved his hand and directly ordered. Soon, the entire imperial city began to move. Qin Shujian, who had been resting in the Bright Vision General's residence, also received the news at this time. The war has begun. After receiving this news, he was obviously stunned for a moment. It was a little unexpected that the war would start so soon. But thinking about it carefully, now that half of the central state prefecture had fallen, the imperial city was located in the center of the central state prefecture, and there was no obstruction in front of them. Under such circumstances, it was natural for the rebels to attack the imperial city. For them, the sooner they took the imperial city, the better. The longer they delayed, the more variables there would be. Outside the imperial city, the army gathered. The imperial city, looking at the vast city in front of them, all the vassals were excited. Every time I see the imperial city, it makes my heart so excited. Only the strongest people deserve to have such an ancient imperial city. Zhongyi looked at the imperial city and said with emotion. His eyes were full of a fiery look. Not only him. Even the other vassals were looking at the imperial city with a fiery look. Ancient imperial city. No one didn't want to have it. Sitting in the imperial city, one had the qualification to rule the world. In the past, in order to build the imperial city, the human emperor spent a lot of manpower and material resources to finally create the vast city today. However, in front of the imperial city, the army stood tall. Dan Hao stood on the city wall, his eyes were indifferent. There were no words. The scene was terrifyingly silent, only the air was filled with killing intent. When Qin Shujian walked up the city wall, he happened to see the endless number of troops on both sides lined up in a row. Kill. With an order, the army charged. Dan Hao took a step into the air with an unparalleled momentum. Du Chengwu, do you dare to come and die? In the rebel camp, Du Chengwu's face was as dark as ink, and he pretended not to hear it. He was not afraid of Dan Hao when he was at his peak, but now that his injuries had not healed, he was just looking for trouble. I'll fight you. Shun Hong took a step into the air, and the halberd in his hand tore through everything as he charged toward Dan Hao. Now that the army was fighting, what they needed was an unparalleled momentum. If no one answered the challenge, once the morale was low, things would be troublesome. Seeing Shun Hong's attack, Dan Hao's eyes were cold as he said, Du Chengwu doesn't dare to come and die, then I'll kill you to avenge Luo Jing. You, Dan Hao, are still too inexperienced to kill me. Shun Hong was cold, and his momentum was not weak at all. In an instant, the two of them began to fight. Boom! The halberd tore through the sky, and the long spear burst out. Whether it was Dan Hao or Shun Hong, they were both experts in the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Their strength had reached the peak, and the movement of their fight was extremely vast. As the two of them attacked in the imperial city, the experts immediately moved again. Du Chengwu, do you dare to fight me? Dong Fengmao took to the air and shouted sternly. In the camp of the rebels, Du Chengwu's face darkened a little more. But at the same time, now that he was injured, he could not defeat Dan Hao, nor could he defeat Dong Fengmao. Each of the 5 generals was in the 6th level of the celestial being realm, an expert at the peak of the saint realm. In his current state, he could not defeat any of them. Not long after, someone flew up to meet him. The person who attacked was Qin Yongbua. Du Chengwu, do you dare to fight me? Du Chengwu, come and die. Soon, experts from the imperial court appeared one after another. Unsurprisingly, they were all challenging Marquis Luo Yu, Du Chengwu. By now, Du Chengwu's teeth were about to be crushed. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. Now, any Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to challenge him. However, none of the people who challenged him were below the saint realm. In his current state, he could not resist at all. For a moment, Du Chengwu felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Dan Hao, we are not done with this matter. Du Chengwu was burning with anger. If Dan Hao had not seriously injured him, he would not have fallen to such a state. On the city wall, Qin Shujian had no intention of watching the battle. He was invited to help, not to watch the show. Glancing at his attribute panel, there were still more than 30,000 luck points. As for the life source, it had not even reached 100 million. Immediately afterward, with a thought, 10,000 luck points disappeared in an instant and were replaced by 1 billion points of life source. Then, 1 billion points of life source were consumed, and the ancestral scripture of casting officially advanced. Buzz, invisible waves spread from his body. Qin Shujian stood still on the city wall, seemingly thinking about something. An hour later, he took a step into the air, stood above the sky with his hands behind his back, and shouted coldly, Du Chengwu, do you dare to fight me? Qin Shujian, how dare you humiliate me? Du Chengwu completely exploded. Dan Hao humiliated him, so did Dong Fengmao. Even if others challenged him, he could pretend not to hear it. But now Qin Shujian had just entered the celestial realm, and he dared to provoke him like this. If he did not accept the challenge this time, then his reputation as Marquis Luo Yu would be gone. Damn, Qin Shujian, that's the master of Mount Liang. The master of Mount Liang is so arrogant that he dares to directly challenge Marquis Luo Yu, Du Chengwu? Damn, rumor has it that he broke through to the celestial realm. Could it be true? There were also many players in the army who were fishing in troubled waters. After all, for such a large-scale mission, coupled with the suppression of the devil disaster, whether it was the imperial court or the rebels, they had hired many players as thugs. Regarding this, the players naturally had no reason to refuse. Not to mention whether the mission reward was generous or not, just being able to participate in such a grand war was an exciting thing. Places where there were players. Naturally, there would be people who knew Qin Shujian. The name of the master of Mount Liang could be considered to have lasted for a long time. After all, among all the NPCs they had encountered, only this big boss was the strongest. And the speed of his growth was something that even the players could not compare to. If the players were considered to have cheats, then in their eyes, Qin Shujian was probably the one who had cheated. At this time, seeing Qin Shujian invite Du Chengwu to battle, the vast aura made people tremble, and it also shocked many players. Of course. In addition to being shocked, more people were complaining. This is what I call a cheat. Celestial, wasn't he just a divine martial artist a few months ago? How did he suddenly become a celestial? If it were not for the fact that there were no GMs in this game, they would have collectively reported him leveling up so fast. The others would not be able to play anymore. As for Cao Hong, at this time, his body instinctively shrank back at this time to avoid being seen by Qin Shujian. A celestial. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Haha, so he's a celestial. But as he smiled, he felt a little sad. This was a celestial. This was a celestial. In the void. Qin Shujian ignored everyone and only looked at the camp of the Luo Yu army. Immediately afterward, a shocking aura erupted. Du Chengwu stepped into the air and directly went up. Below, Ming Jingshan was originally facing the enemy. When he saw Qin Shujian invite Du Chengwu to battle, he instinctively frowned. Qin Shujian. Although he was shocked that the other party was a celestial before him, he was only at the first level of the celestial. Even if Du Chengwu was injured, he was still at the peak of the Saint realm. Compared to the two, the difference in strength was not just a little bit. At this time, Qin Shujian invited the other party to battle. In Ming Jingshan's view, it was extremely unwise. However, now that Qin Shujian had already made the announcement, it was too late for him to stop it. Not to mention, Ming Jingshan looked at the opponent in front of him. The two large arrays had already collided, and his heart was extremely solemn. Array Master. The Imperial Court had an Array Master, and so did the rebels. Moreover, the person in front of him was an old opponent. Thinking of being injured by the other party, Ming Jingshan's face became gloomy, and the killing intent in his heart soared. Qin Shujian, this time you will die. The anger in Du Chengwu's eyes disappeared and was replaced by indifference. His killing intent had risen to the extreme. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Qin Shujian. In this way, Du Chengwu calmed down. He had no fear of Qin Shujian. Even if he was injured, his strength was not much weaker than a Saint Realm expert. The other party was at the first level of the celestial being. What did he have to fight with him? This sentence is also left for you. Qin Shujian sneered. The killing intent in his heart was not weaker than Du Chengwu's. Every dog had its day. He did not expect to meet Du Chengwu so soon. He thought that when they met in the future, the other party might have recovered from his injuries and be the expert at the peak of the Saint realm. But now, he was still half dead. For this, Qin Shujian resolutely chose to invite the battle, without any shame of taking advantage of the other party's difficulties. Taking advantage of the other party's difficulties, there was no such thing. He was only at the first level of the celestial being realm. Even if he was seriously injured at the 6th level of the celestial being realm, he was still the weak against the strong. The others had nothing to say. Boom. Du Chungwoo put on his gloves and launched an attack in the next moment. This time, he had the intention of killing Qin Shujian quickly with a thunderous momentum and then straightening his momentum. So, he used all his trump cards as soon as he made a move. Even if he was seriously injured, with the help of the six-seal Taoist instrument. The power that Du Chungwoo displayed was enough to make people's faces change. Qin Shujian took a step back. His divine thoughts surged wildly. Endless formation patterns seemed to be born from the void as his divine thoughts fell. Then, a vast formation descended from the sky, completely enveloping the two of them. Everything happened too fast. The sudden appearance of the formation and the disappearance of the two of them caught the other people who were paying attention to the situation off guard. In the imperial palace, in the imperial astronomer, a grey-clothed old woman withdrew from her cultivation. Her turbid eyes were a little brighter. This is the second level of the Master Realm, the second level of the Master Realm. Discovering this, a look of curiosity appeared on her wrinkled face. Without any movement, she quietly disappeared from the imperial astronomer. The next moment, she had already appeared in the city wall. The people around her were puzzled by the sudden appearance of the old woman. But when they saw the pattern embroidered on her clothes, they immediately bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency. No need to be so polite." The old woman waved her hand, but her eyes were still looking at the void. On the other side, heaven and earth changed. Heaven and earth reversed. By the time Du Chungwoo reacted, he had already appeared in another world. The earth cracked, magma rose from below, meteors fell from the sky, and there were countless black cracks in the sky, showing a doomsday scene. Illusory formation. No, it's not an illusory formation. It's a killing formation. Du Chungwoo's face changed slightly. In his perception, he couldn't detect the existence of Qin Shujian. The formation in front of him. Compared with the formation he encountered last time, it was a completely different concept. Meanwhile, in another part of the void, several Taoist artifacts appeared in the sky as if they were suppressing everything. Qin Shujian looked dignified. His divine thought was activated to the extreme to maintain the operation of the formation. It was different from the first level of the Master Realm. Strictly speaking, the formation set up by the second level of the Master Realm had no formation eye. If one wanted to break the formation, they could only break it with absolute strength. Now Du Chungwoo was injured. After Qin Shujian devoured many evil red lotuses, his spirit god had undergone a transformation when he broke through to the celestial being realm. He had already reached an extremely strong level. He admitted that he was no match for Du Chungwoo in his heyday. But Du Chungwoo was seriously injured. A cold light emerged in Qin Shujian's eyes, and the killing intent in his divine thought soared. In an instant, in the world on the verge of collapse, a terrifying attack suddenly emerged. Chapter 477. Amidst the cracked earth, the meteor fell, and a strong pressure made Du Chungwoo frown. "You want to stop me with a mere formation?" Boom. He punched out, and the falling meteor instantly turned into powder. Immediately afterward, Du Chungwoo took a step and flew straight into the sky. His fist was shocking as if he was fighting against heaven and earth. "So what if it's a formation? I'll tear this world apart today. Let's see what you can use to set up a formation." He punched out. The void was distorted. The black crack that looked like it was about to crack the sky suddenly expanded. Not only did it not collapse because of Du Chungwoo's attack, but it also turned into a vortex of death with the appearance of the attack, trying to swallow him. Boom. Vast and powerful earth energy broke out of his body and directly bombarded the black vortex. Terrifying power. It directly shook heaven and earth. "You want to break the formation? Ask me first." Qin Shujian's face was solemn, and his killing intent was not concealed. Then, he moved his divine thought. Du Chungwoo immediately felt a tyrannical repulsive force surging from all directions. Before he could do anything to resist, he saw the stars move and the Big Dipper turn. The next moment, he was already far away from the sky, falling toward the bottom of the magma valley. However, Just as Du Chungwu was close to the magma, a powerful force erupted from his body, directly resisting the repulsive force from space and stopped his body. But just as he stabilized himself, black lightning fell from the sky, and the aura of destruction was mighty. At the same time, the cracking of the earth became more serious, and endless magma surged out from the ground, vowing to swallow him. Insignificant skill. Du Chungwu was shocked, but he still looked arrogant. He took a step forward and stamped out the magma surging out. Then, he punched the sky and shattered the black lightning. Although he did not have a way to break the formation at this moment. However, Du Chungwu was not in a hurry at all. Any formation needed an endless supply of energy to support it in order for it to operate. A formation that lost the support of energy was like a child's play, and it would be a joke. He was not confident that he could break the formation. However, he was confident that he could drag it out until Qin Shujian's true essence and divine will ran out. Qin Shujian, I'm at the peak of the Saint realm. You're only at the first tier of the celestial realm. What do you have to compete with me? When you can't hold on any longer, you'll die. Du Chungwu smiled proudly. No matter how many attacks fell on him, they couldn't do anything to him. A severely wounded saint. That was still a saint. Without reaching this level, how could one understand the mysteries of becoming a saint? In the sky, countless streams of energy converged and finally transformed into the projection of Qin Shujian. Du Chungwu, why don't we make a bet? Let's see if you'll break the formation first or if I'll kill you first. This Marquis will bet with you. Du Chungwu sneered. Then, a stream of Gang Qi shot out and destroyed the shadow. On the other side, Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. Du Chungwu wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Du Chungwu. The battle between the two sides had only just begun. The formation was set up. It consumed divine will power to maintain it every moment. However, the power of divine will depended on the spiritual deity. Qin Shujian's spiritual deity power had already accumulated to a terrifying level when he was in the divine martial realm. Now, he had broken through to the celestial realm. He had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Compete with divine will. I'll exhaust you to death. Qin Shujian sneered. Then, a vast amount of divine will came out of his body and poured into the formation. His divine sense spread out, accompanied by an incalculable number of runes that appeared in the void. The first step, apotheosis. Buzz. Endless mighty force pressed down from the sky. Du Chungwu unleashed his Gang Qi, but he couldn't stop the erosion of this mighty force at all. As the mighty force fell, he immediately sensed that his spiritual spirit had suffered some kind of seal, and had been weakened by no less than 30%. On the other side, Qin Shujian's face was a little pale. Sealing Du Chungwu's spiritual deity consumed too much divine will power. Even with his foundation, he couldn't bear it. However, Qin Shujian was prepared for this. He took out several vitality pills and swallowed them in one gulp. The spiritual deity that had been consumed recovered a lot. Spirit seal, vein seal, Qi and blood seal. With each order, Qin Shujian's face turned a little paler. He had to take out the vitality pills and continue to swallow them. At the back, almost every time he had a thought, he would immediately take the pills to maintain it. Fortunately, he had prepared a lot of vitality pills in his storage ring to maintain the operation of the formation. But later, as his strength became stronger and stronger, there were few people who could make him exhaust his spiritual deity. Thus, these vitality pills were placed aside. At this moment, they played a role in the battle against Du Chungwu. In the formation, before Du Chungwu could react, he found that his divine will, qi and blood, and vital essence had all been weakened by several levels. That kind of weakening. It was like the shackles of a low-level area. But compared to the shackles, this kind of seal was much weaker. But no matter how weak it was, such a change made Du Chungwu's face change. He was weakened in all aspects. His overall strength was reduced by 30 to 40%. He was already in a seriously injured state. Now that he was weakened, his strength directly fell to the level of saint. The rules of heaven and earth. The rules of one's own. You are not in the first realm of array guru. You are in the second realm of guru. Du Chengwu was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. If he didn't know before, then at this moment, he had already understood what kind of strong person he was facing. The second realm of guru. It was completely beyond Du Chengwu's expectation. For a long time, according to the information he had received, Qin Shujian was only in the first realm of guru. And in the battle the day before yesterday, the other party didn't show the means of the second realm of guru. He hid it so well. In an instant, Du Chengwu figured out why the other party didn't show the means of the second realm of guru last time. It was nothing more than wanting to numb him. And then at the critical moment, he set him up. Just like now. Du Chengwu, your death date is here. Although Qin Shujian's face was pale, his voice was full of energy. His voice was like the sound of heaven, reverberating in heaven and earth. In the formation, he was the master of heaven and earth. This was the horror of the second realm of guru. The transformation of the formation was no longer as simple as a simple formation. It was more like directly evolving into a small world. The rules inside were all under his control. The reason why saints were called saints was that they could control the power of heaven and earth, like gods above all living beings. But in this formation, except for the person who set up the formation, no one could control the power of heaven and earth. So, the most powerful means of a saint expert was equivalent to being half crippled. Of course, even if they couldn't control the power of heaven and earth, a saint expert was still extremely powerful and could destroy everything with his own strength. However, such an expert definitely didn't include the current Du Chengwu. As Qin Shujian finished speaking, the next moment, the sun and the moon were reversed, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. A terrifying killing intent descended in an instant. Du Chengwu stomped on the ground and roared, "So what if you are in the second realm of guru? I will still kill you." Outside, the battle was still going on. Dan Hao's battle strength was monstrous, and Shen Hong's strength was not weak either. The two sides fought for half a day, but it was difficult to determine the winner. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shen Hong was actually at a disadvantage. It was just that the gap was too subtle, so it was not easy to see. Below, the army formed a military formation, and their qi and blood soared into the sky, dyeing the sky a murderous blood red. However, now, the experts on both sides had not completely entered the battlefield. Only a few of the 7 lords took action, and the rest were watching on the sidelines, remaining motionless. As for the imperial court, there were also many cultivators on the city wall holding the line. It was only the first day, and neither the imperial court nor the rebels had completely tested each other's strength. Under such circumstances, no one would directly erupt into a final battle. The imperial court was speculating, and the rebels were also worried. There are not many experts in the imperial astronomer set up by the human emperor. Could it be that they have other plans? Behind Jiyu Changqing, a silver-haired middle-aged man said softly. The demon clan Eagle Saint. As a demon saint, as long as he did not reveal his true form, even if he stood in front of everyone, no one could see through his identity. Once the demon clan succeeded in transforming, they were no different from ordinary people. This was especially true when one reached the level of Eagle Saint, who had achieved perfection in this step. Hearing this, Jiyu Changqing said calmly, "It's only the first day, and the people from the Imperial Astronomer are probably watching the battlefield. The news of you taking action should have been leaked, and the Imperial Court must have taken precautions." However, speaking of this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "So what if they are prepared? We don't have such a trump card." Beside him, Eagle Saint and Ghost Saint looked at each other, and their expressions did not change. To them, the Imperial Astronomer was indeed worthy of fear. However, they were just afraid for a moment. How many experts could be born in the human race for thousands of years? At most, there were a few mighty figures. But even among the mighty figures, there was still a gap. This time, the demon clan had sent out 2 demon saints, but secretly, they had responded to Jiyu Changqing's request and sent out a few more demon saints. Every demon saint. They had existed for no less than 10,000 years, and their strength was incredible. Although they might not be able to deal with the entire human race, it was not a big problem to deal with the Imperial Astronomer. After all, the Heavenly Demon Temple had a strong foundation. But the Imperial Astronomer was comparable. When the Demon Emperor established the Heavenly Demon Temple, the human emperor had not been born yet. "Do you want me to take action?" Ghost Saint's eyes flashed coldly. Jiyu Changqing shook his head. "No hurry. It won't be too late for us to take action when the Imperial Astronomer takes action. Looking at the current situation, we don't have much of a problem." Indeed. Looking at the current situation, they were not at a disadvantage in terms of top experts. The Marquis of the Imperial Academy were all saints. With the Tao artifact of the Imperial Academy in hand, they could even fight against a half-mighty figure. In the Imperial Court Hall, a round mirror floated in the air, and the scene shown in the mirror was the battle outside the Imperial City. Shi Yang looked at the battle in the mirror, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for the civil and military officials in the Imperial Court, they all remained silent. An invisible murderous intent filled the air. "Dear ministers, what do you think of this battle?" "Your Majesty, looking at the current battle situation, the rebels are only SOSO. With General Shan and the others, there is nothing to worry about." A minister flattered and said with a flattering smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yang did not say anything, but many of the civil and military officials below smiled sarcastically. They were not mocking the battle situation. Instead, they were mocking the other party's flattery. The battle was obviously evenly matched, and there was no clear winner or loser between the two sides. At this time, saying that the rebels were only SOSO was no different from saying empty words. Then, someone stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I sincerely request to take action." "Approved. Thank you, Your Majesty." After that person received the order, he straightened his back and turned to leave the Imperial Court. At this time, those who requested to take action were mostly military officials. As for the civil officials, although his strength was not weak, it was rare for him to personally make a move in the current situation. "Men, Your Majesty, pass down my order. Now that the rebels are strong, please ask the people of the Imperial Astronomer to quell the rebellion. There must be no mistakes. Your Majesty, go." Shi Yang waved his hand, and then refocused his attention on the round mirror in front of him. Now that the army had reached the gates of the Imperial City, he wanted to see if the people of the Imperial Astronomer could really sit still. If at this juncture, if the Imperial Astronomer still refused to take action, he could leave some people behind and find a way to suppress them in the future. However, these thoughts only flashed through Shi Yang's mind and quickly disappeared. In the end, it was still because he did not have enough power in his hands. If he had enough power, why would he have to worry so much? If they did not listen to his orders, then it was fine. He could just wave his hand and destroy them. There was no need to do so many things. Outside the city, the battle was still going on. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days had passed. During this period, there was also the practice of retreating. After all, if ordinary soldiers continued to fight for a few days, no one would be able to withstand such a consumption. However, the battle at the celestial level never stopped. Ever since the rebels besieged the Imperial City, the world's attention was focused on this place. For the cultivation world, the rise and fall of the Imperial Court and the change of power had a lot of impact on them. But now, not many people were willing to get involved in this muddy water. Whether the Imperial Court won or the rebels won, once they stood on the wrong side, it would be troublesome to settle the score afterward. Although the Imperial Court and the cultivation world were separated, but some things, they were not really separated just because they said they were. Of course, there were also some experts from the sects who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get some benefits and participate without permission. No matter what, the battle in the Imperial City was now intense to a certain extent. Boom! The spear pierced through the air and swept over with the force of Mount Tai. Shun Hong had been fighting for a few days and had consumed a lot of energy. In the face of this peerless spear, he could not block it for a moment. There was a loud bang that shook the sky. Shun Hong's body flew out, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Shen Hong can't die. Jiyu Changqing's eyes glinted coldly as he immediately said. Now, if a peak saint expert were to fall, the situation would become troublesome. The resistance from the Great Jiao was as strong as they had expected. It even showed signs of surpassing their expectations. Thousands of years of foundation. At this moment, it was finally revealed. In this way, Shen Hong could not die. Once Shen Hong died, their side would lack a peak saint realm master. If they wanted to suppress the Great Jiao Empire, they would have to face a lot of difficulties. Then, Jiyu Changqing looked at the ghost sage and said, I hope you can save Shen Hong. Otherwise, if Shen Hong dies, I'm afraid our deal will be difficult to maintain. Got it. The ghost sage glanced at him, and in the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. In the sky, Shen Hong was injured in one blow and was completely at a disadvantage. After a simple conversation, the Marquis of Wuan was already in a miserable state. Just as he was about to lose, a ray of black light shot into the sky. Dan Hao had a crazy warning in his heart and retreated without thinking. Boom! As soon as he took a step back, a terrifying force bombarded the void where he was standing. A terrifying force exploded. It caused the void to distort violently as if it would shatter at any time. Who are you? Dan Hao stood in the air with his spear and looked at the ghost sage in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a great threat from the other party. This threat. It was definitely a feeling that a cultivator of the same level could give. In other words, almighty. Dan Hao said softly. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. On the other side, the moment the ghost sage attacked, it attracted the attention of the other experts who were watching the battle. Many people were puzzled by this unfamiliar cultivator. However, after hearing Dan Hao's words, everyone's expression changed. Almighty. The person who attacked was an almighty. Especially the imperial court. They immediately felt a great pressure. In an instant, some people's thoughts turned wildly as they began to guess the identity of this almighty. Then, their eyes fell on Jiyu Changqing. They thought of some rumors and their expressions changed again. In the sky, the ghost sage stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Dan Hao calmly and said, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel now, I can spare your life. Kneel? You're not worthy. Dan Hao's eyes turned cold as he retorted mercilessly. So what if he was an almighty? He had already reached the half-almighty realm. Since the other party did not give him face, he did not need to give him face either. As for fear, Dan Hao had not been afraid of anyone in the past few thousand years. I hope you can still be so stubborn later. After saying that, the ghost sage had already disappeared into the distance. He was so fast that it was as if he was teleporting. Dan Hao did not need to look with his eyes. His spear stabbed out at a mysterious angle and met the ghost sage's attack. In an instant, the two of them had fought over 100 times. There were only 2 afterimages in the sky. No one could see the situation clearly. Dan Hao, you're in trouble. The grey-robed old woman saw this and shook her head. She looked unhappy. Logically speaking, with Dan Hao's strength, he should not be defeated so quickly. After all, the difference between a half-almighty and an almighty was only a small realm. Even if there was a huge gap, the gap should not be so huge. The reason was because Dan Hao had first defeated Shen Hong and consumed a large amount of true essence. Moreover, Ghost Hand was not an ordinary almighty. As a result, the gap was a little big. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were fighting as fast as lightning. It was impossible to tell who was stronger. However, in the eyes of the old woman, Dan Hao was being led by the ghost sage. If the ghost sage was fast, he had to be fast. If the ghost sage was slow, he would be slow too. The entire battle had been under the control of the ghost sage since the beginning. Once he could not keep up with the rhythm, he would be defeated. It will be difficult to break out of this. The grey-robed old woman looked at the battle in the sky and had no intention of interfering. Dan Hao was now only one step away from becoming an almighty. If he could fight with a real almighty, he might have a chance to comprehend and break through. Therefore, the current situation was a crisis, but it was also an excellent opportunity. However, although this person looks unfamiliar, his moves are a little familiar. Demon race, humph. The grey-robed old woman snorted coldly in her heart. Others did not know the identity of the ghost sage. However, it was impossible for her not to know. When the human emperor was fighting the demons, the imperial astronomer was also a weapon to attack the demons. As one of the experts in the imperial astronomer, the grey-robed old woman's knowledge was not comparable to others. In the entire battle, apart from the battle between Dan Hao and the ghost sage, only the battle between Qin Shujian and Du Chengwu attracted her attention. Although the array was set up even with her strength, she could not directly penetrate it to see the result of the battle. However, she could vaguely see some clues from the fluctuations of the aura. At this moment, in the array, the doomsday-like world had suddenly changed into a world that seemed to be made of ice. Du Chengwu was not as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. He looked extremely battered and had suffered many injuries. As for Qin Shujian, now, his face was so pale that it was frightening. Every once in a while, he would take a vitality pill to maintain the power of the array and then continuously attack Du Chengwu. Bang! The space suddenly collapsed, and endless space blades erupted from it. Du Chengwu's face was ferocious. He punched out. While destroying the space blades, he was also pushed back by the force, and there were a few more wounds on his body. Qin Shujian, is this all you can do? The array has been maintained for so long. Your strength can't help but be consumed. You can't outlast me. When the array is broken, I'll tear you into pieces. Du Chengwu was no longer as angry as he was at the beginning. His voice was just frighteningly cold. Although his injuries were not light at the moment, however, he could also feel that the power of the array was gradually weakening. This meant that Qin Shujian's strength was also constantly weakening. Kill me. Why don't I kill you first? At the same time, the space suddenly shattered as an astral finger pierced through the void and blasted towards Du Chengwu. In response, Du Chengwu was already prepared. He punched out and destroyed the finger energy. It was also at this moment a figure that was 100 feet tall came directly in the air. A palm that was like a huge millstone crushed over with a loud bang. Chapter 478. Celestial Phenomenon. As soon as he made a move, Qin Shujian activated this divine technique. On the other side, Du Chengwu's body also grew bigger and he threw a punch over. After breaking through to the celestial being realm. As his life force advanced to the transcendent level, the shackles of his physical body were also completely broken. Changing the size of the physical body like this was a necessary skill for almost all celestial beings. The only difference was, although Du Chengwu's body grew bigger, his strength did not increase. But Qin Shujian's strength could increase at the same time when he used celestial phenomenon. This was the difference. Facing Du Chengwu's attack, Qin Shujian did not dodge. Instead, he blasted out a heavenly cloud god sealing finger and fought with the other party. Du Chengwu in his heyday. He did not dare to fight. But after being seriously injured, his strength was reduced by the rule seal derived from the formation. And after spending 2 or 3 days, the other party was also seriously exhausted. Under the addition of all kinds of negative buffs, an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm was weakened to an extremely low level. In this way, the gap between Qin Shujian and Du Chengwu was reduced to a negligible level. If it was possible, Qin Shujian did not intend to fight with Du Chengwu head-on. But as the other party said, his divine consciousness was seriously exhausted. Even if he kept swallowing vitality pills, it was far from being able to keep up with the speed of consumption. And the more pills he took, the worse the effect would be in a short period of time. In this case, Qin Shujian simply maintained the current formation and did not activate the killing formation to kill the other party. Then he personally fought with the other party again. In a desolate world, 2 giants that were hundreds of meters tall were fighting each other. Every punch and kick could crack the earth and distort the void violently as if it could not withstand such an attack. Die. Du Chengwu threw a punch and the terrifying power soared in an instant. Qin Shujian took a step out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, A biting cold saber light slashed toward the other party's back. Boom! Du Chungwoo had been aware of it. He attacked first and destroyed the saber light. Then his 100-foot-tall body broke through the air and charged toward Qin Shujian. This punch. He had used all of his strength. Facing Du Chungwoo's attack, Qin Shujian did not dodge. Instead, he met it head-on. His shoulder took the punch head-on, and his shoulder blade was instantly shattered. However, the intense pain did not make him change his expression. Instead, his eyes were cold as he swung his 1,000-mountain bloodsword forward. Injury for injury. Exchanging injury for life. Du Chungwoo was shocked. Without thinking, he retreated. However, although he retreated quickly, the long saber's attack was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the long blade slashed down and his flesh was torn apart. Du Chungwoo let out a cry of pain as a long gash appeared on his chest. Blood continuously gushed out from the wound, and even his beating heart could be faintly seen. Die. Qin Shujian didn't give Du Chungwoo the slightest chance to retreat. As Du Chungwoo retreated, Qin Shujian followed closely behind. The 1,000-mountain blood transformed into a death demonic blade and slashed towards Du Chungwoo's chest. Right now, one of his arms was already half crippled, and only the hand that held the saber was still intact. If he didn't take this opportunity to kill Du Chungwoo, he wouldn't have another chance once the other party calmed down. You can't kill me. Du Chungwoo was furious. Endless true essence madly gushed out and turned into a vigorous protective aura, trying to block the saber. At this moment, Qin Shujian activated the last bit of his divine thought and directly activated the formation. The black destructive lightning in the sky struck down and collided with the protective aura. Boom! The lightning struck, and the protective aura cracked. Just as the aura was about to recover, Qin Shujian suddenly exerted force on his wrist and threw the 1,000-mountain blood away. Swoosh! The long saber directly pierced through Du Chungwoo's vital essence before it recovered, and then it sank into his body. Boom! The long saber didn't stop and ruthlessly nailed Du Chungwoo to the ground. At this moment, Qin Shujian's divine thought was finally exhausted, and the formation that was maintaining it suddenly shattered. Outside, only the void shook. Endless formation patterns were destroyed, and a blood-stained body that was hundreds of feet long fell. However, when it appeared, it returned to its normal size. Then, another person walked out of the broken formation patterns, grabbed the long saber stuck in the body, and the moment he pulled out the saber, he decapitated the body. In an instant, the body was decapitated. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye. When the others came to their senses, they finally saw what had happened. The blood-stained figure standing with the saber in his hand was Qin Shujian. Then, the person who was decapitated was Marquis Luoyu, Du Chungwoo. Boom! After seeing the situation clearly, both the Imperial Court side and the Rebels side changed their expressions. Until now, after several days, this was the first time that a divine-level expert had died. Moreover, the person who died was one of the 7 marquises, Marquis Luoyu, Du Chungwoo. What? Zhong Yi was shocked. Looking at the falling body, he couldn't keep calm. Du Chungwoo was dead. Even if he wanted to expel Du Chungwoo, he didn't expect that he would really die, and that he would die in the hands of Qin Shujian. As for Qin Shujian, he had some understanding of him. The legendary reincarnation of a mighty figure was now a transcendent expert at the first tier of the celestial being realm. A first-tier celestial being killed a 6th-tier celestial being. Zhong Yi couldn't believe it. Even if Du Chungwoo was injured, he couldn't ignore the power of a saint expert. No one thought that they would end up in such a situation. As for the Imperial Court, after a short silence, they immediately beamed with joy. Du Chungwoo was dead. For them, it was equivalent to one less strong threat, and even the army of the Luoyu prefecture might retreat because of this. In this way, the pressure on the Imperial Court was relieved a lot. In the void, when Qin Shujian was about to go down to pick up the body, a strong sense of threat surged in his heart. Then, he saw a silver light shoot up to the sky from below, and the terrible power shook the void and distorted it. Someone was sneak attacking. This was his first thought. But soon, a second thought emerged in his mind, and that was the strength of the attacker was definitely not something he could fight against. The void collapsed. A grey-robed old woman stepped out of the void, and with a simple wave of her withered hand, the silver light immediately collapsed, and the figure of Sage Eagle appeared. A mighty figure launching a sneak attack in the dark. How laughable. Fang Elan. Sage Eagle's expression changed slightly. After transforming, she couldn't recognize him, but he could. But what he didn't expect was, the great cultivator of the Saint Realm had now become a mighty figure. Moreover, judging from the might of the attack just now, the other party's strength was not much weaker than his. Breaking through to become a mighty figure in a few thousand years and growing to such a level, the potential of the human race is really a great threat. Sage Eagle's expression was solemn, and his mind was spinning. On the other side, the grey-robed old woman, Fang Elan, tilted her head slightly, looked at Qin Shujian, and said, "Leave this matter to me, you should go back first." "Thank you." Qin Shujian didn't know Fang Elan, but that didn't stop him from thanking her. If she hadn't intercepted him just now, he would have at least been seriously injured by Sage Eagle. In the end, Qin Shujian took a deep look at Sage Eagle, and then landed. He didn't return to the Imperial City immediately, but went to pick up Du Chengwu's body. Qin Shujian would never believe that an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm, and the lord of a prefecture, didn't have any treasures on him. Not to mention anything else. The 6-seal Dao artifact gloves in his hand alone were enough to tempt him. As for Sage Eagle, in any case, he, Sect Master Qin, would remember this matter. The last person who attacked him, Du Chengwu, had been beheaded in public, and it should be Sage Eagle's turn next. But killing Du Chengwu was a coincidence, but it was still far from enough to deal with a mighty figure. However, Qin Shujian had already remembered Sage Eagle, and if there was a chance in the future, it would be time to settle old scores. He had never thought of himself as a broad-minded person. If they offended him, it would be fine if they were strong enough, but if they were weaker than him, then they could only wait and see. Marquis. At this moment, several generals in the Fallen Moon Prefecture camp immediately reacted after a brief moment of shock, and then rushed out with bloodshot eyes, wanting to take back Du Chengwu's body. Get lost. Qin Shujian was furious, and with a sweep of his saber, he sent these people flying. Even if he was seriously injured and lost a lot of his strength, he was definitely not someone who could get involved in this matter. Then, Qin Shujian grabbed Du Chengwu's body, and skillfully removed the storage ring and Dao artifact gloves from his hand, and then fumbled around to make sure that he didn't leave anything behind, and then left with a heart full of sorrow. Qin. Book. Sword. When the generals of the Fallen Moon Prefecture landed and saw this scene, they were so angry that they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at Sage Eagle's back as he left, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, as if they wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces. This is too much. This is really too much. Not only did he kill Du Chengwu, but he also looted all the things on Du Chengwu's body in front of them. This was equivalent to trampling the face of the entire Fallen Moon Prefecture under his feet. When Qin Shujian returned to the Imperial City, the experts on the city wall all suppressed the shock in their hearts and congratulated him one after another. Sect Master Qin's strength is unparalleled. Today you killed Du Chengwu in one stroke, and your name will be known all over the world. Sect Master Qin has made a great contribution by killing Du Chengwu. Haha, I admire Sect Master Qin's strength. In the beginning, they still had some doubts about Qin Shujian's strength. But now that he killed Du Chengwu, all their doubts disappeared. He was able to kill an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm. Even if he was injured, he was definitely not a match for ordinary people. Qin Shujian's strength, he had already convinced these people wholeheartedly. For this, Qin Shujian also smiled and said, "You are flattering me. I still have injuries, so I won't stay for long. Take care, Sect Master Qin. Goodbye." Qin Shujian didn't talk too much nonsense and left in a flash. It could be said that, after killing Du Chengwu, he had already fulfilled his promise to the Imperial Court. With the reward given by the Imperial Court, he couldn't exchange the life of a peak Saint Realm expert. What's more, Du Chengwu was more important than an ordinary peak Saint Realm expert. So, even if he left now, the Imperial Court would have nothing to say. However, Qin Shujian wouldn't really leave after killing Du Chengwu. Instead, he returned to General Bright Vision's mansion to recuperate. Now, he was in a bit of a mess. Du Chengwu was powerful and had a six-seal Dao artifact in hand. Even if he was wearing the dustless immortal robe, he couldn't withstand such an attack. That punch, his shoulder blade was shattered, and his entire arm was crippled. As for the power that entered his body, it shattered many star acupoints. In general, after Qin Shujian recovered from his injuries, he was seriously injured again within a few days. And in terms of the degree of injury, it was more serious than the injuries he had suffered a few days ago. When he returned to General Bright Vision's mansion, the old butler was shocked and at a loss for a moment. Sect Master Qin, what happened to you? In his eyes, Qin Shujian was now covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. Hearing that, Qin Shujian shook his head. It's not a big problem. I need to recuperate in seclusion immediately. I hope no one will disturb me. Sect Master Qin, don't worry. I know what to do. The old butler immediately calmed down and nodded in reply. In the imperial court, in the round mirror, the scene of Qin Shujian killing Du Chengwu was also displayed. All the civil and military officials fell into a short silence at this time. Many people's eyes were full of horror. On the throne, Shi Yang suddenly laughed out loud, and his voice shook the imperial court. Good kill. Qin Shujian is worthy of being a human of the great Zhao dynasty. This time, he killed the rebel Du Chengwu. It is a great merit. Come. After the laughter, Shi Yang's smile disappeared and he shouted. Soon. An old eunuch standing beside him bowed and said, Your Majesty, what orders do you have? Qin Shujian killed Du Chengwu and was seriously injured this time. Give him 3 golden marrow 9 turns elixirs and 100 spirit stones. Send them to General Bright Vision's mansion. This old servant obeys. The old eunuch took the order and left. As for the civil and military officials, they did not raise any objections to Shi Yang's reward. Even if some people had thoughts, they still closed their mouths in the end. No matter what. There was nothing to say about this matter. During this period of time, His Majesty had been badly battered by the rebels. Now that Du Chengwu was killed, he was already very happy. In this case, if anyone dared to say something to spoil his mood, they would only have a dead end. After the order was passed down, Shi Yang's mood also calmed down, and his gaze fell back on the round mirror. At the same time, the old woman in grey was fighting Sage Eagle. I didn't know that Grand Secretary Fang had already become a Grand Cultivator. With her around, the rebels will have few opponents, one of the officials said. After that, another official frowned and said, Grand Secretary Fang is indeed very capable, but who is this silver-haired middle-aged man? How can he fight against Grand Secretary Fang? Is he a hidden expert from the 7 prefectures? That's true, but I don't think he's from the 7 prefectures. Sir Chen, what do you mean? Temph, Sir Liu should know what I mean. The rumors from a while ago weren't groundless. There was a lot of discussion in the court. Shi Yang was the only one who remained on the throne. He looked at Fang Yilan and Sage Eagle, and he also had other thoughts. Fang Yilan had become a Grand Cultivator. Did that mean that the other elders of the Imperial Astronomer had also become Grand Cultivators? But so far, only Fang Yilan had made a move. Were the others really in seclusion, or were they unwilling to make a move? As for Sage Eagle, Shi Yang had already guessed the other party's identity. After all, every Grand Cultivator was a well-known expert. No matter how incognito they were, they couldn't be completely undetected. There was only one possibility for a completely unfamiliar face like Sage Eagle. The other party was a monster. At that thought, the look on Shi Yang's face turned even grimmer. The monsters had interfered, and there were 2 monster saints. Fang Yilan could stop one of them. Dan Hao might not be a match for the other one. General Ming Yuan's residence. Qin Shujian went into seclusion as soon as he dismissed his attendants. His injuries were very serious this time. He had taken a lot of pills in the past few days, which had led to the accumulation of toxins in his body, which was a problem. Then, he had fought with Du Chengwu and was badly injured. The combination of the two was a huge problem. The first thing to do after suppressing it is to expel the pill toxins. Then, slowly heal the injuries in my body and reopen the collapsed star acupoints. As for my shattered arm, that's a problem, Qin Shujian thought to himself. The biggest problem now was his left arm. His shoulder blade was shattered, and his entire arm was almost dead. In this way, even a divine-level cultivator with amazing recovery abilities would not be easy to heal from such an injury. But this matter, he put it aside for the time being, then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and began to force the toxins out. It was not difficult to expel the toxins. When a cultivator broke through to divine level, they had complete control over their physical body. Even if the toxins accumulated in various parts of the body, they still could not escape. It didn't take too long. Qin Shujian suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a pool of black liquid. When the liquid landed, it immediately corroded a large hole in the ground. Seeing this, he waved his hand, and vital essence gushed out, enveloping all the black liquid and destroying it into nothingness. After the toxins were expelled, the first thing to heal was the injuries on his body. He looked at his dead arm. Qin Shujian's eyes hardened, and he suddenly took out the blood of 1,000 mountains and cut it off from his shoulder. Whoosh, the long saber slashed down, and the arm fell off. Before the blood completely gushed out, he saw the flesh at the fracture squirming, completely sealing the wound. As for the arm that fell off, Qin Shujian also used his vital essence to completely destroy it. The next thing to do is to regenerate the broken limb. Regenerating a broken limb was a necessary method for every divine-level powerhouse. It was just that the regenerated arm was much weaker than the original arm that had been tempered by qi and blood vital essence. And this kind of weakness, it needed time to make up for it bit by bit. For these things, in Qin Shujian's view, it was not a problem at all. Just as he was about to regenerate his limb, however, he suddenly stopped. Outside the courtyard, there was a commotion, which made his face darken. He had clearly ordered that no one was to come and disturb him, but now there were still people coming. This made Qin Shujian's heart surge with anger. But soon, the anger in his heart subsided a lot. Your Majesty, Shi Yang. Why did Shi Yang send someone here at this time? From the commotion outside the courtyard, Qin Shujian could get a clue. Thinking of this, he had to suppress the idea of recuperating, then got up, opened the door, and walked out. Outside the door, two maids stood on the side, bowing. An old eunuch in his 60s, with a team of guards behind him. Seeing Qin Shujian come out, the old eunuch's face suddenly showed a smile. He stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Sect Master Qin, you're finally out. I'm recuperating. What can I do for you?" When His Majesty heard that Sect Master Qin killed Du Chengwu, he was immediately happy. Knowing that Sect Master Qin is injured, he specially sent me to bring some healing treasures. At the end of the old eunuch's words, his attention fell on Qin Shujian's broken arm, and for a moment, he stuttered a little. Broken arm? No, it should be the regenerating broken limb of a divine-level cultivator. But, the old eunuch suddenly felt a little uncomfortable standing now. The eunuch's strange behavior. Qin Shujian didn't notice it, but when he heard the reward, his indifferent expression eased a lot. Killing the rebels is my duty. There's no need for His Majesty to spend money. Sect Master Qin is too modest. What reward did His Majesty give me? Qin Shujian went straight to the point. The old eunuch coughed and said, His Majesty saw that Sect Master Qin killed the enemy and specially sent 100 spirit stones, and 100 spirit stone. Just hearing this sentence, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Just this reward alone was already very valuable. But when he heard the old eunuch's words, he couldn't help but ask, what else? Also, there are 3 golden marrow 9 turns elixirs for Sect Master Qin to recuperate. Golden marrow 9 turns elixirs. The smile on Qin Shujian's face suddenly stiffened. He finally knew why the old eunuch looked at him a little strangely. When it came to the reward, he was a little hesitant. Golden marrow 9 turns elixirs. It was indeed a healing panacea, but it also had an important characteristic. That was bone reconstruction. Yes. Bone reconstruction. With the injury on Qin Shujian's arm, taking a golden marrow 9 turns elixir would allow him to recover in a few days. He was also very clear about this healing panacea. After all, he was a Grandmaster alchemist, and the Celestial Blue Alchemy book also had the recipe for the golden marrow 9 turns elixir. It was just that it wasn't easy to gather enough materials for refining the elixir. Besides that, he still needed to refine it himself. As a top healing panacea, even Qin Shujian himself didn't have 100% chance of successfully refining it. Therefore, he didn't have the thought of refining the elixir, but directly cut off his arm and used the principle of limb regeneration to heal his injuries. But, the moment he cut off his arm, someone sent the golden marrow 9 turns elixir over. Such a thing. It made Qin Shujian feel very tired. He seemed to be too impulsive. Chapter 479. Subscribe to read at Chijian. The mountain is bare. The grass was withered. There weren't even many trees. There was only a crude stockade made of wood. Strictly speaking, this was just a desolate mountain. Even the birds that passed by didn't want to linger. Sigh. Qin Shujian was bored to death as he sat on a large rock. Beside him was a large saber that was chipped in a few places. Coupled with the patched clothes on his body and the holes in his straw sandals on his feet, he looked like he was about to die. He looked more like a beggar than a bandit. But he really was a bandit. No, to be precise, he was a bandit. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Stockade Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Level 1 of Body Forging Scripture, 5 levels in total, Mortal Level Low Grade, Equipment, Damaged Sword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. This was Qin Shujian's current status panel. When he first came to this world, he thought that he had been reborn. But after a day of learning, Qin Shujian finally realized that he had become an NPC in the game. As for why he was so sure, because at the bottom right corner of the status panel, there was a countdown timer that kept ticking. 2 days 15 hours 23 minutes 41 seconds until the players arrive. Sigh. Seeing this, Qin Shujian sighed again. The players were coming. And his current identity, no matter how he looked at it, was like a cannon fodder NPC in the newbie village. It existed to give experience to the newbie players. Killed, resurrected. Killed again, resurrected again. Qin Shujian suddenly thought of the scene when he was playing the game. At that time, he didn't have any feelings for those cannon fodder NPCs. But now that his identity had changed, he deeply felt this kind of sorrow. Wait. Qin Shujian's face suddenly froze. He seemed to have overlooked something. And that was, his body's original identity was indeed an NPC, but now it had been taken over by someone else, and it was completely replaced. Because of this, whether or not he could be resurrected was unknown. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly quivered and jumped up from the big rock. No, this won't do. What if he can't be revived? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? There are still more than 2 days left. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths as he looked at the countdown timer on his attribute panel. It was as if he was looking at his own death timer. It wasn't easy for him to live again. Even if he was an NPC, it was still better than completely disappearing. Even if I have to be an NPC, I will never be a cannon fodder NPC. Qin Shujian silently set a flag for himself. If he didn't want to become a cannon fodder NPC, he would have to increase his level. I mean, strength. Only then would he be able to get out of this awkward situation. This game didn't have the level system that he was familiar with. Instead, it adopted a different division of realms. As for the so-called body tempering scripture, Qin Shujian discovered that there was indeed such a cultivation method in his mind. However, that was only a superficial method of tempering one's body. It needed to rely on the accumulation of tempering over a long period of time. There was no possibility of a quick breakthrough in a short period of time. However, Qin Shujian had his own thoughts. Since this was a game, he definitely couldn't do without killing NPCs to level up. As for where to kill NPCs, Qin Shujian glanced at the people walking around him and smiled slightly. He was currently in a nest of NPCs. There was no need for him to search. The only problem was, he himself was an NPC. Would he be able to obtain something like experience points or leveling up by killing his own kind? Qin Shujian bent down and picked up the broken broadsword on the big rock. He walked toward one of the bandits who was dressed similarly to him. At the same time, the attributes of that bandit appeared in his mind. Name, Zhong Ergu Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Village Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture, Level 1, total of 5, Mortal Level, Low Grade, Equipment, Broken Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. Apart from the name, everything else was exactly the same as Qin Shujian's. He didn't know if it was because of the game's special features or because the other bandits were in the same camp as him. In any case, Qin Shujian could see through the other party's attributes as long as he wanted to. When Qin Shujian approached that bandit, he was still standing in the same spot. His eyes were looking outside. He stood there motionless like a piece of wood. Qin Shujian also tried to communicate with these people. In the end, the result was, apart from him, these bandits were no different from the cannon fodder NPCs in his impression. They didn't know how to talk and had no intelligence. They ate and rested on time every day, stood guard and patrolled. It was as if everything was going according to the settings. Brother. Qin Shujian patted his shoulder. Zhong Ergu turned to look at him, then turned back. A large hand suddenly covered his mouth. Then, he was forcefully dragged behind a big rock. Looking at Zhong Ergu, whose mouth and nose were covered, his hands and feet instinctively struggling, Qin Shujian's eyes hardened. He suddenly raised his broadsword and slashed. Although the broadsword was broken, it was still very sharp. Poochie, a light sound was heard. It was the sound of a blade piercing through flesh. Zhong Ergu was immediately pierced through. Blood flowed from the wound. Then, a warm current rose from the broadsword and flowed into Qin Shujian's body. Thump! Qin Shujian's legs gave way and he staggered to the ground. His chest rose and fell violently. His face was faintly pale. Murder. He killed someone. Looking at Zhong Ergu, who died with his eyes wide open, and the broadsword in his chest, the dark red blood was particularly eye-catching. Qin Shujian didn't expect that killing an NPC would be so realistic. For a moment, he almost thought that he wasn't in a game and that he wasn't killing an NPC, but a real person. Fortunately, without waiting for Qin Shujian to be surprised for too long, Zhong Ergu's corpse slowly disappeared under his eyes. All that was left was his original broken broadsword. The moment it lost its support, it fell to the ground. Bang! The sound of the broadsword hitting the ground made Qin Shujian come back to his senses. Seeing this scene, he let out a long sigh of relief. His deathly pale face also recovered a lot. Good. Although it was a bit too realistic, at least my guess was correct. If he really was asked to kill someone, Qin Shujian didn't have the guts, but he definitely couldn't just raise his hand and slash without even frowning. Qin Shujian finally calmed down. Only then did he remember the warm current that had just surged up. He immediately checked his own stats. Name, Qin Shujian Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold Realm, First Stage of the Basic Realm Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture First Stage, plus, total of 5 stages, Mortal Level Low Grade, HP, 1 Equipment, Broken Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. The status panel was still the same as before. The only difference was that there was an additional HP attribute. In addition, after the first stage of the Body Forging Scripture, there was an additional plus sign. Seeing the plus sign, Qin Shujian's mind couldn't help but move. His consciousness lightly tapped on it. He saw his HP instantly drop to 0. In the Cultivation Method tab, the words Body Forging Scripture also twisted. Immediately after, a wave of power surged out from his body, as if some subtle changes had occurred. Name, Qin Shujian Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold Realm, Second Stage of the Martial Realm Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture 2nd stage, total of 5 stages, mortal level low grade, HP, 0 equipment, broken broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. The HP dropped to 0. The Body Forging Scripture he cultivated changed from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. His realm also changed from the 1st stage of the martial realm to the 2nd stage of the martial realm. My strength has roughly doubled. Picking up the broken broadsword from the ground, Qin Shujian weighed it in his hand and found that it was a lot lighter than before. His originally skinny arms had faintly bulging muscles. Soon after, he stretched on the spot and had a clearer understanding of his body. Every aspect of my body seems to have improved, but it's not as obvious as the increase in my strength. Pinching the muscles on his body, his skin also had some toughness. This was the effect of increasing the Body Forging Scripture by 1 stage. The Body Forging Scripture was similar to the Liangshan Stronghold's cultivation method. In any case, up until now, all the NPCs Qin Shujian had come into contact with had cultivated this cultivation method. As for the Body Forging Scripture's use, as the name suggests, it was to temper the body. Tempering the body and nourishing the strength. When one cultivated to the 5th stage of the Body Forging Scripture, one would be able to spread the strength throughout the body. Every move would be able to explode with the strongest power. As for the mortal level low grade displayed in the Body Forging Scripture, Qin Shujian guessed that it should be the level of this cultivation method. According to normal theory, this was the lowest level. Above it, there should be something like mortal level middle grade, mortal level high grade, and so on. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you not seen a pig run? Qin Shujian still knew a little about these normal otherworldly, game theories and knowledge. As for the HP, killing a Zhong-Ergu NPC gave me an extra HP attribute. It should be something that can only be obtained by killing NPCs. I just don't know if it can be obtained by killing players. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning. Consuming 1 HP to increase the Body Forging Scripture by 1 stage. Increasing the realm by 1 stage is equivalent to directly increasing 1 level. If this is the case, leveling up in this game is quite easy. After all, in this Liangshan stronghold, these non-intelligent NPCs shouldn't think that their companions are trying to harm them. I wonder if Zhong-Ergu has already respawned? All of a sudden, his thoughts drifted away again. Suddenly, Qin Shujian shook his head violently. Thinking about this now had no meaning to him. The most important thing now was to think of a way to increase the Body Forging Scripture to the 5th stage. This way, before the players arrived, he would be able to increase his strength to a higher level and get rid of his identity as a cannon fodder NPC. He had set a general goal for the short-term future. Qin Shujian held the broken broadsword and walked out from behind the boulder. Coincidentally, another patrolling bandit walked over from afar. Qin Shujian also walked towards him openly. Just like Zhong-Ergu, this patrolling bandit didn't have any vigilance towards Qin Shujian. Even when he got close, he only glanced at him briefly and directly walked past him. When the patrolling bandit had his back to him, Qin Shujian grabbed his nose and mouth with one hand and his throat with the other and directly dragged him behind the boulder. His cultivation had increased to the 2nd stage of the basic realm, and his strength had doubled. The patrolling bandit was only at the 1st stage of the basic realm, so he couldn't resist Qin Shujian at all. He was easily dragged over. He did the same. His hand rose and the broadsword fell. Fresh blood splattered, and another patrolling bandit fell to the ground with a puzzled expression. This time, Qin Shujian had experience. When he saw the bloody scene again, although his face was still somewhat pale, it wasn't to the point where he staggered and fell to the ground. However, this scene was too real. It was so real that the thick smell of blood continuously entered Qin Shujian's breath. He could only say in his heart, "This isn't real, it's just a game. I only killed an NPC." These words were to comfort himself. He familiarly checked his status panel name, Qin Shujian identity, ordinary bandit affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, 2nd stage of the basic realm cultivation method, Body Forging Scripture Stage 2, total of 5 stages, mortal level low grade, life points, 1 equipment, broken broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. Just as Qin Shujian thought, his life points did increase by 1 point for every NPC he killed. However, Qin Shujian looked at the cultivation method column and frowned deeply. The plus sign that he expected didn't appear this time. This also meant that the body forging scripture couldn't be upgraded this time. Previously, 1 life point was enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 stage. Now that I have 1 life point, I can't upgrade it again. Is it because I don't have enough life points, or it can't be upgraded continuously? Qin Shujian thought in his heart. If it was the first reason, it would be fine. At worst, he could just kill a few more NPCs. After all, he didn't really think that killing an NPC would be enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 stage. If it was really that easy, then he would only need to kill a few bandits and the body forging scripture would be maxed out. But if it was the second reason, then things would be a little troublesome. Because what he lacked the most now was time. If there was a so-called cooldown time for every upgrade, then it was really bad news. When the fallen bandit disappeared, Qin Shujian made up his mind to continue to verify his conjecture. One must know that any conjecture had to be tested in practice. Fortunately, Cold Mountain Stronghold didn't have much, but they had enough bandits. There were at least 50 bandits gathered in the small mountain. Soon, Qin Shujian left the place. The disappearance of the 2 bandits didn't seem to have attracted the attention of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Or rather, no one knew where the 2 bandits had gone. Not long after, Qin Shujian encountered another lone bandit patrolling the mountain alone. With the previous 2 successful experiences, he already had a lot of confidence. There were no surprises. Almost as if he was very familiar with this place, he forcefully dragged the lone bandit to a place that blocked his view. Then, he cleanly finished him off. After finishing off the bandit, Qin Shujian checked his attributes again. Just as he expected, his life points had increased from 1 to 2. However, in the cultivation method column, the second stage of the body forging scripture was still displayed there alone. There were no changes. The plus sign that he expected didn't appear. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He could only attribute this to the fact that his life points were still not enough. After all, he didn't want to admit that the body forging scripture really had a cooldown time. After suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he immediately chose his next target. 1, 2, every time he killed a bandit, Qin Shujian would check his own attributes. After finding that there were no changes, he would continue to look for the next bandit. When the 4th bandit was killed, Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up. Qin Shujian checked his attributes again. Finally, his expression changed. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold. Realm, second stage of the basic realm cultivation method, body forging scripture. Second stage, plus, total of 5 stages, mortal level. Low grade, life points, 5 equipment, damaged broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. After his life points reached 5 points, there was finally a plus sign behind the second stage of the body forging scripture. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian directly used his consciousness to click on it. The 5 points of life points were directly reset to 0. Wang. The words of the second stage of the body forging scripture directly transformed into the third stage in his mind. His realm also directly increased from the second stage of the basic realm to the third stage of the basic realm. A warm current surged from his body, instantly spreading to his limbs and bones. His qi and blood also started to slightly boil. At this moment, the space between his flesh and blood seemed to have become closer. His originally somewhat pale skin now had a bronze color. My strength has doubled from my original foundation. Qin Shujian felt as if he had practiced the body forging scripture for many years. He was familiar with everything related to the third stage of the body forging scripture. He felt as if he knew every inch of his body's improvement like the back of his hand. His strength had doubled from his original foundation. This was a significant improvement. One had to know. When he had advanced from the first stage of the basic realm to the second stage of the basic realm, his strength had doubled. Now that he had advanced from the second stage of the basic realm to the third stage of the basic realm, his strength had doubled again. In this way, his strength had increased by more than 4 times from the beginning. Furthermore, the increase in strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After breaking through to the 3rd stage of the basic realm, Qin Shujian suddenly had a premonition that even if he were to face those bandits head-on, less than 10 of them would not be a threat to him. Apart from that, after advancing to the 3rd stage of the basic realm, the various aspects of my body have also improved. Although it is not as obvious as the doubling of my strength, it is still not a small improvement. After briefly familiarizing himself with the condition of his body, Qin Shujian once again looked at his status panel. The health bar had already cleared to 0. From the 1st stage of the body forging scripture to the 2nd stage of the body forging scripture, I only need 1 health point. From the 2nd stage of the body forging scripture to the 3rd stage of the body forging scripture, I need 5 health points. The difference is a total of 5 times. After carefully calculating, Qin Shujian felt a toothache. If it really was a difference of 5 times, then even if he killed all the bandits in the Cold Mountain stronghold, he might not be able to reach the 5th stage of the body forging scripture. However, after knowing the increase in strength from advancing to the next stage, Qin Shujian felt that it was reasonable. Otherwise, the difficulty of this game would be too easy. The 3rd stage of the body forging scripture corresponds to the 3rd stage of the basic realm. Then, the 5th stage of the body forging scripture should correspond to the 5th stage of the basic realm. If this is the case, then the 5th stage of the basic realm should be able to fight against 100 people. Qin Shujian inwardly guessed. That was 16 times the strength of the 1st stage of the basic realm. However, these were all hypotheses and could not be taken seriously. After knowing that there was no cooldown time to increase the body forging scripture and that there was only a requirement for health points, Qin Shujian felt somewhat comforted. Wasn't it just health points? There were so many bandits in the Cold Mountain stronghold. Before he killed them all, there was no need to consider this problem. After all, he was only at the 3rd stage of the basic realm. There was no need to consider the 5th stage of the basic realm. As a person, one must be down to earth. One step at a time, one must become bigger and stronger. This was the absolute principle. After his strength reached the 3rd stage of the basic realm, Qin Shujian felt that he could be considered an expert in the Cold Mountain stronghold. At the very least, those NPCs at the 1st stage of the basic realm would not be able to pose any threat to him. If he wanted to obtain more health points, waiting for more to come was no longer realistic. Moreover, if too many bandits died, it would be hard to guarantee that the Cold Mountain stronghold's stronghold master would not notice. After all, a stronghold had a stronghold master. And the stronghold master was the most powerful NPC in the stronghold. Although Qin Shujian had not personally met the stronghold master of the Cold Mountain stronghold, he knew that the stronghold master was not someone these NPCs at the 1st stage of the basic realm could compare with. I must increase my strength as much as possible before the stronghold master of the Cold Mountain stronghold discovers me. This way, even if I am discovered, I can at least guarantee that I can escape if I can't defeat him. After making up his mind, Qin Shujian decided to take the initiative to attack. Previously, when he was fighting the NPCs one by one, the efficiency was too slow. There were only 2 more days until the players arrived. If he continued to waste time, he might die. Soon, Qin Shujian did not walk for long before he saw 3 bandits. 2 of them were patrolling bandits, while the other one was on guard duty. When he quickly approached them, Qin Shujian did not hesitate at all. The large saber in his hand carried a fierce gust of wind as it directly chopped towards the neck of one of the patrolling bandits. With 4 times the strength of a normal bandit, the broken large saber in his hand was as light as a feather. The speed at which he swung his saber was much faster. The patrolling bandit didn't even have time to react before his neck was slashed by the saber. Bang! A large head flew into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. This sudden turn of events caused the other patrolling bandit and the one on guard duty to be unable to react in time. However, shortly after, the eyes of the 2 bandits flashed with an ominous glint. Even if their intelligence was not high, they could still understand the situation in front of them. Just as they were about to attack, Qin Shujian was already one step ahead of them. He took a big stride forward and swung his large saber at an angle. The saber was extremely fast, and it directly chopped at the shoulder of the other patrolling bandit. The blade of the saber cut through the shoulder and directly cut 3 inches below the throat. P.S. The chapter will return to normal in 10 minutes. The fee will not be deducted again. Chapter 480. Rumble. Tens of thousands of beasts galloped. The news of the demon clan's large-scale attack had yet to spread. The attack had already arrived. In the sky, the demon-slaying formation appeared and tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out, killing all the beasts that stepped out of the Skyend mountain range. Ever since the demon-slaying formation was broken, the demon-slaying formation that Qin Shujian set up later was much stronger than the first time. All the beasts that rushed out of the Skyend mountain range, regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they hadn't reached the celestial realm, they couldn't block the lightning attack. Occasionally, some god-martial realm beasts rushed out with serious injuries. Immediately, the disciples who were waiting at the side swarmed up and dealt the final blow. The beast is mine. *T, it's mine. Don't take it from me. Many players were excited. They looked at the severely injured god-martial realm beast as if they saw a delicious cake. God-martial realm beast. One beast was worth at least 10,000 contribution points. If the beast was halved, it would be 5,000 contribution points. Not to mention, this was only the reward for the first level of the god-martial realm. If the beast in front of them wasn't at the first level of the god-martial realm but higher, the contribution points would be increased accordingly. Boom! A dense barrage of attacks instantly blasted over. Someone suddenly laughed and said, "Damn, 3rd level of the god-martial realm. Haha, the head is mine." Hearing that, the others looked at each other with envy and jealousy. They were angry and helpless at the same time. Song Qing sighed. A 3rd level of the god-martial realm beast. That was equivalent to 7,000 contribution points. How many missions did he have to complete in order to accumulate 7,000 contribution points? Even now, he didn't have 7,000 contribution points. After feeling regretful, he turned his attention to the other beasts. Although the beasts came out of the Skyend mountain range, most of them were stopped by the demon-slaying formation. They didn't need to do anything. Some of them were lucky enough to break through the formation with serious injuries. They were also the first ones to deal the finishing blow. Yuan sect. All the elders gathered together and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Zheng Fang said, "I won't beat around the bush. Now that the news of the demon clan's large-scale attack has been confirmed, what do you think? How's the situation with the imperial court?" An elder asked. "The demon race's attack came too quickly. I'm afraid the news has not reached the ears of the imperial court yet." Furthermore, Zheng Fang shook his head slightly, then asked, "Given the current situation of the imperial court, even if the demon race attacks en masse, I'm afraid they don't have the strength to deal with it. Right now, the battle in the central state prefecture was extremely intense. According to the information sent back by the Yuan Pavilion, there were no less than 10 Celestials who had died in the battle. As for the losses of the army, it was even harder to calculate. In such a situation, both sides had long since gone berserk from killing each other. They swore not to give up until one side was destroyed. In this way, how could the others be in the mood to care about the demons? At this moment, even if the news of the demon race army's attack spread, there might not be anyone willing to give up. They had already broken into the central state prefecture, and the city was just around the corner. To give up such an advantage was undoubtedly a difficult thing to do. Niu Feng said, "If the demon race attacks en masse now, it will definitely not be as small as before. Our sect is now in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If the demon race attacks Baiyun Prefecture, we will bear the brunt. First Elder, I wonder if the sect master has any means to leave behind." Hearing this sentence, the others also looked at Zheng Fang. With the current strength of Yuan Zong, it was easy to deal with some demon race, but if they were to face the main force of the demon race, it would be like an egg hitting a rock. Not only Yuan Zhong. In the vast cultivation world, there was no sect that could fight against the demon race with the strength of a single sect. The sect master did leave something behind, but it's not suitable to use it unless it's a critical moment, Zheng Fang said calmly. Hearing this, the others also felt relieved. As long as Qin Shujian had a backup plan, it would be much better. We'll deal with it when the soldiers come. Seng Yi snorted coldly and said, so what if they're from the demon race? In the past, the demon race was forced to retreat to the endless mountain range by the human race. Even if they appear now, they won't be able to shake the foundation of the human race. At this moment, a deacon came in from outside. When he saw many elders, he immediately looked at Zheng Fang and said, First Elder, people from the Blue Cloud sect, Sky Saber sect, and Golden Sun sect are here to see you. Let them in. Zheng Fang thought for a while and then said, Yes. The deacon answered and left. The three sects should be here because of the demon race. Now in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, only Yuan Zhong can resist the demon race. If the three sects don't come now, they will have a hard time if the demon race breaks through our defense line. The other elders began to discuss among themselves regarding the arrival of the three sects. They only needed to think a little to know what the other party's purpose was. Just as the other elders were discussing, Zheng Fang suddenly said, They're here. After saying this, the scene suddenly fell silent. Then, under the lead of the deacon, 3 people came in from outside. The first elder Yang Zhongning from the Golden Sun sect, Qing Shu from the Blue Cloud sect, and Gui Haichuan from the Sky Saber sect. Among the 3 of them, only Yang Zhongning was at the peak of the true martial realm, and the other 2 had broken through to the spirit god realm. After seeing Zheng Fang and the others, the 3 of them immediately cupped their hands and said, Greetings, elders of Yuan Zhong. The few of them were either sect masters or people who wielded real power. However, they still lowered their statuses in front of Yuan Zhong. Everyone knew Yuan Zhong was not only the sky of the Liang Mountain spirit domain, but also the sky of the entire Baiyun mansion. Although their status was noble, it was only relative. Zheng Fang said, Please take a seat. Thank you. The 3 of them sat down in order. After they sat down, Zheng Fang said, May I know why the 3 of you are here today? Gui Haichuan and the others looked at each other. In the end, Qing Shu cupped his hands and said, We're here for the demon race. While they were talking, he organized his words and said, Your sect should have received the news that the demon race is attacking the human race. The demon race is making a big move now, and it's not as simple as just a beast tide. May I know if your sect has any methods to deal with it? When they arrived at Yuan Zhong, Qing Shu saw the demon-slaying formation being activated and killing many demon beasts that had crossed the boundary without permission. He was shocked by Yuan Zhong's methods every time he saw it. Qing Shu believed, even if Yuan Zhong did not say that he was badly battered by the demon race's actions this time, he would absolutely not feel good either. However, in response to his question, Zheng Fang smiled and said, What else can we do now? We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Yang Zhongning frowned and asked, Yuan Zhong, do you have the confidence to resist the demon race? The demon race is powerful. Only the human emperor could purge the universe and drive them to the endless mountain range in one fell swoop. Now that the demon race has reappeared, they must have a plan. Zheng Fang smiled faintly and said, Although my sect isn't weak, it's still unknown if we want to fight the demon race. Hearing this, Qing Shu and Yang Zhongning frowned. His answer made them feel that it was slightly difficult to continue. Gui Haichuan, who was standing at the side, was getting impatient. He interrupted the 2 of them. All right, let's not beat around the bush. I won't beat around the bush either. We have 2 main reasons for coming here. Firstly, whether Yuan Zhong has the confidence to stop the demon race. Secondly, if the demon race wreaks havoc in the Liang Mountain region, we hope that Yuan Zhong can send experts to help. We'll pay the corresponding compensation. He was a straightforward person. He didn't really like Yang Zhongning and Qing Shu's methods. What time was it now? They were still talking nonsense. By the time they finished their discussion, their sect might have already been destroyed by the demon race. It was just as Zheng Fang had said. Even Yuan Zhong didn't have the confidence to fight the demon race. Then the Heavenly Saber sect and Qing Shu sect, whose strongest expert was only at the spirit god realm, had even less of a chance to fight the demon race. When the time came, any demon of the spirit martial realm could destroy their sect if they came to their door. It was exactly because of this that they had no choice but to come to Yuan Zhong and ask for help. In the end, in the entire Liang Mountain region, the only sect that could fight the demon race was Yuan Zhong. If even Yuan Zhong couldn't do anything, then the other sects could only wait for death. Yang Zhongning and Qing Shu had helpless expressions. They glanced at Gui Haichuan and shook their heads to themselves. The members of the Heavenly Saber sect were straightforward and didn't know how to beat around the bush at all. As for Yuan Zhong, they had long since guessed the intentions of the three sects, so they weren't too surprised when they heard Gui Haichuan's words. The smile on Zheng Fang's face vanished, and he said seriously, "Since sect master Gui Hai is straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush. With our sect's strength, it isn't a problem for us to protect ourselves before the demon race. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to help the other sects. So, we can only apologize to Sect Master Gui Hai for your request." After he finished speaking, he then looked at Qing Shu and said, "As for the Emerald Cloud sect, our sect master has promised to protect the Emerald Cloud sect for 20 years. If the demon clan attacks the Emerald Cloud sect in the future, Sect Master Qing Shu can send a message and our sect will definitely help. Please forgive me for not being able to agree to anything else." After Zheng Fang finished speaking, Qing Shu's expression was a little strange. Yuan Zhong's words were nice to hear. He wanted to protect the Blue Cloud sect for 20 years. However, after listening carefully, Zheng Fang's words were reasonable. When the demon race attacks the Blue Cloud sect can send a message and Yuan Zhong will definitely help. When the time really comes, how could the Blue Cloud sect have the extra strength to send a message? Moreover, taking a step back, even if the Blue Cloud sect sent a message, the Blue Cloud sect would have been destroyed by the demon race by the time Yuan Zhong's people arrived. However, the biggest problem was that Qing Shu couldn't refute Zheng Fang's words. After all, although the demon race was attacking, they hadn't reached the Blue Cloud sect. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yuan Zhong to send a force to defend the sect. As for the other side, Yang Zhongning and Gui Haichuan looked at Qing Shu with a strange expression. "Good fellow. So you have this trick up your sleeve." Regarding this, Qing Shu could only blink, indicating that he was a little wronged. He really wanted to say that Zheng Fang's words shouldn't be taken seriously. However, now that he was in the inherited martial hall, if he were to say such things in public, Qing Shu doubted whether he would have the chance to walk out. Thinking of this, Qing Shu coughed twice and said, "Elder Zheng, however, I do have an idea that might be able to alleviate the problems of the various sects." Zheng Fang interrupted Qing Shu's words. Hearing this, Yang Zhongning slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What does Elder Zheng mean?" "Yuan Pavilion." Zheng Fang simply spat out two words and then explained, "Yuan Pavilion is now spread all over the world. There are also many independent cultivators and sect experts who have registered their identities there. If you can really afford the price, you can go to Yuan Pavilion to post a mission. I believe that as long as the price is right, many people will accept the mission." Yuan Pavilion. The three of them looked at each other. To be honest, they had really neglected the existence of Yuan Pavilion. After all, in their eyes, Yuan Pavilion was just a place to post missions. Usually, it was mostly assassination missions. So now, Yuan Pavilion was a little like an assassin organization. However, after Zheng Fang's reminder, Qing Shu and the others finally reacted. That's right. Yuan Pavilion now had mostly assassination missions. However, if they could post assassination missions, they could also post protection missions. Anyway, Yuan Pavilion didn't have any mandatory requirements for the types of missions. The only problem was, if they wanted to post a mission in Yuan Pavilion, they would have to pay a higher price than asking Yuan Zhong for help. However, judging from Zheng Fang's attitude, Yuan Zhong was really too busy to take care of himself now. The other party's words were very clear. If they wanted to live, they had to go to Yuan Pavilion to post a mission and hire experts. Otherwise, they would have to wait for death. As for hoping that Yuan Zhong would rescue them, they could just think about it. Regarding this, Qing Shu and the others were helpless. However, since Zheng Fang had already said so, it was meaningless to say anything more. After the few of them got up and left, the main hall became lively again. Originally, there were outsiders here, so everything was handled by Zheng Fang, the Great Elder. Now that Qing Shu and the others had left, there was nothing to worry about. In the outside world, as more and more demonic beasts rushed out, the power of the demon-slaying formation pattern was completely stimulated. Until now, no demonic beast had been able to rush out of the formation pattern's seal unscathed. Inside the endless mountains, the few of them stood still, looking at the demon-slaying formation pattern in the sky with some fear in their eyes. The strength of the demon-slaying formation pattern is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be easy for these inferior demonic beasts to consume the power of the formation pattern. One of them said slowly, although these demonic beasts are useless, it won't be good for us if too many of them die. Why, are you planning to personally take action and test Qin Shujian's methods? Another person asked. That person snorted and said, Humph, what's the harm in trying? I want to see if Qin Shujian is really as powerful as the rumors say. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the air and turned into a huge wolf demonic beast, attacking the demon-slaying formation pattern. The demonic beast's claws tore through the air like a millstone, and dark blue energy instantly burst out. It seemed to have sensed a threat. The demon-slaying formation pattern trembled, and then a large amount of lightning gathered together, turning into a shocking rainbow that blasted out. Rumble. The dark blue energy only resisted for a moment, and then it was destroyed by the lightning. The lightning didn't stop, and it continued to attack the wolf demonic beast. With a loud bang, the wolf demonic beast's body shattered, and its body fell down. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the few people who had been standing still suddenly changed greatly. How could this be? The few of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The person who attacked just now was an elder of the moon-devouring wolf clan, an expert who had reached the peak of the god-martial realm. Although he didn't break through the heaven-man boundary, his strength was at the top of the entire moon-devouring wolf clan. However, even so, the elder was severely injured by the demon-slaying formation pattern. The terrifying thing about this formation pattern, it was more powerful than they had expected. What should we do? The formation pattern is too powerful. We can either rely on the demonic beast to exhaust its power, or we can only be trapped here. One of them looked gloomy. Trapped here. It was ridiculous to think about it. Although the moon-devouring wolf clan had lost the Demon King, it was still a big clan. It was the biggest joke in the world that they could be stopped by a small formation pattern. If this spread out, the moon-devouring wolf clan would become a laughingstock among the demon clans. As soon as he finished speaking, another person immediately said, "What else can we do? We can only hope to destroy the formation pattern if we ask the clan leader for help." At this point, he suddenly looked up to the sky and howled, and a shocking wolf howl echoed in all directions. In the moon-devouring wolf clan, the current clan leader of the moon-devouring wolf clan, to a certain extent, could be called the moon-devouring demon king. After hearing the howl, he immediately rushed out. Roar. A huge wolf that was 100 feet tall walked through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of them. Clan leader, what happened? Why did you call me here? The moon-devouring demon king glanced at them, and his tone was somewhat unfriendly. Hearing this, the few of them hurriedly replied, "Clan leader, now that Qin Shujian has set up a formation pattern to block us, we can't break through the defense line with our demonic beasts." The third elder tried to break through the formation pattern, but was injured by it instead. Formation pattern. The moon-devouring demon king raised his head and looked at the demon-slaying formation pattern in the distant sky. There was a hint of seriousness in his huge eyes. Then, the seriousness disappeared without a trace. It's just a formation pattern. I can break it in an instant. He opened his huge wolf mouth, and a terrifying amount of heaven and earth spirit chi was pulled over. In the next moment, a beam of blue light pierced through the void, and directly bombarded the demon-slaying formation pattern. For a moment, the demon-slaying formation pattern shone brightly. Then, before this power, it was forcibly shattered. Without the demon-slaying formation pattern, the demonic beasts charged into Mount Liang and confronted the disciples of Yuan sect. All disciples, follow me to slay the demonic beast. An inner court deacon shouted coldly. When he swung his sword chi shot through the sky and instantly killed a demonic beast at the peak of the true martial realm. Then, he approached the demonic beast, and the ray of death instantly enveloped the demonic beast that fell to the ground. Only a few breaths of time had passed. A demonic beast at the peak of the true martial realm had perished under his sword. After he finished doing all of this, that inner court deacon stood on the spot without moving, as if he was at ease. Only his chest rose and fell slightly. It was obvious that he'd exhausted quite a bit of energy to accomplish this. However, to others, exhaustion was a small matter. So long as he killed the demonic beasts in a clean and efficient manner, then it was something that was sufficient to inspire others. Deacon Situ is amazing. He killed a demonic beast at the peak of the true martial realm with 3 strikes of the sword. We admire him. Even if it was a cultivator at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, it wasn't easy to kill a demonic beast at the peak of the true martial realm. For example, Deacon Situ had killed a demonic beast at the peak of the true martial realm with 3 strikes of the sword in a single move. His strength was so formidable that it was terrifying. On the other side, all the demonic beasts had entered into battle with the members of the Origin School. The entire area near the Endless Mountain Range had instantly become a battlefield. Right when they were about to attack, a 30m tall demonic beast stepped through the air and spoke in the human tongue. Humans, your time of death has arrived. The moon-devouring wolf clan? The hearts of many constricted when they saw this demonic beast. The moon-devouring wolf clan could be considered to be a large clan in the demon race, and the previous patriarch was even a demon king. So, there were quite a few members of the moon-devouring wolf clan in the Origin School. However, when they saw the moon-devouring wolf clan appear here, all of them felt extremely pressured. That was what they were most worried about. They were worried that there would be large clans amongst the demon race that would attack Mount Liang. Now, the appearance of the moon-devouring wolf clan had undoubtedly confirmed this guess. When the battle erupted, Zheng Fang and the others had arrived in time to provide assistance. They'd noticed the appearance of the moon-devouring wolf clan as well. The moon-devouring wolf clan, Xu Yuanming had a solemn expression on his face. A single moon-devouring wolf clan wasn't a big deal. The true threat was the strength of the entire moon-devouring wolf clan. At this moment, the demonic beast leaped into the air and pounced into the crowd, killing many disciples in an instant. A demonic beast that could fly was at least an elite in the airborne realm. Currently, most of the Origin School's disciples were in the true martial realm, and the strength of the demonic beast was not on the same level. A mere demonic beast dares to kill my sect's disciples? I'll go and kill him. Seng Hong's eyes were cold. Just as he was about to make his move, a terrifying sword will suddenly erupted, and a ray of black light pierced through the void, nailing the demonic beast to the ground. Roar! The demonic beast let out a painful howl, and finally died. The moment the demonic beast died, a person wielding a sword had already charged into the crowd of demonic beasts, and every step he took was accompanied by the fall of a demonic beast. Xu Yuanming's expression relaxed, and then he lamented, Elder Test's strength seems to have improved again. The person who made the move was naturally Test Sword. He was also the only one among the many outer sect elders who could convince most of the inner sect elders with his strength. Some people even thought, that is, if you don't count the guests, Test Sword's strength might be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Origin School. When it comes to swordsmanship, Elder Test is the number 1 in the Origin School, so it's normal for him to be powerful. Zheng Fang said with a smile, and then a murderous intent surged on his face. Since the moon-devouring wolf clan dares to make a move, I'll kill as many as I can. After saying that, he had already made the first move, and with a palm print, an airborne realm demonic beast didn't even have time to scream before its internal organs were shattered, and it fell to the ground, motionless. Chapter 481. Kill. A middle-aged man in fluttering white clothes struck out with his palm and blasted a demon beast back. After that, a sword appeared from his sleeve and pierced through the demon beast's heart with lightning speed. In less than a breath, a demon beast at the domain enlightened spirit god realm had died under his sword. Sect Master, what should we do now? An elder charged over to the side of the middle-aged man in white clothes and asked anxiously. Hearing this, Miao Kong looked around. His sect was already surrounded by numerous demon beasts. When he saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, break out with all your strength. Don't get entangled in battle. What about the sect's foundation? It doesn't matter if we don't have a foundation. So long as we're still here, we'll definitely be able to regain our prestige in the future. Miao Kong spoke resolutely. The sect's foundation. Now that everyone was about to die, what was the point of talking about the sect's foundation? So long as everyone was still here, everything was still hopeful. If everyone was dead, then the sect's inheritance would really be severed. He received the order. That elder nodded and immediately turned around to organize the other disciples to break out. A beast tide. Miao Kong's expression was extremely solemn as he looked at the large amount of demon beasts in the surroundings. Everything happened too quickly. The news that the demon race was about to launch a large-scale attack had just spread, and the beast tide had already arrived in less than 4 hours. The sect he belonged to was also a sect of the spirit region. Even though its overall strength was inferior to the great sects of the spirit region, it wasn't too weak. However, it didn't have the ability to resist the beast tide at all. At this moment, a violent aura shot over from the sky. Subsequently, Miao Kong felt his vision darken, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. In an instant, an enormous force came from his sword and forced him to retreat repeatedly. When he recovered from his shock, he saw a thin man staring at him with a malicious expression in the distance. Miao Kong's expression changed, and he shouted sternly, "Demon race." Demon race that could take human form were usually extremely formidable. And the exchange just now made him feel a great threat. At the same time, a black cloud in the sky was approaching from afar. When Miao Kong focused and looked over, the expression on his face changed drastically. Demon race. A large amount of demon race. Those black clouds weren't black clouds at all, and they were numerous enormous black crows. Wherever the black crow passed, any living being would be reduced to white bones. The skinny man's hands turned into sharp claws as he sneered, "Humans, none of you can escape today." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared. The speed was so fast that even Miao Kong, who was at the airborne realm, was only able to catch a glimpse of it. It was similar to this scene. It had already happened in the 13 prefectures of Great Jiao. In less than a day, a large number of humans had died. Among them, there were countless forces that had been destroyed by the demon clan. Compared to the human race's current internal strife and lack of strength, the human race was much weaker. The attack that the demon clan had been accumulating for thousands of years was like a hot knife through butter. It was not something that the other forces could contend against. For a moment, the armies left behind in the various prefectures had all been mobilized. All sorts of quests were given to the players to fight the monsters together. Imperial City. The battle here was still ongoing. The message token at Jiyu Chongqing's waist vibrated slightly. Then, he froze and looked at the figures of Eagle Saint and Ghost Saint in the sky. His eyes were cold. The demons were attacking. Even Thousand Mountains Prefecture was not spared. Doing so was tantamount to tearing up the cooperation agreement. At the same time, the expressions of the other feudal lords also changed slightly. They had all received messages from their respective prefectures. "My lord, the demons are attacking. What should we do now?" Someone in Wuan Prefecture's camp asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Shen Hong's expression kept changing. Looking at the battle in front of him, he was also struggling in his heart. The demons were attacking. At this time, the most obvious thing to do was to have a truce with the Great Zhao and then turn around to deal with the demons. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was extinguished by Shen Hong. At this moment, both sides were in a frenzy. The Great Zhao had lost Celestials. On their side, they had also lost Celestials. The casualties of their soldiers were even more uncountable. Now, the Great Zhao was already at a disadvantage and was about to collapse. If they gave up in this situation, it was equivalent to giving up the country in their hands. Moreover, even if they stopped, the Great Zhao might not be willing to join forces to deal with the demons. When that time came, they would be digging their own graves. Thinking of this, Shen Hong immediately ordered, "Attack, attack with full force. Take down the imperial city as quickly as possible, then go back to deal with the demons." After that, he had already taken out a message token and crushed it. Subsequently, the army charged even more fiercely. In the sky, Eagle Saint had gradually gained the upper hand. Instead, as time passed, Fang Yilan fell into a disadvantage step by step. In the end, Eagle Saint was also an expert from 10,000 years ago. In terms of foundation and strength, ordinary people could not compare to him. Although the human race had tyrannical talent, it was not an easy thing to advance in the realm of mighty figures. The two fought fiercely for more than 10 days, and the battle situation finally became clear. "Fang Yilan, you are still a little lacking if you want to win against me. This time, I will kill you and destroy the imperial astronomer. When that time comes, I will dig up Shi Yingtian's grave and grind his bones to dust." Eagle Saint's expression was cold and his words were full of threats. Boom, the two collided, setting off endless aftershocks. Fang Yilan took a step back, his old face full of disdain. He sneered, "You sneaky thing, how dare you say that you can destroy the imperial astronomer and disrespect the human emperor? So what if you are the human emperor? If the human emperor was still alive, I would turn around and leave without another word." Eagle Saint sneered disdainfully, but now that the human emperor has fallen, why else would he be attacked in the imperial city? Shameless boasting, if the human emperor was still alive, how could he let you leave? Humph, anyone can talk big. It's funny that you are still living in the dream of the human emperor, it's really sad and lamentable. While the two were talking, the battle did not stop for half a breath. Boom. Another collision. Fang Yilan snorted, and finally landed on the ground. Seeing this, Eagle Saint took advantage of the victory to pursue, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. Inside the palace hall, the officials had been watching the battle. When Shi Yang saw Fang Yilan showing signs of defeat, a cold light surged in his eyes. All of a sudden, a person came in from outside the hall, knelt down on one knee and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." Panicking, "What a scandal!" Shi Yang shouted. Then, he asked, "What happened?" The demon race is attacking." Bang! The armrest was crushed. Shi Yang's eyes were cold, and he shouted in a low voice, "What did you say? Say it again." The demon race is attacking, and now all the prefectures are in the flames of war. There was a strange silence in the palace hall. Everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable shock. Shi Yang looked at the round mirror and suddenly felt a little ridiculous. He shook his head and said, "I never thought that they would covet this country so urgently." The demon race's attack did not make them stop. The news of the demon race's attack. If the imperial court could get it, these rebels would certainly get it at the first opportunity. But now, not only did they have no intention of stopping, they attacked even more fiercely. Shi Yang knew very well what these people were planning. But the more he knew, the colder his heart became. The demon race's attack, if they were not careful, they would be exterminated. In such a situation, these people were still unwilling to give up their plan to break into the imperial city and occupy his country. To this, The last trace of emotion in Shi Yang's heart was completely crushed. Everyone, follow me. Let's go meet these traitors. After sitting on the throne for more than 10 days, Shi Yang finally stood up and walked out of the palace hall. The court officials quickly reacted and followed closely behind him. Ziyi City. Marquis Baiyun was sitting in the city lord's residence without moving. Although he was far away in Ziyi City, he knew the situation in the imperial city very well. To this, he had no intention of getting involved. Defending this city was his promise to Shi Yang, as well as his final contribution to the imperial court. If the imperial court was destroyed, it would have nothing to do with him. Even if the imperial court won, they could not punish him. To put it bluntly, he, Xiao Chengfeng, had already done his best to defend Ziyi City and force the Wuan army to retreat. It was impossible for both him and the Wuan army to suffer heavy losses. The army under him, every one of them was a citizen of the Baiyun mansion. Marquis Baiyun would not let these people die in vain in this meaningless war. Marquis, there is urgent news from the Baiyun mansion. Su Mingyang suddenly barged into the city lord's residence. When he saw Marquis Baiyun, he immediately spoke. Marquis Baiyun opened his eyes and sat up from the couch. He asked, "Did the demon race make a move?" "Marquis, you have great foresight." Seeing Marquis Baiyun's calm expression, Su Mingyang's fear was greatly reduced. He forced himself to calm down. The demon race is attacking the human race. Several manors are caught in the flames of war. The situation in the Baiyun mansion is critical. The demon race was attacking. Marquis Baiyun immediately frowned. Even though he had thought that the demon race might take this opportunity to attack, when he really received this news, he still felt troubled. However, Marquis Baiyun did not panic. Instead, he asked, "How is Yuan Zhong?" When the moon-devouring wolf clan attacked the Liang Mountain spiritual region, a great demon attacked but was stopped by the sky corpses. However, in the face of an endless stream of demons, the Sky Origin sect activated the formation left behind by Qin Shujian and defended the mountain gate. At present, he can protect himself, but he is not aggressive enough. Su Mingyang said in a low voice. The moon-devouring wolf clan's previous moon-devouring demon king died in the hands of Qin Shujian. They are here to take revenge. Marquis Baiyun shook his head. As for Yuan Zhong's ability to control Jiang Feng, he was not surprised. As early as the great demon race attacked Yuan Zhong, the matter of Sky Corp's Jiang Feng had been exposed. Su Mingyang looked at Marquis Baiyun and asked, "Marquis, what should we do now? Withdraw the army and go back to help? How should we explain to the imperial court?" "There's no need to explain." Marquis Baiyun smiled faintly. "Explain." He, Xiao Chengfeng, never needed to explain anything to anyone. Now that the demon race was attacking the Baiyun mansion, there was no reason for him to sit back and watch the Baiyun mansion fall. If the North Cloud Manor fell into the enemy's hands, then he would really be ashamed to face the ancestors of the Xiao clan. Soon, the Baiyun mansion army stationed in the city began to move. They began to activate the portal and headed toward the Baiyun mansion. "Marquis Baiyun, what are you doing?" Lin Shengquan looked at the movement in the city and immediately found Marquis Baiyun. As the city lord of Ziyi City, every movement in the city could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. As for Marquis Baiyun's movements, Lin Shengquan was still very concerned. After all, it was precisely because of Marquis Baiyun's presence that Ziyi City was not breached by the rebels and was not affected by the war. If Marquis Baiyun retreated at this time and the rebels came back, Ziyi City would be in big trouble. Marquis Baiyun did not hide from Lin Shengquan's question. "The demon race is attacking the Baiyun mansion. I need to call back the troops to help." "Ah." Lin Shengquan was shocked at first, but he quickly reacted and stopped him. "Marquis Baiyun, the rebels are still besieging the imperial city. The imperial court is in danger. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to call back the troops at this time." "What's wrong?" "It's better to report this matter to His Majesty first." As soon as Lin Shengquan finished speaking, he froze on the spot because he noticed that although Marquis Baiyun's gaze was calm, a great feeling of horror surged from his heart and his body seemed to stiffen. Marquis Bayun said calmly, "Are you telling me what to do? I don't dare," but boom. Marquis Bayun did not make a move, but a terrifying gust of wind burst out. Lin Shengquan immediately groaned and flew backward for a distance. After landing, another gust of wind surged up, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Lin Shengquan looked at Marquis Bayun with horror in his eyes. Marquis Bayun was indeed a mighty figure. But he was not an ordinary cultivator either. His strength had reached the second tier of the celestial being realm. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to be the governor of Zean City. But even so, with his strength of the second tier of the celestial being realm, he could not even last one round in front of Marquis Bayun. Even if he was not prepared for the other party to attack, he could still feel the terrifying strength. This is a small punishment. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Marquis Bayun casually glanced at Lin Shengquan and did not bother to pay attention to him. He directly left the governor's mansion. Regarding this, Lin Shengquan did not dare to stop him anymore. That sentence just now had already scared him out of his wits. Even though Marquis Bayun's tone was calm, there was a feeling in his heart. That was, Marquis Bayun would really kill him. Publicly killing the governor of a city was a crime equivalent to treason. However, the other party obviously did not care. It did not take too long. The army that belonged to Bayun Mansion in Zean City was drawn out and then directly sent to Bayun Mansion through the teleportation gate. Such an intermansion teleportation, especially a large number of soldiers, it also consumed a lot of spirit stones. However, Marquis Bayun did not care at all. Every once in a while, when the spirit stones in the teleportation array were broken, he would immediately install new spirit stones. In just half a day, the army that belonged to Bayun Mansion in Zean City had all left. "Sir, what should we do now?" A person came to Lin Shengquan's side and asked carefully. Hearing this, Lin Shengquan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Seal the news of Marquis Bayun's departure. No one is allowed to spread it. Otherwise, kill without mercy." "Yes, sir." Then, Lin Shengquan immediately sent the news of Marquis Bayun's departure to the imperial city. At this point, he stopped. "Marquis Bayun, Xiao Chengfeng, I will remember this." This time, he was not as skilled as Xiao Chengfeng, so Lin Shengquan had nothing to say. However, if their identities were to be reversed, he would definitely return today's grudge untouched. However, just thinking of this, Lin Shengquan was a little discouraged. Marquis Bayun was a mighty figure. To deal with Marquis Bayun, one must at least be a mighty figure. With his current celestial level 2 realm, whether he had the chance to become a mighty figure in the future was still a question. In front of the imperial city, ever since the news of the demon army's attack came, all the rebels had reached a consensus to fully mobilize the army to attack the imperial court. Now that the demons had attacked, they were stuck at an awkward juncture. It was impossible to retreat. So now, the only way out was to take down the imperial city. "His Majesty has arrived." A sharp voice came. Everyone on the city wall turned around and saw Shi Yang walking up, and behind him were hundreds of officials. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Everyone, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone got up. Shi Yang came to the city wall and faced the fierce battle outside the city. Compared to what they saw in the round mirror, what they saw in front of them was more impactful. With Shi Yang's appearance, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Your Majesty, the murderous aura outside the city is very serious, and it's affecting your divine body. In my opinion, it's better to return to the palace and wait for the good news." A person came to Shi Yang's side and said in a slightly respectful tone. Shi Yang turned his head to look at the other party and smiled faintly. "Marquis Janhua, you're too serious." As the ruler of a country, how can I not stand up to boost the morale at this time? As he spoke, he changed the topic and said, "Marquis Janhua, now that our situation is critical, why don't you make a move? I think the rebels still have a backup plan, so I'm not making a move for the time being to guard against unexpected situations," Marquis Janhua replied calmly. Hearing this, Shi Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging the other party's words. He did not have much trust in these dukes. This was also something that could not be helped. The reason why the imperial court was in such a situation was because of the rebellion of the dukes. If these dukes had not rebelled, they would not have ended up in such a state. Thinking of this, Shi Yang said slowly, Marquis Jianhua should have received the news of Jianhua Prefecture. Do you have any thoughts of returning to help at this time? He did not directly mention the demon race. The news of the demon race's large-scale attack could not be spread immediately, otherwise, the people's hearts would be shaken. However, Marquis Jianhua understood Shi Yang's meaning. Although the safety of Jianhua Prefecture is important, the imperial city cannot be lost. In the past, the human emperor treated me well. Under such circumstances, how can I leave without permission? If everyone was like Marquis Jianhua, our great Zhao would not have to worry about prosperity. Shi Yang's expression was relieved, and his tone was much calmer. Your Majesty is too kind. Marquis Jianhua smiled. His face did not change much at Shi Yang's praise. Shi Yang. Shen Hong looked at the people on the city wall, and a murderous look flashed across his face. He did not expect that Shi Yang would personally come to supervise the battle at this time. As for the imperial court's army, after seeing Shi Yang appear, their morale was boosted, and their resistance was much stronger than before. This won't do. If this continues, the longer we delay, the more trouble Wuhan Prefecture will be in. Shi Yang, it would have been fine if you did not appear. Since you dared to appear, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Hong immediately thought of killing Shi Yang. As long as Shi Yang was dead, all the problems would be solved. Among the remaining people, even if a few were willing to die with the great Zhao, most of them would give up resisting. With this thought in mind, Shen Hong took out a message token and secretly crushed it. At the same time, the other rebel vassals had all received the message. Except for a few vassals who were still fighting, the rest took out a message token and crushed it. Only Jiyu Chongqing. He glanced at the message token in his hand, took out another one, and secretly crushed it. On the city wall, Marquis Jianhua, Xu Yangshu, who had been standing beside Shi Yang, suddenly attacked Shi Yang with a palm. Your Majesty, be careful. Be careful. The sudden turn of events caused the other officials to turn pale with fright. Before they could react, Shi Yang's imperial robe surged with a layer of dense light, directly blocking the attack. In response, Xu Yangshu did not stop. Instead, he took out a long sword and easily shattered the dense light of the imperial robe, and continued to attack Shi Yang. At the same time, several officials suddenly exploded with powerful attacks, all charging towards Shi Yang. Boom! A vast aura exploded from Shi Yang's body. Then, Xu Yangshu felt the surrounding space stagnate, and the speed of his sword slowed down. Then, he saw Shi Yang stretch out 2 fingers and easily stick the tip of the sword. As for the other officials who attacked, they all exploded at the same time, turning into a rain of blood. From the assassination attempt on Shi Yang, to the counterattack, to the death of the other officials who attacked, to the end of the scene where he pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers, it directly stunned everyone. No one would have thought. At this time, someone would assassinate Shi Yang. No one would have thought that besides Marquis Jianhua and Xu Yangshu, there were other spies among the officials. No one would have thought that Shi Yang's strength would be so strong. Under such an assassination attempt, he could still deal with it calmly. Pinching the tip of Xu Yangshu's sword with 2 fingers, Shi Yang shook his head regretfully, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. Marquis Jianhua, I never thought that you were also a member of the rebels. Do you know that I have always had high hopes for you, but you repay me like this? At this moment, Xu Yangshu turned a deaf ear to Shi Yang's words. His eyes were full of horror, and he cried out involuntarily, You have already become a mighty figure. A mighty figure. He never thought that Shi Yang would be a mighty figure. When the emperor was on the throne, the other party did not reveal himself. After the emperor fell, although the other party was lucky enough to sit on the throne, he had not done anything. Instead, as the situation collapsed, it became more and more obvious that Shi Yang was incompetent. Even if it was the moment before the assassination. Xu Yangshu had never guessed that Shi Yang might be an almighty. But, however, the scene that had just taken place was a clear indication to him of that fact. Shi Yang. He had already become a mighty figure. Not only that, when the others heard the two words mighty figure, they all showed a look of disbelief. It was also at this moment. The unforeseen event happened suddenly. P.S. I recommend a book, The Terrible First Prince. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.